The second half team strikes again as the Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31.
Four-man rush. Allen steps up, fires, and he's got Knox in the end zone for a touchdown.
Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes and tallied 193 yards with 3 touchdowns. James Cook had 22 carries for 107 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns, along with a passing touchdown. Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns and 3 receptions for 37 yards. They foiled the hat and t-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped their streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple games at home. First up is the Flyers this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits dropped their first of the season to the Thunderbirds in overtime by a score of 9-8. They're on the road for the first time this season for their next matchup against Calgary on December 28th. Around the NFL, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game was coming to a close. The Bengals were shut out by the Ravens 24-0. The Broncos beat the Packers 34-26. Micah Parsons left the game with a non-contact knee injury and will undergo further testing. The Rams beat the Lions 41-34. And Phillip Rivers and the Colts fall short against the Seahawks 18-16. And last night, the Vikings topped the Cowboys 34-26. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills, all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Victory Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. Jeremy and Joe, howdy everyone. Welcome back in. If you missed the game, I'll explain what happened here. You know, the Bills gave up 1 million yards. They got down 21-0. Then they scored a bunch of points, and they won with the quarterback being a superhero. You know, boring. Same thing they've done like 5 times.
And you still get to complain about the run defense if you want.
True. Same old
Perfect.
Bills. Same old Bills.
This is should we start calling this Billsy?
I guess it should be.
Redefine Billsy.
Yeah. This one challenged me. I tell you, I always think they're going to win.
Yeah.
I always think they're going to win. And at halftime, I thought, I still think it's not over. I might have gone. I might not be in like the green zone of they're still going to win. I might have gone in like to the caution zone of like, well, it isn't over. I'm not cashing bets here. It's not over. So anyway,
I thought that it could be over because I don't know whether to trust whether the offense bounces back in second halves because sometimes they don't. The defense seems to every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time the defense plays poorly in the first half, they are going to bounce back in the second half. I counted that if you take out game, but if you take out the 165-yard run by New England in the second half, the Bills held them to 15 yards and 17 plays.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
The other 17 plays went for 15 yards by New England. So the defense does it.
Yep.
They always, no matter how bad it looks, and it looked bad in the first half, right? New England kind of did whatever they wanted. No matter how bad it looks, they are going to bounce back in the second half. Didn't know that we would get that from the offense. I mean, they had to score 5 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
And did anybody think they were ready? They might have bounced back, but 5 straight touchdowns didn't feel in the cards for me when we were watching those first couple of drives.
Yep. Yeah, some self-inflicted issues along the way, whether it's a drop or just like looking like things were out of sync. I mean, whatever. It ends up a Bills win, and the conversation about the division is there. The conversation about the 1 seed is maybe there, but not as much. Anyway, our phone number is 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Can I tell you my overarching thought I have about, like, the Bills right now? I tried to put this in a tweet, but it's a little too wordy, and I feel like you'll know what I mean. Mm-hmm. It's just this, which is watching Josh do what he does again, which is be the best player in the league and just be incredible. Sometimes it's not even Superman stuff. Sometimes he's just like very pedestrian, like bink, 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 over here, over here, over here. I don't need to jump over anybody. And that's a credit to Joe Brady. It's a credit to the rest of the offense, what they're able to get done. But he's not throwing linebackers to the ground and then heaving it 60 yards. Just like, a 3rd and 2 pass that's really important. It's going to be on the money where it needs to go. And as we watch him get better, all right, that's in the cards. He's getting better. If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, then the only possible approach they should have is everything possible we have to win it right away. I can't hear another, not that they've been saying this a ton, no more, well, you want to make sure you're in good shape in 2028. No. This player is so good that if he is to not win one ever, it is a crime against sports. We can't have it. The sports universe cannot have someone this good not getting to the mountaintop. And if it happens this year, which I think it could, great. And if it doesn't happen this year, then it's got to be, you trade your next 10 first-round picks. You super team it. I know you're not allowed to trade that many 10 first-round picks, but you know what I mean, right? Like, No, you can't slow play. You've got to go, no matter what, because he is too special. He's too good. He is, again, just like 5 consecutive touchdown drives on the road against a divisional opponent that has a decent defense, and maybe it's not as good as it was earlier in the year, but, man, it's just when you get those 5 straight touchdown drives, what you get is, okay, I can't make a single mistake. And I don't mean a turnover mistake. I mean take an intentional grounding penalty or take a bad sack or have somebody – whatever, like drop the ball and put us in a 3rd and 17 so I can't get there. Like it's just what we're watching. I'm taken back to the San Francisco game last year where in the snow they get 35 and he catches the touchdown from Cooper, and we're just like, all right, let's talk about this absolute alien that we're watching. How much of a privilege it is to watch him, and he must be delivered to the mountaintop one way or the other. That's what I think. Maybe this is the year, maybe not. But whatever. He has to get there.
Well, my overarching thought about them right now is that I'm starting to feel good about this year being their year for that, even though I don't think this is their best form. Because I still think that their offense can go into these moods where they just disappear for a quarter or 2 quarters, but I'm not sure that it's going to kill them. This time. New England is one of those teams you might go play on the road. I've just proven that I could be asleep for 2 quarters and still beat them in their own building. Okay. I mean, the team that I would fear the most right now is currently behind me in the standings in Houston, and I wouldn't play them until the AFC Championship game, the way things would shake out.
Right.
So without the Chiefs, and that's officially over, and with the Ravens still not looking amazing, I don't think they can. I think they can lose. I can't envision them losing to any of the teams that are above them in the standings right now. I can't. I know they could. It's tough for me to picture.
Do you feel like Josh
season ends in Denver, season ends in Jacksonville? And part of that is the quarterback,
right?
And him willing you back into games like that if you're not playing Houston, which I'm not sure he can will you back into a game against that defense. Any other defense, any other team, I feel like he might have that in him.
Yeah, maybe. And the conference, I mean, listen, Mahomes is out. That's official. Burrow's out. That's official. The Ravens look like trash. I mean, I guess the Colts look okay the other day or yesterday, which is stunning.
But they are. How much of that game did you watch?
A little bit. The saddest thing I ever saw was Phillip Rivers standing up from one knee, looking like he looked like me standing up.
He fell on his own in the pocket.
Yeah. You could tell, that's an old guy right there.
It is like they did a good job hanging in there with Seattle. That team is a non-threat.
Right, sure. I totally agree.
They were down. They were at a point where they were down by one. I think down by one in the final 2 minutes, and they were running the ball.
Yeah,
because they just can't throw it. So the Colts, to me, are totally done.
We'll get to all your thoughts on Bills Patriots. I've got some thoughts on where New England goes from here, which is if I'm them, I think all right, hey, whatever. You play in Josh Allen's division, guess what? That's going to happen to you. You know that. I'm reminded of a Bills Patriots game at Highmark Stadium where the Bills went up 21-0 and then lost. I think it was 6 consecutive touchdown drives for Tom Brady in that game. Brandon Bolden, maybe they ran all over the Bills' faces that day.
Yeah,
I'll find out which year that was. But thoughts on New England, thoughts on Drake May, thoughts on Sean McDermott's 4th down decision-making, which was part of the reason they were down 21-0. He had a rough start to the day. But one more overarching theme. We've talked about this a bunch in the last couple weeks. Man, I know you get so mad in the first halves. You have to start giving such credit to McDermott and Bobby Babich. Because what's every game? Every game is, all right, let's throw this ragtag group out there and see what the team wants to do to us, and then go into halftime like, all right, here's the plan. And they hold the plane together for the second half and end up, we're fine. It's incredible. Matt Milano shows up, right?
Yeah.
Trey White shows up. Incredible. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Joey Bosa, who was in coverage, making a big play at one point.
Right. Yeah. Just awesome. All right, we'll get some phone calls in and talk about it with you on Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. The Bills win a 35-31 decision. I'm sure at some point we will allow space to complain about bubble screens. I think we've all got that.
Yes, I have that ready.
We've all got that tiny little space in our heart to say, like, what if we did all that stuff you just did, except like without the bubble screens on 2 of the most important plays of the game. All right, Mo in New Jersey. Mo, what's up, Mo? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm really honored to start the day off, this Victory Monday off with you guys. Watching that game between the first half and the second half, I wish the real Bills would just stand up. All right, we got Jekyll in the first half, Hyde in the second half. And, in that first half, the thoughts that were going through my mind, just blow the team up. This is it. It's over. The Patriots, it's their division. And then you get the second half where we just put together, starting with that last drive in the first half, 5 straight touchdowns, reminiscent of the playoff game, where we had 6 or 7 in a row. It's like, I couldn't believe the difference. And like you guys said, all the credit to the coaching staff. I am one of the biggest detractors for McDermott. Until he can prove he can do it, he can't do it in my eyes. But the way he gets this team focused and playing better in the second half is just a credit to him and his staff. And, I've heard callers say, he can't make adjustments, I don't know what he does in that locker room, but all the credit to them for what they did. And to tell you the truth, going into this offseason, I was on the fence about whether or not we should extend James Cook. That is one of the best decisions Bean has made. Right? Of all the moves he's ever made, bringing James Cook back has been incredible. He's awesome. Mm-hmm. All the credit to this team. I love this team. I love this one. It might not be the best team we've ever had, but this group of guys, I'll go to the battlefield with them every single week. Let's go Bills, and talk to you guys later.
All right, thanks, Mo. One thing about, you're talking James Cook, it's funny, if you were to say, hey, 35-31, 5 consecutive touchdown drives, high-scoring shootout kind of game, who do you think had the biggest game out there? Nobody had huge stats. It really is one of these everybody eats kind of games.
Yeah.
Josh threw for 193.
193.
Cook ran for 100.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The leading receiver had 60.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild. Like, you had 35 points and
how'd that happen? Part of that might have been Ray Davis had a bunch of big returns.
That is a part of it.
Yeah.
Special teams were massive in this game.
Yeah.
Ray Davis was great. Wishnowski booted them inside the 20 like 4 times.
Yep. Allen, 48 yards on the ground helps
true.
too.
That's right.
Gets in closer to like a 250 number. But right, like
it's kind of wild. 35 points and there's not a lot of big numbers on the board.
Right. I mean, they didn't do anything for like 2 I mean, Ray Davis had 164 yards of kick returns. It's a 41-yard average.
It's pretty good.
The average was 41 yards. I mean, if you did have Cook in fantasy, you were very happy yesterday, though.
3
touchdowns. He did find his way into the end zone 3 times. The thing I wonder about him down the stretch, this is very secondary to all the standings and getting the division, but chasing the rushing title. He has got to look. He got 20 yards closer to Jonathan Taylor yesterday, so now he is sitting at this moment. He's at 14-15, and Taylor's at 14-43.
That's in striking distance.
Yeah. He's within 30 yards of Jonathan Taylor for the NFL rushing title.
And the Bills play the Jets, who have been just giving up lately.
Yep.
They play the Browns, the Eagles, the Jets. All right.
Like, to me, I wonder how hard they'll go after that. Last year, he comes back into a game in Week 18 that was over so he could break a touchdown record for the Bills.
Yeah.
He might be the NFL's leading rusher at the end of the season. Like, he's got a chance.
He's had a great season. He's fun to watch. He's had a great season. He's a nightmare to play against. So is Josh Allen, of course. Mike Vrabel, we got to play Mike Vrabel after this game. He gave one of the all-time quotes about Josh Allen, a lengthy one, just about like, hey, explain what happened. He's like, what do you want? 6'5", 220, does whatever he wants out there.
Yeah.
Like, what are you supposed to do? That's what he does. Vrabel at halftime kind of said that. He was going in the locker room. They did an interview on the field. It's like, we got to make sure because it's not over. 21-7 or 24-7 is not over against this team. And this year, more than any other, we've kind of learned that. Don't the Bills right now, this might trigger, don't the Bills right now look like peak Chiefs? Where they're doing one of those games where they do the stupid thing early and then they win anyway. Mm-hmm. And if you're watching them hoping they lose, you're just so mad. Like, come on. How are you able to get over being so terrible for 2 quarters?
Right.
And still winning kind of comfortably?
That's kind of not even last
I feel like
year's
it's
Chiefs.
a lot of the Chiefs' years.
Yeah.
They're not that good.
But those are the good Chiefs' years.
That's right.
They?
That's right.
Yeah.
Peak Chiefs, where it's it's you let them off the hook.
Yesterday would have been a day 2 where if it was Kansas City, you probably would have got a lot of complaints about the officials, right?
Maybe
all the calls they got. The Bills did get some calls.
They got some calls.
So if that were the Chiefs, we would have been saying it. We gotta be fair.
803-0550, our phone number.
I think all the calls were actually good calls.
Steve in Wheatfield. Hey, Steve, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. A couple things I got to say. First of all, happy Victory Monday. I will say, I told my wife yesterday, when the Bills lose games, I try not to let it bother me as much as most. Like, I try not to get down the entire week and frustrated and annoyed. I go to different customers all week long, and I have to hear about it, win or lose. And it gets annoying when it's a loss because every single customer, even on Fridays, is like, "Oh, what about that game? That was tough." And it just gets draining. But when they win, I say it's just so much more of a fun week. The whole week is enjoyable. Everybody's in a good mood, mostly, unless you're a Pats fan this week. And I will say, in the third quarter, when the Bills scored their second touchdown, and they were only down by 10. My buddy texts me. He's a Patriots fan. He goes, "I don't think we're going to win this game," and because he's seen this season. And with the way the halves have gone, first half, I texted another buddy and I said, if the Bills could figure out how to play the first half like they do the second half, they will guaranteed win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
There's nothing that will stop them from doing that. And just a quick question on this whole thing for you guys. I don't want to say best second half team of all time. They got to be up there.
Yeah.
But best adjusting team of all time, like you guys said, the adjustments they make, it's in the first half, you're watching it, you're not even bummed. Like, I was just kind of like, there's a lot left in this game. They're only up 21. Like, I've never said that before any other year. They're only up 21. But I'm sitting there looking, they're only up 21. This game's not over. We get the ball after halftime, we'll be fine. And sure enough, that happened. And last thing, Ray Davis, you're right, man. That guy, keep him on kick returns. I don't care who else is out there. Ray Davis has been very good on kick returns this year. So enjoy your week, guys. This will be a fun one and fun end of the season. And go Bills. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Steve. You know, looking at – so why are they down 21-0? In part because their defense got run over. Mm-hmm. In part because Drake May ran on them, which, by the way, isn't that the thing that stopped happening? Drake May stopped running.
He never
in the second half. In the second half, he had opportunities. He didn't run.
Yeah.
He is not – it's one thing about the difference between him and Allen. They both can run, and in the first half you saw May, swimming through the pocket and running past people and making moves. He is not, it seems, as eager to do it as Allen was when he was young.
Yeah. He
definitely can do it, but he stopped running. So why are they down 21-0? It's in part because they decided – to kick the ball away. 4th and 5 on their first possession.
Mm-hmm.
Punt? What? Punt?
From their territory.
Yeah.
2
punts in plus territory? What? That's a great recipe to get down in a game against a good team. You should not do that against Jacksonville later in the year. You should probably not do that against, I don't know who I want to throw in here, but you shouldn't do that. That part of the reason you're down 21-0 is you have decided you're giving up on possessions. So maybe if you don't do that, it's not 21-0. It's 21-10, 21-14.
Right.
So anyway, but the adjustment's right. Like that, what they've been able to do in the second half of these games, and you would think like the next time a team gets up on them 21-0, they go in the locker room and say like, listen, just pretend they already have 35. You're not going to keep this team down. You're not going to keep this offense down. And, man, what a game. 803-0550, Bills beat the Patriots. The division is alive. It's still...
You need Miami or Brady Cook to beat the New England Patriots.
Right. You need Miami. Yeah. And Miami plays tonight. So maybe give them a scouting, give them a scout, give them a look.
They're officially alive for a playoff berth still. Oh. So we should be rooting for Miami to stay alive in the playoffs so that they continue to have something to play for?
Yes. But
what are the odds that they would have something to play for going into Week 18?
All right, you want that?
That's what I'm going to need.
All right, let me quickly give you the Dolphins playoff odds with 3 straight wins because they play the Steelers, the Bengals, and the Bucks.
Yes.
If they win those 3 straight games, the New York Times playoff machine still puts them at less than 1%. So I think
not zero though.
Not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero. Yeah, the Dolphins-Patriots game. It is in New England. We'll see.
I might just rather have Pittsburgh win it. Because I want to play Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're not going to win the division, Pittsburgh's a pretty good.
Yeah, that's the best opponent I can imagine.
Yeah. 803-0550. And then, you're talking about the 3 seed. The way that, you might find that without Kansas City and Baltimore in the playoff picture, that they're, and as you pointed out, Houston as far away as possible. Like the Bills are 5.
Right.
And Houston's 6.
Keep them in a wild
which
card.
is ideal.
Yeah.
You might find that there's no playoff picture order that you don't like. Right now it'd be, beat the Steelers, and then go to Jacksonville. Or if Houston wins, by the way, I love the idea of Houston and Jacksonville playing each other. What I want is Houston
in the first round.
If I can get Houston to play a team that I think has some teeth, then that's a win. And Jacksonville right now is rolling offensively.
Yes, they are.
They are. Trevor Lawrence
did things yesterday that nobody's ever done. It was like a 3 touchdowns, 50 rushing yards. One of those stats that Allen always
Josh does, yeah.
But Lawrence had it.
Yeah.
And Allen had never done it.
All of a sudden that offense has hit another level, so maybe we get a shootout between those 2 teams if they play. Anyway, Victory Monday. Bills win 35-31. They beat the New England Patriots. The defense puts the locks on in the second half. That's pretty much what they do. We've seen this game before. The question is, how mad were you at halftime? Or were you entertaining the idea that, it's not over yet? Meanwhile, in New England, I don't think it'll be full-on meltdown mode. I think they'll just be, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If I were them, I wouldn't be. Because I'm still, to this morning, I'm going, it's all right. All we can do is beat Miami and the Jets.
Do you want to?
How that comfort of knowing all I got to do is beat the Jets and the Dolphins.
Yeah, and you still win the division.
I'm in good
shape.
shape.
A home playoff game, and then you can talk about having to maybe beat this team again. The one fun conversation, maybe we'll have this later in the week. We'll get to a break. We'll get to a lot more of your phone calls right away. Sal's coming up at 7. The fun conversation is this, I think, if you're in New England. Today's the postgame show. Tomorrow, here's the conversation I would have. All right, so that guy, Josh Allen's in the division for a while. What's the best way to deal with it? Is it, A, try to draft a ton of defensive linemen, draft the perfect build the nastiest defense you can get to get after him, or is it like actually Drake's going to need a lot more help out there? Because their receivers are okay, good, okay.
Yeah.
But they needed somebody in the second half, and like Matt Collins not going to work. And Steph Diggs is not going to go deep enough. And
he doesn't play all the snaps because they are still managing his injuries.
Right. So, I would think about that. Like how New England's probably chasing the same things the Bills are chasing this offseason, which are help on the outside and edge rusher. 803-0550, but that's a fun conversation for them to have. And the division remains alive. 803-0550, that's that phone number. Buffalo Bills, Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Shout out some players, shout out the coaches, and this race, it's going to stay alive for a couple more weeks. It's Jeremy and Joe on Victory Monday on WGR.
My overarching thought about them right now is that I'm starting to feel good about this year being their year for that, even though I don't think this is their best form. Because I still think that their offense can go into these moods where they just disappear for a quarter or 2 quarters, but I'm not sure that it's going to kill them this time.
Yeah.
New England is one of those teams you might go play on the road. I've just proven that I could be asleep for 2 quarters and still beat them in their own building. Okay. I mean, the team that I would fear the most right now is currently behind me in the standings in Houston, and I wouldn't play them until the AFC Championship game, the way things would shake out.
Right.
So without the Chiefs, and that's officially over, and with the Ravens still not looking amazing, I don't think they can. I think they can lose. I can't envision them losing to any of the teams that are above them in the standings right now. I can't. I know they could. It's tough for me to picture.
Do you feel like Josh
season ends in Denver, season ends in Jacksonville? And part of that is the quarterback,
right?
And him willing you back into games like that. If you're not playing Houston, which I'm not sure he can will you back into a game against that defense. Any other defense, any other team, I feel like he might have that in him.
Yeah, maybe. This one challenged me. I tell you, I always think they're going to win.
Yeah.
I always think they're going to win. And at halftime, I thought, I still think it's not over. I might have gone. I might not be in like the green zone of they're still going to win. I might have gone in like to the caution zone of like, well, it isn't over. I'm not cashing bets here. It's not over. So anyway,
I thought that it could be over because I don't know whether to trust whether the offense bounces back in second halves because sometimes they don't. The defense seems to every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time the defense plays poorly in the first half, they are going to bounce back in the second half. I counted that if you take out game, but if you take out the 165-yard run by New England in the second half, the Bills held them to 15 yards and 17 plays.
It's incredible. The
other 17 plays went for 15 yards by New England. So the defense does it.
Yep.
No matter how bad it looks, and it looked bad in the first half, right? New England kind of did whatever they wanted. No matter how bad it looks, they are going to bounce back in the second half. Didn't know that we would get that from the offense. I mean, they had to score 5 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
And did anybody think they were ready? They might have bounced back, but 5 straight touchdowns didn't feel in the cards for me when we were watching those first couple of drives.
Yep. Yeah, some self-inflicted issues along the way, whether it's a drop or just like looking like things were out of sync. I mean, whatever. It ends up a Bills win, and the conversation about the division is there. The conversation about the 1 seed is maybe there, but not as much.
The second half team strikes again as the Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31. Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes for 193 yards and 3 touchdowns. James Cook, 22 carries on the day for 107 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns, along with a passing touchdown. And Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns and 3 receptions for 37 yards. They foiled the hat and T-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped the streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple of games at home. First up is the Flyers this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits drop their first of the season to the Thunderbirds in overtime by a score of 9-8. They're on the road for the first time this season for their next matchup against Calgary on December 28th. And around the NFL, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game was coming to a close. And the Broncos beat the Packers 34-26, and Micah Parsons left the game with a non-contact knee injury and will undergo further testing. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Here's the snap to Allen, looking left, has Cook, and he skates into the end zone for the touchdown. The Cook is in the kitchen with a 5-yard touchdown reception as he beat the defender to the pylon for the score.
Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Seeing the highlights here on ESPN right now on SportsCenter. The Josh touchdown to Dawson Knox where he's running forward and, whips it like a shortstop, just like
3rd and goal from the 15.
What a rip. Yep. What a rip.
That's his best play of the day. There weren't a lot of Superman plays from him yesterday. That was number one. What was his second best play yesterday? It was a lot of efficient, and he made some nice throws, but nothing that was crazy. The runs were fine. That play was how fast did that ball go?
100 miles an hour. 100 miles
and
per hour.
Knox got open on that play.
Yeah. Allen finishes 19 of 28 for 193. Drake May, 14 of 23 for 155. I believe that's Drake May's worst day of the year throwing the football. So the Bills did a good job on the stud young quarterback and made him look very, very mortal, especially in the second half. But May on the season, 155.
I got to imagine that's his low.
His previous low, I believe, was 230 in week 2 against Miami. Yeah, he'd never been under 200 or over 300. And this one just like jumps right out. Completion percentage, low. His second lowest of the season, 61%. Yards per attempt, second lowest of the season. No touchdowns. The one pick, arm punt. Sacked 3 times. He ran 4 times for 43 yards. Had the 2 touchdowns. But yeah, Bills had the answers for Drake May in this game. Really an impressive performance from the defense. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. One other stat from this game. It is, I believe, the 4th time the Bills have given up 160 yards or more on the ground, and they have a winning record in those games, which in like football world is how do you do that? The answer is Josh Allen. Have an offense that can make up for it when your defense gives up big, huge chunk plays on the ground. And then the other one, I like this stat for you. When allowing 30 points or more, the NFL this year, the NFL, not the Bills, is 9-89-2. And the Bills are 3-1. So that's 80 games under 500 for the league when giving up 30 points. The Bills, 3-1. Wow. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. John in Detroit. John, good morning. You're on Victory Monday.
Hey, guys. Just an incredible game. I watched the game with my father, and just like I said before, it's just shades of John Elway. It's incredible. I remember in the 80s with Elway was on similar teams, good teams, but not great teams. And it just didn't matter the circumstance. It didn't matter the weather. It didn't matter the defensive alignment. There was always he would just bend the rules and make something special happen. And who knows if they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, any team, depending on any context, luck has to break your way. But, man, they got a shot with this guy.
Yep.
And I know in this era, this Allen era, they haven't won a championship. But, I mean, come on, guys. They have the heart of a champion. That's been proven this year. The comeback versus Baltimore. The 9 different lead changes versus Tampa, they kept answering. Down 10 with 7 minutes to go against Cincinnati, the Benford interception. And I can't wait for these playoffs. I enjoy your guys' content. One hell of a game.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, the vibe I have there is, you want to say to Josh Allen, among others, but like, sir, it has been an honor to watch you play this game. Like, that's how I feel about it. Shades of Elway, shades of Brady, shades of who do you want? Like he's his own monster. And if you play against him routinely, that's one thing that we don't ever have to really experience. We now, we're on this side of the thing. Yeah. But playing against him, imagine you're a New England fan today. You're 21-0 at home, and it's just, all right, hey, kneel on it to the division crown. And they could still, of course, get the crown, and they still very likely will. But it probably won't feel the same. Had they won this game, it would have been, we're the new guys on the block. And now they could still win the division, and that's great. Have your hats and your T-shirts, but it's not the same.
Not if you would just beat them straight up.
Yep, and swept them.
I think Allen has undisputed right now, like that lore that Mahomes and Brady always carry around, which is the ultimate don't leave that guy too much time quarterback in the league.
Yep.
Right now, there's nobody I would say that about more than Allen. Right? He is number 1 in the league right now for don't leave that guy too much time.
Yeah.
Like that, he's just going to come back. Like, assume he's going to come back in some way, shape, or form. And part of that's just Mahomes out now, right? And he wasn't really doing it this year anyway. They were losing those games.
Right.
Right now, Allen is that guy.
Who would be your second? Would it be like Stafford? Maybe?
Yeah, Stafford maybe would be the next one.
Also,
but it's Allen at the top of it, I think.
At the risk of being a hot take, I don't think it's a hot take. Drake May just lost the MVP. He won't be it now, right? Won't be.
I think that's probably fair.
It's over. He will not win MVP. Stafford maybe, and Allen should probably re-enter the discussion. Like, oh yeah, everybody looks and all of a sudden says, oh yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Well, I forgot you were here. Come on in. Like Drake May cannot win the MVP now. It's over. It is over.
It's going to be. I think it's going to be Stafford. It's going to be tough. May would have had to. He had a shot yesterday, right? Like really, yesterday might have been it for him. He needed to go out at home and have a big day and beat the Bills and clinch the division. You do that, and I think he very easily could have won it.
Yep.
But not after his worst game of the season, you didn't win it. I guess it was a 1 o'clock game, so if it had been prime time for him, maybe it would have been worse. But no, I think you're right. I think it's Stafford's award.
803-0550. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, what's up?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I talked to you and Nate yesterday during pregame, and I said even without Benford, in order for us to win, it's got to be mistake-free football, and I meant it in two ways. Said obviously no turnovers from Allen and Cook, and that happened, and Josh put on the Superman cape second half, which happened. But the other part of the mistake, so, I mean, yes, thrilled they won. Hung in there. I said, oh, my God, this is not good. This is not good. And then the second half. Two of the big problems I have with this team is you guys gave flowers to McDermott and Babbitt for the second half. Why can't they game plan like that for the first half? So it does work a lot of times where they go and make their adjustments, but it didn't work against Houston, not just because Houston has a great defense, but because they were not prepared in the first half, it seemed, in Atlanta. I mean, that's a huge loss for us. And again, Miami, we just got beat up in the fourth quarter against Miami. So that game planning did not work. Allen didn't have his best games. But here's the thing I want you guys, when you do eventually talk to Sean. Two things in that first half that made me nuts. Very first series, how the heck do you not challenge that call? Take a timeout to look at it better if you have to. That's a good use of a timeout. He trapped that ball. And the other one, gentlemen, if you could explain this one to me, I mean, God bless you. How do you punt the ball on 4th and 7 after doing the stupid wide receiver screen, which I wish they would just throw that play out of the playbook? But how do you not go for it down 14? It only took them, I counted, I said, I want to watch. It only took them 4 plays, actually 3 plays, to get to the line of scrimmage where we were, if we would have just even tried a field goal, for goodness sakes. But I know it's a long one, but still, I would have rather that than punt from our own 40 or 41-yard line when we're down 14, and we don't have an answer. We'll have an answer in the second half, but we didn't have an answer in the first half. So if you guys could maybe put some sense on why he would punt there, I would really appreciate it because it didn't work.
Thanks, Larry. Well, the answer to why they punt or go for it is, I mean, it's just their gut. It's often going to be McDermott's gut because, I'd like to point out over the years, there was this magic number. It seemed he never made a mistake more than 1 full point of win probability. Mm-hmm. And that is gone. Now it's a little bit more feel of the game and guts. And if you're looking for an explanation, the explanation is that's what he thought was the right decision. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to like it. That's the answer every time. The answer is that's what he thought they should do. The question I would have, it's 3rd and 15. And you need this, all right, let's say it's a different game. They won the game. People are going to complain about a couple things. And we'll address these concerns, of course. Why wouldn't we? If you're going to punt on 4th and 7, then you can't throw the receiver screen. Yeah. You have to try a play that's down the field. Yeah. Because I think what Larry's getting at is when you throw that play for your free 6 yards, it looks like, all right, we're going to get it closer because this is go-for-it territory. And when you get it closer and then you don't go for it, it's, well, then that was a wasted play. You basically punted on 3rd down.
Yep.
Unless you're hoping that screen nets you 13 yards, which is asking a lot. Of course, if we're all talking about our least favorite play of the entire day, is it not a receiver screen on 3rd down to then punt it away to give Drake May one more chance to win the game? Like a first down.
That was my least of the day.
Yeah. A first down basically ends the game or pretty close, and you're throwing that thing again.
It was 3rd and 4 with 3:40 to go.
Yeah,
and they threw it to Ty Johnson.
Ty Johnson's screen.
As a screen.
Which is just a handoff. You want just hand it off to Ty Johnson is what you're basically doing. And the biggest problem on a play like that, again, if you want to say it's nitpicking or you want to say we're looking forward to the playoffs, so put Trubisky in.
Right. We should really start calling them Trubisky plays.
It's Trubisky plays.
These are Trubisky plays.
Right. And that's to me, you can see that there's merit to have these screens and they work sometimes, but I watch the whole game. I watch my quarterback be incredible. I've got 5 consecutive touchdown drives. He can make everybody better all the time. And sometimes he checks to that play, which I would say, get it out of there.
Yeah.
It's 3rd and 4, and it maybe is the most money play of the game right here. The last thing that's going to happen is I'm subbing in Mitch Trubisky to throw it to Ty Johnson 5 yards directly to his right. Like, that play, I want it out in very, very high leverage scenarios.
Yeah.
Just because my trust for Allen is so high, I want to make sure he's going to get a chance.
I'm 3rd and 4. I don't mind if you run that play in 1st and 10, but 3rd and 4 in that spot. I got into it with someone about that play, which was the person saying, like, well, if Josh Palmer holds his block, that play works. You are correct if Josh Palmer does that, but here's what you are admitting to then. You've made it's 3rd and 4, biggest play of the game. You've made Josh Palmer more important than Josh Allen.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, yeah. Right.
Because Allen's job on that play is pretty simple. Like, his job is not that important. He's throwing the ball to the flat. You've made the 2 receivers blocking more important figures of the play than your superstar quarterback. That is why the screen needs to be thrown out in that situation.
Yeah, I agree. 803-0550. On the trap and non-review, I am in the large minority here, small minority here, which is I just think getting upset about that stuff. The whole system is now in place to make you mad. Now we've got SkyRef. Why can't SkyRef fix that play? But they can fix the one where Brandon Cooks bobbled it and went out of bounds, right? I've got so many inconsistencies. What I'm asking for is a replay in the stadium. That's what needs to happen. Mm-hmm. I need a replay in the stadium. I need the guy that's in charge of telling McDermott to challenge that play, to get that faster. McDermott's not the one that's saying yes or no. You want to say burn a timeout and then see?
Don't do that. Never do that.
Now you're just saying blindly take a timeout to see.
No, you challenge at that point.
Sure, right. Just take a time. Right, you just challenge at that point.
And I think when the other team's running to the line like that and you don't have time to get a replay, I think that is one where I bet if that's later in a game, McDermott challenges it.
Maybe.
I think part of why he doesn't is because the game just started and it's the first drive of the game, and he's not going to blindly do it there. I think if he had that same situation happen early in a fourth quarter, I think maybe he does throw it.
Yeah. I just think the whole system is we have too many reviews and too many rules and too many challenges, and like, hey, Vrabel has challenged the play, but it's automatically being reviewed for something. What was that one earlier in the game? Like,
that was the next drive, wasn't it?
Right,
on the
right.
Brandon Cooks drop?
Yes.
It was the Brandon Cooks drop.
He's challenging it, but you don't have to challenge. It's because SkyRef already took care of it. Okay. Like, we're constantly, I just don't have much time for it. I know it can be imperfect, but it's tough. 803-0550. It was a nice throw.
I wasn't convinced also that the booty play was going to get overturned.
I am also not convinced it would be overturned.
And that's what I think the difference is. That's why that doesn't get from
Judge?
SkyRef. Because SkyRef, that quickly, he's McDermott. That one was close. I'm not sure. The Brandon Cooks one, you watch one replay, and you go, that's incomplete.
That's right, yeah.
That's why I think there's a difference.
803-0550. Gabe Davis, healthy scratch.
Yeah.
I wonder if that'll be the case going forward, because Brandon Cooks and Keon Coleman, from a receiving standpoint, like, you might want Gabe Davis out there instead. But, hey, whatever. Like, throwing to the tight ends, throwing to the backs, worked quite well for them. James Cook, another big day, and the Bills win. Getting as many phone calls as you guys throw our way. So if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to your takes. Bills win. 35-31, beat the Patriots. Next up, the Browns. And don't look now, but Myles Garrett is 1 sack away from the record.
Yep.
All right. Challenge accepted.
We don't want him breaking the record against Josh Allen.
He wants to break it against Josh Allen.
I know he does.
It'd be one thing. I don't know who their next opponent is. I should pull up their schedule. But in the all-time highlight of, hey, here's Myles Garrett.
It's Steelers and then Bengals.
Okay, so he's either going to get Allen or Rodgers.
Right.
So that's not that bad. It's not like
who would you rather get?
I'm just saying if you're sacking Brady Cook, it's not quite the same.
Fair, yeah.
Anyway, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
5-man rush, has time, steps up, and he's caught in the pocket and dragged down for the sack. Matt Milano pulls him down, and it's the punt unit time for the Patriots.
This one challenged me. I tell you, I always think they're going to win.
Yeah.
I always think they're going to win. And at halftime, I thought, I still think it's not over. I might have gone. I might not be in like the green zone of they're still going to win. I might have gone in like to the caution zone of like, well, it isn't over. I'm not cashing bets here. It's not over. So, anyway.
I thought that it could be over because I don't know whether to trust whether the offense bounces back in second halves because sometimes they don't. The defense seems to every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time the defense plays poorly in the first half, they are going to bounce back in the second half. I counted that if you take out game, but if you take out the 165-yard run by New England in the second half, the Bills held them to 15 yards and 17 plays.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
The other 17 plays went for 15 yards by New England. So the defense does it.
Yep.
They always, no matter how bad it looks, and it looked bad in the first half, right? New England kind of did whatever they wanted. No matter how bad it looks, they are going to bounce back in the second half. Didn't know that we would get that from the offense. I mean, they had to score 5 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
And did anybody think they were ready? They might have bounced back, but 5 straight touchdowns didn't feel in the cards for me when we were watching those first couple of drives.
Yep. Yeah, some self-inflicted issues along the way, whether it's a drop or just like looking like things were out of sync. I mean, whatever. It ends up a Bills win, and the conversation about the division is there. The conversation about the 1 seed is maybe there, but not as much. Can I tell you my overarching thought I have about, the Bills?
My overarching thought about them right now is that I'm starting to feel good about this year being their year for that, even though I don't think this is their best form. Because I still think that their offense can go into these moods where they just disappear for a quarter or 2 quarters, but I'm not sure that it's going to kill them this time. New England is one of those teams you might go play on the road. I've just proven that I could be asleep for 2 quarters and still beat them in their own building. Okay. I mean, the team that I would fear the most right now is currently behind me in the standings in Houston, and I wouldn't play them until the AFC Championship game, the way things would shake out.
Right.
So without the Chiefs, and that's officially over, and with the Ravens still not looking amazing, I don't think they can. I think they can lose. I can't envision them losing to any of the teams that are above them in the standings right now. I can't. I know they could. It's tough for me to picture.
Do you feel like Josh
season ends in Denver, season ends in Jacksonville? And part of that is the quarterback,
right?
And him willing you back into games like that if you're not playing Houston, which I'm not sure he can will you back into a game against that defense. Any other defense, any other team, I feel like he might have that in him.
Yeah, maybe.
They're better than the Bills in every way, in every single way. That's where I'm shocked. I mean, the Patriots are the most complete team in the AFC. We got the best record in football, and we got a team that just has one guy, basically, and they're going to pick that team to win.
Chris Sims. The Patriots have the most complete team in the AFC? That's the first time I've heard anybody say that.
I agree with that because I have not heard that either because their defense... No, I don't think anyone knows how good their defense is.
Yeah, because they play a lot of bad teams.
When you play bad teams, I think you can get a feel of how good a team's offense is more than you can a defense.
Yeah.
The soft schedule and the bad quarterbacks, I have no idea how good they are on defense, and yesterday is going to make me think that they actually don't have a good defense. Right?
Yep. Well, they're missing some pieces, but whatever. Then again, Josh Allen does make an awful lot of good defenses look kind of bad sometimes. That'll happen. So tonight, Steelers and Dolphins, a little bit of who to root for. That depends. What do you want?
I want to play the Steelers in round one.
Okay, you want to play the Steelers in round one. If the Steelers are favored to win the division, New York Times playoff machine gives them a 59% chance. They still play the Ravens later in the year.
Yep.
But if the Steelers win tonight, their chances go up to 65%. The bad news is the Steelers still play the Lions, Browns, and Ravens, and I feel like they could lose to all three of those teams. All right, they could definitely lose to the Ravens. They will get hammered by the Lions, I believe. So Pittsburgh still has a bit of an uphill climb. I think if you are thinking the Bills are still going to be the wild card because New England won't lose to Miami, the flip side of this is root for Miami to stay alive and interested, but it's very, very unlikely Miami has anything to play for in Week 18.
Yep.
So I don't think it has to matter that much, you know?
I think the best case is I get to Week 18, and the Bills have been winning their games, and they're probably going to be the 5, and I'm heading for a scenario where, all right, we're going to play our games at 1, and we'll watch to see if the Dolphins can beat New England. But I know going into that day that the most likely outcomes are, all right, I'm either going to win the division or I'm going to play Pittsburgh. Give me one of those two things is going to be the case. And I think we are headed for that actually being a real possibility. The Bills have to keep winning, right? And the Chargers might have to lose a game along the way.
Which I think I think the Bills will be fine. I think the Bills will run the table from here on out.
And if they do that, then I think that's how it's going to play out. I think Week 18 will be, all right, I'm going to play the AFC North winner. Hopefully that's Pittsburgh, or I'm going to win the division.
Yeah. The Ravens' odds to win the division. So, are you going to Baltimore or are you going to Pittsburgh? If you're the wild card, that's just then Miami winning tonight would give the Ravens about a 50-50 chance to win the division. The Steelers would drop them to 33%. So really, there's just not a whole... These two teams play each other.
Yeah.
So it feels like tonight is do whatever you want. Root against the Dolphins because it's fun. Go for that. 803-0550. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to your phone calls on the other side. Sal's going to join us. It is Victory Monday. We owe you lots of things. The locker room audio you heard there is brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. And our Eye on the Quarterback is brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. The Bills, of course, had a very good day from their quarterback. It's funny. The Bills said all they got to do is protect the football and play our game, and it'll be fine. Point of order. They had 0 turnovers on the way to trailing 21-0 also.
Yeah.
They're not 21-0 with 0 turnovers. They win 35-31, no turnovers. So, a clean game for the most part. Only May had the interception, and even that was a 3rd and 10 arm punt. So, clean game on turnovers, 35-31, and the Bills get the win. We'll talk about it with you. We'll get to Sal as well. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, a Victory Monday. You can join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Heaves it down the right sideline. He's looking for Mac Hollins. Tre'Davious White is there, and he made the catch. Was he in bounds for the interception? Yes, he was. Tre'Davious White. Takeaway Trey with the interception, and this game has flipped.
Can I tell you my overarching thought I have about, the Bills right now? I tried to put this in a tweet, but it's a little too wordy, and I feel like you'll know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this, which is watching Josh do what he does again, which is be the best player in the league and just be incredible. It's not. Sometimes it's not even Superman stuff. Sometimes he's just very pedestrian, bink, 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 over here, over here, over here. I don't need to jump over anybody. And that's a credit to Joe Brady. It's a credit to the rest of the offense, what they're able to get done. but he's not throwing linebackers to the ground and then heaving it 60 yards. Just like, a 3rd and 2 pass that's really important is going to be on the money where it needs to go. And as we watch him get better, all right, that's in the cards. He's getting better. If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, then the only possible approach they should have is everything possible we have to win it right away. I can't hear another, not that they've been saying this a ton, no more, well, you want to make sure you're in good shape in 2028. No. This man, this player, is so good that if he is to not win one ever, it is a crime against sports. We can't have it. The sports universe cannot have someone this good not getting to the mountaintop. And if it happens this year, which I think it could, great. And if it doesn't happen this year, then it's got to be, you trade your next 10 first-round picks. You super team it. I know you're not allowed to trade that many 10 first-round picks, but you know what I mean, right? Like, No, you can't slow play. You've got to go no matter what, because he is too special. He's too good. He is, again, just like 5 consecutive touchdown drives on the road against a divisional opponent that has a decent defense. And maybe it's not as good as it was earlier in the year, but, man, it's just when you get those 5 straight touchdown drives, what you get is, okay, I can't make a single mistake. And I don't mean a turnover mistake. I mean take an intentional grounding penalty or take a bad sack or have somebody, whatever, like drop the ball and put us in a 3rd and 17 so I can't get there. Like, it's just – what we're watching, I'm taken back to the San Francisco game last year where in the snow they get 35 and he catches the touchdown from Cooper, and we're just like, all right, let's talk about this absolute alien that we're watching, how much of a privilege it is to watch him, and he must be delivered to the mountaintop one way or the other. That's what I think.
The second half team strikes again as the Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31.
Four-man rush. Allen steps up, fires, and he's got Knox in the end zone for a touchdown.
Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes for 193 yards and 3 touchdowns. James Cook had 22 carries for 107 yards with 2 rushing touchdowns along with a receiving touchdown as well. Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns and 3 receptions for 37 yards. They foiled the hat and t-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped their streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple of games at home. First up is the Flyers this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits dropped their first of the season to the Thunderbirds in overtime by a score of 9-8 on Saturday. They're on the road for the first time this season for their next matchup against Calgary on December 28th. Around the NFL, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game was coming to a close. The Bengals were shut out by the Ravens 24-0. The Broncos beat the Packers 34-26. Micah Parsons left the game with a non-contact knee injury. Will undergo further testing. The Rams beat the Lions 41-34. Phillip Rivers and the Colts fall short against the Seahawks 18-16. And last night the Vikings topped the Cowboys 34-26. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It is Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Victory Monday. Buffalo Bills Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Sal Capaccio going to join us here on the Wester Hotline. He was at Gillette Stadium yesterday for that game. The Bills rallied to win 35-31. Sal, good morning. You know, for longtime Bills fans, it was probably pretty sweet, not only, of course, to win a game, but if there's a group of fans whose party you're about to wreck, that's a pretty good group of fans to ruin their party. Halftime, I'm sure they are getting those hats and T-shirts, and they had to stuff them away for a little while at least.
I'm with you on that one, guys. No doubt about it. It's a place that I've gone far too many times where they just knew that it was their birthright, kind of through the Tom Brady era, to win, celebrate, whether it was the Bills being, a little bit better, not as good. And then over the last several years, the Bills have kind of had their way there. And, with them rising up now and having a really good young quarterback and having the ability to win a division, the Bills spoiling that party. Yeah, it was a really interesting stadium, interesting crowd. There were quite a few Bills fans. I said it all week, and it was pretty much was true. Not as many as you'll get in a lot of other road stadiums. It's a tougher ticket to get in the first place. It's a more expensive stadium. But especially when I read the average ticket price was over $400, Patriots fans weren't dumping their tickets. They wanted to be a part of that. And, man, Bills fans stayed in the second half. You could feel the energy. And it was the easiest layup headline in the world, A Tale of Two Halves. Not A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens, but it just made it that way, right? I mean, absolutely A Tale of Two Halves. Unbelievable, the difference between the first half and the second half. This wasn't even like last week where a few things went wrong in the first half and you just kind of couldn't get – you really had to figure out, come on, let's just get a stop or two. This was everything snowballing against the Bills. It was so lopsided in the first half. And then completely flipped on its head in the second.
Yeah. I saw Mike Heim, who does a bunch of Buffalo Bills stats, had numbers on this, like the tale of two halves. The Bills had 197 more total yards in the second half than the first, the largest difference in a game since it was Tennessee in 2024. They had a big one like that. In a road game, it's the biggest gap since 2002. And it happened on defense, too, right? Like 185 fewer yards in the first and the second half. And that's the largest gap the Bills have had since Atlanta. We've seen this a little bit before. This script, Sal, has played out multiple times this year where the defense looks like it's got absolutely no answers in the first half, and then they get the answers in the second half. And we just kind of wait to see if the offense can come alive and figure it out. And, of course, they did, like 5 consecutive touchdown drives. What, to your eye, flipped? Let's start with the offense first. How were they able to go from, in their own way, inefficient, not being able to convert punting, a couple of plus territory punts, to 5 consecutive touchdown drives?
Excuse me. Well, they got to the running game. They got back to the running game the way they needed to, first of all. I just didn't think that they were really in position. It felt like after the first play where Brandon Cooks dropped the ball, they were kind of already behind, 2nd and 10 right there. They couldn't stay on schedule, as you say, right? They got to running the ball. And, Josh said, and he was right, Ray Davis, that kick return in the second half really just kind of gave them, okay, we're in a good position here. They got the ball to start the second half. You knew if you scored, you're down 10 points, and it's a new ball game. And I think really that just settled them down. I really think that kind of flip where they could just stay balanced. They could stay balanced in the second half. They were able to get to the run game. They were able to get to some concepts they wanted to use throughout the game. They never really got to it in the first half because they didn't have the ball enough. The Patriots dominated. They had the ball, time of possession. They were running on the Bills. They were putting the Bills down. The Bills I think they were pressing a little bit in the first half. I actually thought the Bills played tight. One of the reasons why that they didn't play well in the first half, I thought they played a little tight. They were making mistakes. They couldn't get to what they wanted to do. I think they just kind of became themselves in the second half. I know it sounds cliche. I do. I just think they settled down. They got more of a balanced attack. That really opened up a little bit of everything. So that was nice for them to be able to do that. And then once they started rolling in the second half and figured, okay, it's a 10-point game. They get that first touchdown. They're leaning on the run game. Now you just feel like you can kind of use your whole playbook, and there's a lot of football to be played.
Yeah. So I want to ask you something. Like this might be tough to answer, but watching them come back like this and watching them never quit, and you want to say that it's heart or whatever you want to say, I think Josh Allen would get a lot of credit for that, right? When you're on the sideline as a player and Allen is your quarterback, I can think of this for the opener, Joey Bosa talking about how much fun it is and Khalil Shakir. And, Allen wanted to credit the rest of the team as well, like he often does, like the belief they have in each other. And I wonder, how much of the belief in it's never over until it's over, most of that I think is Allen. But like McDermott, the coaches, like the kind of atmosphere they foster, like who else deserves slices of that pie?
I just think that they have belief in one another, knowing they have Josh Allen, and belief in their coaching staff that they're going to put him in a position to be able to still fix things that are going wrong and correct them and get it right by the end of the game. Yes, that's right. It's not just Josh Allen, but certainly when you have that quarterback on your sideline and you know that you're still down, you can score at any time. He can do a lot of great things that other people just can't do. And I said it last week. I kept using the phrase last week after the Bengals. I'm going to use it again today. I'm going to say it on the Extra Point Show a lot today. Just keep playing.
Yeah.
You just keep playing. It's a long game. This is sports, everybody. Now, it's not ideal. You don't want to do this every week. I'm not saying this is, don't worry about it. The Bills will just win. This is not a great – you can't continue to do this every week, right? And it's going to catch up to you eventually, you would think. But you just keep playing. It's sports. The game is long. You're going to make plays. They're going to make plays. They made a lot of plays. They had a really good game plan. Let's remember, the Patriots had 2 weeks to prepare for the Bills. They had some wrinkles in early in the game. They were keeping the Bills off balance. I thought the Patriots came out. You know what Shaq Thompson said? I think it was Shaq Thompson in the locker room. He said they had their first 15, like it was tough. Like they were trying to keep up and like they had a really good script. Give the Patriots coaches credit to having a really nice first script of the game and to, do what they wanted to do. Give the Bills coaches credit for saying, okay, we took your punch. We see what you're wanting to do. You showed your hand. What do you have left now? We're going to make some adjustments. And the Bills from there outcoach the Patriots after all of that. So I just think it's all of that mixed in, Jeremy, where there's just a lot of faith and belief over the years that we have the right coaches in place and we have the quarterback that's able to do it. All we got to do on defense is get a few stops and give them the ball a couple of times.
And what's interesting about the comeback yesterday, Sal, is that when you're usually down 21, you're throwing your way back into the game because you have to. And the Bills didn't really give up on the run. I mean, their first drive out of the third quarter that they scored to go down 10, they didn't throw a pass until the final play, which was to Dawson Knox in the end zone. So, like, they stayed committed to the run, and I guess just because they were so efficient at it, they were able to do that. Because usually that's, all right, well, now the clock's going to start winding, and you don't have enough time to run the ball.
Well, this goes back to a moment ago what I just said, Joe, which is that big kick return put them in that spot. When he returns the ball to open, when Ray Davis returns the ball to open the second half out to the New England 44-yard line, you're already in their territory. You don't have to start pressing and start throwing the ball and get the ball to midfield and as quickly as possible. Okay, we can lean on the run game. The whole playbook is open here. What can we do? First play out of the chute, 11 yards of James Cook. The next play, 4 yards, then 3 yards. They get into a third down, but it's a manageable third down, right? Josh Allen takes the ball. Now you can just start using all of your weapons, everything that you want to do on the offensive side. I just think that was a really big play. By the way, the kickoff. I just looked this morning. Ray Davis is now the leader in NFL kick returns in average yards of kick return by a wide margin. He's got like 5 more yards than the next closest guy, and that's with the same amount of returns basically as everybody else. I mean, this guy is a weapon right now, and those returns mattered a ton. Before we even get into the defense, because I don't want to forget it, one area the Bills dominated this game was special teams. I mean, they were, and this is a very highly regarded New England Patriots special teams unit. All right. Ray Davis, 41 yards of return on kick returns. Did you guys notice the kickoff formation? Total new wrinkle from Chris Tabor. Don't want it to go unnoticed. They used 1 kick returner, not 2. Ty Johnson wasn't back there. It was Reggie Gilliam. It was 1 kick returner with an up man, Reggie Gilliam as a fullback. I asked Reggie about it in the locker room after. He said they kind of went back to what the old kick return was with the wedge, with him being as a lead blocker. But now you're seeing everything. You're a fullback leading the way. That was a great wrinkle by Chris Tabor, by the way. Marcus Jones, best punt return in the league, arguably. They held him to 5 yards total in punt returns. Wisnowski had 4 punts, 3 inside the 20, and Matt Prater was 5 for 5. The Bills dominated this game on special teams. And, Joe, when you say they were able to stay with the run game, that's because they won the field position battle by a lot because of their special teams.
Right. They've really landed on the beginning of the season, Sal. It was James Cook is the only running back that was doing anything for this team. And now Davis is doing much of it in the return game. You just mentioned he's leading the league. And Ty Johnson's getting touches. Like, suddenly all 3 backs are contributing.
Yeah, and I it's good for Ray Davis. I think they've found a niche for Ray Davis, right? If you're not going to use him on offense, you use him as a kick returner. And it's really interesting to see the evolution of how the Bills have used their kick return. Now, the Bills are still one of, if not the worst, statistically punt return team in the league. They have Khalil Shakir back there to catch punts, and, yeah, he can return one once in a while. So that doesn't help them. But their drive starts on kick returns has generally been really good over the last several weeks, and you guys have seen it, the Tampa Bay game as well. But anyway, that's a phase of this game that has to be recognized for why the Bills won.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Special teams, indeed, a very big part of this win. We also, Sal, see, like this defense, maybe it knows, maybe part of like this whole game script that they get, they don't have to be perfect. They have to make a couple plays. They have to make a couple stops. And Matt Milano flashed in this game. Like, we kind of got a chance to remember that guy making big plays for them? A couple of sacks. Like, Milano was big. Joey Bosa had some big plays. You got your players to make plays, which has kind of been what this defense has been now for going on 2 years.
Yeah, and after the Patriots, had that big run, and big run, like the first whole half, yeah, they had a big run, hit a couple big runs. But after they were up 21-0, you felt like everything was just falling on you. But I think they kind of showed their hand and everything they wanted to do. And give the Bills coaches credit. They said, okay, well, we have to make some adjustments here. And I think one of the adjustments was, and we've seen this before, guys, they started to put more pressure without the front four. I think the Bills go into every game. I've kind of realized this. The Bills go into every game hoping they're going to get pressure with their front four. And one of the issues I think they've had on defense is they're not getting it in the first half. And that's why teams are having success on them in the first half. And it takes the Bills a little while to finally say, all right, we're going to have to start sending pressure. Clearly, they don't want to do that necessarily, right, to start the game. But they started doing that a little bit later. And Matt Milano's always been a good blitzer. They don't love using him in that role because he's so good sideline to sideline diagnosing. But he came through the middle. I mean, he tackled the one sack. He grabbed Drake May with one arm, and he was able to throw him to the ground. I'm laughing because I'm trying to think. It was kind of funny. He was grabbing him, and I thought Drake May would get out because Drake May's pretty strong, and he got out of like Ogunjobi early in the game. Matt Milano dragged him down. You're right. They got plays from their players who they needed to get plays from. I mean, the second half, what the Bills did to Drake May and the Patriots pass game, I have to go back and look and see because – and he held onto the ball for a long time, and no one was open.
Yeah, he did sell. And not only that, like I thought he was – I said this earlier to Joe. If I'm going back and watching New England tape as a Patriots coach, I'd want May to be a little more eager to run because he was killing the Bills early running the ball, and then he just kind of stopped. I mean, the defense might have convinced him not to, but I thought he had a couple –
Can I tell you one of the things they did? They added a spy more often in the second half.
Sure.
And he sees that. But you're right, Jeremy. Like, you're Drake May, right? You're a good runner. You're a good athlete. He probably, you're right. If I'm watching New England, I'm thinking, just like Josh Allen, okay, there's a spy. You can beat that guy, right?
Yeah. Or just take the 7 yards you're going to get. He's going to spy you, so you're not going to break free. But, there are a couple times I was just thinking, like, that's what went away. Like, May was extending drives early on, and, of course, he ran for the 2 touchdowns. They call like a designed run for him. It's a quarterback that gets a designed run. Buddy, sometimes you got to scramble.
For sure. And that is a big part of their game, and he did a good job of that early on. The Bills added a spy. I did the snap counts this morning. And I tried to figure out if the Bills were strictly in nickel and then had just a one-for-one switch a lot, because I saw a lot of linebackers shuffling in and out. I even saw Joey Andreessen go in for Shaq Thompson for a play. I don't know if Shaq had a problem with his helmet or whatever, but they used every linebacker. And the Bills did have Taron Johnson on the field for close to 80% of the snaps, but they actually had 3 linebackers on the field, like including Dorian Williams, for even more than the additional, 20% there. The point I'm making is, They mixed in their linebackers. They went 3 linebackers. They went spy. They moved guys in and out. They're using their linebackers all in different ways. And one of those ways, Jeremy, was they spied Drake May in the second half. That's Dorian Williams sometimes. Matt Milano's been used that way. I don't know if he was particularly now. I think Shaq Thompson was once or twice, but they kind of mix that up. And that's one of the things you have to do. It's one thing to have a spy, but if the defense knows exactly who the spy is and they can identify it, and then you can drop other guys in coverage if they don't. That's how Joey Bosa drops in coverage once in a while. You have a spy right there. Joey drops. Somebody else comes off the edge. I think the Bills just really had to get creative on defense, which is what happened. And, give them credit. They really kind of did a great job on the Patriots passing game. Last game, we talked about how much Stefon Diggs could completely torch them. Stefon Diggs did nothing in this game. They did a really good job. I heard all week how he's just going to torch Taron Johnson. Taron Johnson had a bad game the first time they played. But you know what? The Bills relied on team defense and Taron Johnson and everybody to do a job. And without Christian Benford even, Max Hairston, Tre'Davious White comes up with a really athletic interception. Other than the pass on the sidelines on the first series that actually probably should have been overturned or challenged or whatever, I didn't hear Max Hairston's name called all game. You know why? Because he did a nice job. Yeah, the Bills structurally, defensively, listen, Drake May is elite at throwing the ball deep, and they did not get burned by that really at all. Like the one boot that you mentioned, he caught it and trapped it. But past that, there's a Mac Hollins catch on a big third down after. I can't even think of any plays after that.
Even that one was contested. That's where I wonder, Sal, if they felt more comfortable, okay, we could throw some more blitzes his way and even throw a spy at him, because we just saw a quarter of, even though they couldn't really stop the run and the Patriots were scoring, they might have felt like, okay, we can cover these guys.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Joe, because, and I would say there's definitely some of this, which is true, which is, every Tuesday, I put out the Bills' stats, right? How they are doing against the run, the pass, and all of that. And we all know the run defense is not good. Statistically, it's the worst run defense in the league. They give up a lot of run yards. And then you look at the pass defense, it's one of the best, if not the best in the league. And a lot of the responses are, well, that's because teams aren't passing on them. They're just running on them. Well, that's kind of sort of true. Teams are running on the Bills more than passing. But the Bills are actually a good pass defense. They do a good job in the secondary. They've straightened that area out. I think we can all point to even the safety switch that they made halfway through the year. Taylor Rapp is out, a banged-up Taylor Rapp. Now you have Jordan Poyer in there with Cole Bishop. I think they've stabilized their secondary with some of these switches, and I think Max Hairston is coming along really well. One of the byproducts of this game, you get Max Hairston a full game in that environment against that offense and against Drake May, and he's gonna be better for that, and you have to think about that. And then I think Tre'Davious White is playing some good football right now.
He has been for a while. Did you, by the way, on Hairston, very quickly, did you have an opinion or see back the second Travion Henderson touchdown run? I saw some people blaming Epinesa. Some people were wondering if that was Hairston's fault, why that happened.
Okay, to me, it's Epinesa.
Okay.
I have to go back and look at Hairston, but in real time, I actually talked with AJ about this in the locker room, and he kind of walked me through what his job was on that play, and I think he knows he needed to be a little bit better there on that play. I thought AJ should have not slow played it as much. He kind of slow played it, and then as soon as he reacted a little bit to get into the pile because he thought he was going to be a part of the the gang tackle, and then he comes out. To me, he's got to set the edge, but I'm sure Hairston as well. Both those guys, anybody who's on that side has to be a little bit better at watching that come back out the other end. But I thought it was Epinesa in real time, and AJ's actually usually a really technically sound player. AJ understands his role really well. And in that instance, I thought that he got washed down a little bit.
One last thing, Sal, before we go. I'm kind of wondering if, as we've been waiting to say, someone's going to have to step up in the passing game, who will it be? The re-emergence again of Dawson Knox. Like, Dawson Knox was a good pass catcher for the Bills for a while, and then he kind of took on a lesser role in that department with the introduction of Dalton Kincaid. But the last couple games here, all of a sudden, he's finding his way in the end zone. He's getting lots of targets. Against Cincinnati, he had 6 catches for 93, right? Like, the target numbers, the last 6-7 games, it's 4-3, 4-4, 7-4 after several weeks of 1 and 2 and 0. Like, the re-emergence of Dawson Knox, proud new father, congratulations to him. Like, to me, that is something that the Bills have been leaning on a bit and can maybe change their passing game a little bit.
Yeah, what a week for Dawson Knox, right? Him and his wife, Alex, they have their baby daughter becomes a dad for the first time early in the week. That's why he missed practice on Wednesday. Then he comes back to practice, and suddenly he becomes a big, part of the offense again on Sunday for the second straight week. One of the reasons, Jeremy, though, is he's getting opportunity with snap counts. They're laying off Dalton Kincaid a little bit here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure part of it is he's dealing with the knee injury. But if you look at the snap counts this morning, I tweeted them out, by the way, guys. Really interesting snap counts when it comes to the tight end yesterday. Knox 45. So the Bills had 70 snaps on offense. Knox 45, Jackson Hawes 31, Dalton Kincaid 25. They've kind of just said Dalton Kincaid's going to be on the field when we need to, throw some balls, and he's got to make catches. I think they're taking a little bit of the risk out for Dalton Kincaid with the knee to have him on there in a more of a physical role. And then you add in, so Knox and Hawes are on the field, so Knox is getting opportunity. And Dawson Knox has always been a nice dual threat tight end. He's not the elite tight end that you see around the league. These guys put up big numbers, but he can block, he can catch. He has a lot of trust with Josh Allen, and yeah, that was a really nice game for him. And I do think it keeps the defense off balance by knowing that they have a guy like that, and with Jackson Hawes. Jackson Hawes come on the field with Dawson Knox. Hawes is the blocker, and then suddenly Knox can leak out, and you put DBs in a bind. So, yeah, good for Dawson Knox. By the way, how about this? Dawson Knox, he actually passed. I don't know if everybody got this note yesterday. He became yesterday the all-time Buffalo Bills tight end touchdown leader. He passed Pete Metzelaars for the all-time leader in Bills touchdown receptions as a tight end with 26.
Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff.
Will Kincaid break that record? 26?
Good question. I thought about that too. Yeah, 26 right now for Knox. He's got more to go. I know that he's got a big contract, and people talk about the future, but listen to the way that Sean McDermott talks about Dawson Knox. Just in the post game last Friday on the radio when I had him on. Listen, after the season last year, I remember last year after the season, and there was a question asked to Sean McDermott after the season, like they lose in the playoffs, and like, is there a guy, that you really lean on? And he usually doesn't mention guys. Like, he just talks about the whole team. And he went right to Dawson Knox, how important he is to the entire team. And you remember the story I think Tyler Dunn wrote about Kincaid in the offseason, what happened after the play in Kansas City. And he said how, like, Dawson Knox was a big reason why he was able to kind of mentally get over what happened there. I'm just telling you guys, like, all this talk I hear about Dawson Knox won't be on the Bills in 26, his contract, I just think they'll figure out a way because they really, really believe he's important to this organization.
So, any injuries yesterday, by the way?
The only one we got on the sidelines, other than you guys seeing Josh thrown up with, was not an injury, by the way. Josh said he does that before the games, and sometimes
I didn't realize that sometimes he's late. No wonder they had such a slow start. He was late. He was late to puke.
There it is. You're right. The only one we got on the sidelines was Jordan Phillips, who had an ankle injury. He was questionable to return, but he stayed on the field. I don't even know. He might have went back in the game later. I can't even remember, but that was really the only one we got on the sideline. So good news there on the injury front, but obviously we'll be monitoring Christian Benford this week as well as Terrell Bernard still. So a couple to monitor going forward, but I think the Bills came out pretty clean in this one.
All right. Sal Capaccio, he's coming up at the 10 o'clock with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. You can also go to WGR550.com for his arrow up and arrow down. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Wide open for your phone calls next if you're on hold. Thanks for being patient. We'll buzz through your phone calls. Bills win. The AFC picture, what it looks like, a big and impressive win for Denver yesterday. That's a nice win for them. So they look like they've got the inside track to the 1 seed. We'll talk about the rest of the AFC with you and, of course, talk about this Bills win over New England. 35-31, a comeback win, and a stylish one at that. Jeremy and Joe here on Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. One last thing, Sal, before we go.
Out there.
I'm kind of wondering if, as we've been waiting to say, someone's going to have to step up in the passing game, who will it be? The re-emergence again of Dawson Knox. Like, Dawson Knox was a good pass catcher for the Bills for a while, and then he kind of took on a lesser role in that department with the introduction of Dalton Kincaid. But the last couple games here, all of a sudden, he's finding his way in the end zone. He's getting lots of targets. Against Cincinnati, he had 6 catches for 93, right? Like, The target numbers, the last 6-7 games, it's 4-3, 4-4, 7-4, after several weeks of 1 and 2 and 0. Like, the re-emergence of Dawson Knox, proud new father, congratulations to him. Like, to me, that is something that the Bills have been leaning on a bit and can maybe change their passing game a little bit.
Yeah, what a week for Dawson Knox, right? Him and his wife, Alex, they have their baby daughter becomes a dad for the first time early in the week. That's why he missed practice on Wednesday. Then he comes back to practice, and suddenly he becomes a big, part of the offense again on Sunday for the second straight week. One of the reasons, Jeremy, though, is he's getting opportunity with snap counts. They're laying off Dalton Kincaid a little bit here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure part of it is he's dealing with the knee injury. But if you look at the snap counts this morning, I tweeted them out, by the way, guys. Really interesting snap counts when it comes to the tight end yesterday. Knox 45. So the Bills had 70 snaps on offense. Knox 45, Jackson Hawes 31, Dalton Kincaid 25. They've kind of just said Dalton Kincaid's going to be on the field when we need to, throw some balls, and he's got to make catches. I think they're taking a little bit of the risk out for Dalton Kincaid with the knee to have him on there in a more of a physical role. And then you add in, so Knox and Hawes are on the field, so Knox is getting opportunity. And Dawson Knox has always been a nice dual threat tight end. He's not the elite tight end that you see around the league. These guys put up big numbers, but he can block, he can catch. He has a lot of trust with Josh Allen, and yeah, that was a really nice game for him. And I do think it keeps the defense off balance by knowing that they have a guy like that, and with Jackson Hawes. Jackson Hawes come on the field with Dawson Knox. Hawes is the blocker, and then suddenly Knox can leak out, and you put DBs in a bind. So, yeah, good for Dawson Knox.
This one challenged me. I tell you, I always think they're going to win.
Yeah.
I always think they're going to win. And at halftime, I thought, I still think it's not over. I might have gone. I might not be in like the green zone of they're still going to win. I might have gone in like to the caution zone of like, well, it isn't over. I'm not cashing bets here. It's not over. So anyway,
I thought that it could be over because I don't know whether to trust whether the offense bounces back in second halves, because sometimes they don't. The defense seems to every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time the defense plays poorly in the first half, they are going to bounce back in the second half. I counted that if you take out game, but if you take out the 165-yard run by New England in the second half, the Bills held them to 15 yards and 17 plays.
It's incredible. The
other 17 plays went for 15 yards by New England. So the defense does it.
Yep.
They always, no matter how bad it looks, and it looked bad in the first half, right? New England kind of did whatever they wanted. No matter how bad it looks, they are going to bounce back in the second half. Didn't know that we would get that from the offense. I mean, they had to score 5 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
And did anybody think they were ready? They might have bounced back, but 5 straight touchdowns didn't feel in the cards for me when we were watching those first couple of drives.
Yep. Yeah, some self-inflicted issues along the way, whether it's a drop or just like looking like things were out of sync. I mean, whatever. It ends up a Bills win, and the conversation about the division is there. The conversation about the 1 seed is maybe there, but not as much.
The second half team strikes again as the Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31. Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes for 193 yards and 3 touchdowns. James Cook had 22 carries for 107 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, along with a receiving touchdown. Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns and 3 receptions for 37 yards. He became the all-time leader for touchdown receptions in franchise history. They foiled the hat and t-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped their streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple games at home. First up is the Flyers this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits dropped their first of the season to the Thunderbirds in overtime by a score of 9-8. They're on the road for the first time this season for their next matchup against Calgary on December 28th. Around the NFL, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game was coming to a close. And the Broncos beat the Packers 34-26. Micah Parsons left the game with a non-contact knee injury and will undergo further testing. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sabres back with 2 alone in front. Thompson scores! Well, that happened quickly. Sabres find 2 skaters all alone in front of Joey DeCord, and Tage Thompson makes it 2-0.
One of your first moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to First Jewelers. Make it 3 straight for the Sabres after they win in Seattle.
Here's the snap. Hand off to Cook. Lowers the shoulder. Looking for the end zone, and he's in! James Cook with a trifecta of touchdowns. Punches it in on an 11-yard touchdown run, and the Bills are back in front.
Chris Brown on the call. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Jeremy and Joe, good to see your calls. Around the league, Patrick Mahomes, torn ACL. The Chiefs were done, and they are done. Mm-hmm. They will not be making the playoffs. Micah Parsons, torn ACL. Devontae Adams, hamstring. He'd been working through that, and he went out of that game with a hamstring injury.
Yep.
As the Rams win there. Tonight, it's Steelers and Dolphins. Who to root for? We've kind of run through that real quickly. It depends what you want. If you want Pittsburgh to win that division, winning here in this game would help. They're 7-6. The Dolphins are 6-7. The Dolphins' playoff chances are very slim. You don't really have to concern yourself with them too much. Baltimore shuts out Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
After Burrow said earlier in the week he wasn't having fun anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's shut out.
I did not have Baltimore getting a shutout on the card.
Yeah.
So take that for what it's worth.
I really wonder.
Lamar finished that game 8 of 12.
Yeah, he still didn't do. He still isn't doing anything. He's not running really either, right? How many runs did he have? Do you have that open?
I'll check that.
I don't think he ran much.
He 2 for 26. So
yeah, right.
Lamar ends that game with 176 total yards. Yeah,
right. Mahomes torn ACL. Like we'll see if he's back week 1 next year, but
not the same.
He has been running a lot for a couple of years now. He's needed to more and. I don't know if he's going to be doing that when he comes back. Like, I really wonder, is this it for him and Kelsey together? Will Kelsey retire? Will it even matter? Man, the Chiefs took... Yesterday was already going to be a bad day for them.
Yep.
Like, they were driving. They were down 3. They still could have won the game, but they probably were going to lose anyway. But they went from, okay, the disaster struck. We missed the playoffs. But now maybe the whole identity of the offense has to be a little bit different going forward. Did they pivot and try to build some power line and run game like the Bills have done?
That was probably coming for them. I mean, that seems to be a general takeaway. Then Phillip Rivers and the Colts put a scare into Seattle.
Did Rivers put a scare into them, or he was fine?
Yeah,
he did fine.
18-27
He
for.
looks so old.
He looks very old. Robin,
he did throw a touchdown.
Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Victory Monday, Jeremy, Joe. Welcome back, Joe Cali. I'm glad you're feeling better, and hello, Owen, if you're in. This was a very frustrating day for me yesterday because I didn't get it on the TV and I could not listen to it on the radio. So during the whole game, I was always asking Alexa about every 5 minutes what the score was. And it was like, 21-0. And it was like, but then I started feeling, once we got that 7, I was like, all right, we can get back into this. And I kept checking and I kept checking. And once we made it 24-21, I was like, we got this. And it was like, halftime isn't here. You know, once halftime got here, I was like, all right, good. And I also, the comeback is stronger than the setback. And, you know, just win. That was my mentality. I have to share that experience with you guys because I listened to you all week. And, I mean, yesterday I went into my closet. I said, what jersey am I going to wear today? And I just happened to pull out the white Matt Milano jersey. And, you know, hey, what can I say? It was a great win yesterday. I'm very happy. So just win. And I hope to hear from one of my favorite callers, Gina from Delaware. I want to hear what she has to say about this game. But beautiful win. And also I'd like to end it with this. Thoughts and prayers go out to the family that are dealing with the Brown incident. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
Keep doing what you guys are doing, and I love you guys.
Thanks, Rob. Bills win 35-31, come from behind win. One other thing about this game, like, all right, it follows the script. You're talking about, like, the score updates. What's the best explanation for why their defense gets run over early and adjusts late? Can I just try something on? Like, what do they just have the wrong idea every time? And
I had an idea when Sal was talking.
Yeah, is it that when you're facing scripted plays early in games, what do you get? You get an offense's best, and you just kind of maybe don't have the, if I can use the term, Jimmies and Joes to win a bunch of reps early. Mm-hmm. Then the game starts to evolve. You get a better idea of, like, this is what they're going to try to do. All right, our answer for that is this. And that's where you get McDermott and Babbage. They have a group of 11 or however many players they sub in and out. But they have a cohesive unit that, all right, once we know the game plan, we will play sound. Mm-hmm. We only need to make a couple plays. Like, listen, this defense, if it doesn't have Josh Allen on the other side of the ball, probably finishes sub 500. But you don't need to be perfect. You aren't trying to go pitch shutouts. You're trying to make 4 stops in a game. And can I throw spaghetti at the wall and something sticks in the second half? Because that seems to be what they do. They dial up. They add chaos. They want to be a little less predictable. And when they do that, they get the other team to make a couple of mistakes, a couple punts, one interception here or there. And your offense doesn't need that much help to rally and come back and win like that.
Well, when Sal also mentioned, like, he's noticing, and they're opening these games and they're trying to get pressure with 4. Like, they're coming out, maybe it's a more generic type of looking defense where you're just rushing 4 and you're in your zones and maybe you're mixing man in once in a while, but that's just kind of the baseline way you're playing going into games. If you go into games with all the dialed up things that you're doing in the second half and you do that out of the gates, you're kind of allowing the offense then to see your best punch, and then they get time to figure out what works against that. How do we adjust to that? Whereas I guess if you wait to spring that on them in the second half, then you don't give them the time to do that.
Right.
If that makes sense at all.
Right.
Like,
Is there, like,
McDaniels only has a quarter to figure out what are they doing to me here? How do I counteract that? I've only got 3 drives to figure that out. Versus if you do that to them out of the opening bell, then you've got it's like a boxing match. Like, if you throw your best stuff at them in round 1, they've got 11 rounds to figure out how to defend it and what counters against it.
Yeah.
If you don't spring it on them until round 8 when you've dragged them into deep water, then I've only got 3 rounds left. I don't have the time. By the time I figure out what works against, Joey Bosa dropped into coverage and Milano came from here and Drake Mays hasn't seen that enough. If he had seen it in the first quarter, he might know how to react to it.
And that might work for offense and defense. I mean, they love we always talk about the double dip. And in this game, they didn't exactly double dip because New England got a field goal in between. But what you're able to do is go to halftime, take a look as coaches, and then say, like, all right, the game starts now. Like, all right, we're down 14 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But the second game, almost treat them like 2 games. The second game starts now. We start with the ball. Let's go. Our terms. I don't know. Like, I don't want to put too much narrative behind it. It could just be a little bit of randomness. Could be a lot of things. But it is happening consistently. If they make the Super Bowl and they're down 14 at halftime, hold on a minute. Like,
right.
Just wait. Because I guess the other part of it is, like, teams with the lead do play differently. That's something that happens.
Yep.
You don't feel the same urgency to score. You're trying to kind of get to the clock to some level. And I wonder if these teams all of a sudden, like, all right, we're up by 17. Don't freak out. Don't freak out, touchdown Bills. Don't freak out. Nobody freak. And then you start playing tight. You start playing a little different. You want to make sure to not make a big mistake as opposed to going out and trying to win it. I don't know. There's a bunch, but credit the coaching staff because they consistently do this. They find their answers in the second half. Mike in Virginia, quickly before the break. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, how's it going? Just a quick question for you. I'm really cued into the Ravens game with the Patriots next weekend because we still have to play the Eagles. I don't know if everybody's like more down on the Eagles than I possibly am. I just want to know your thoughts about that. I actually really care about the outcome. I'd love the Patriots to drop one to the Ravens.
But it probably you only think that matters because you think the Bills could lose to the Eagles?
Yes. Well, and also I'm optimistic that the Dolphins could actually do something. We broke the drought when a Bengals team beat the Ravens and had nothing to lose.
I know. I guess if the Bills beat the Eagles, whatever. The Ravens game likely doesn't really matter though for the Patriots and Ravens. Are you only looking at it from a matchup standpoint?
I'm looking at it and saying I still think the Bills stand a chance of losing to the Eagles.
Okay.
So if we do, you still need Miami to do their thing, but we would have had to win out and Miami do their thing.
Right.
Now, if the Patriots drop one to the Ravens, we say, okay, less pressure to beat the Eagles, but the Miami Dolphins still have to do their thing.
Yeah, because the Ravens game to me doesn't really matter for New England. Unless the Bills were to lose to Philly.
Right, which I do not think is going to happen.
If you think the Bills are going to run the table, then the Baltimore game does not matter for New England.
And I do think the Bills are going to beat the Eagles. I think that game might get gross.
I mean, they are, if you're afraid of the Texans, like the Eagles are the Texans.
To a point. Their defense is not as good.
It's pretty close,
but it's
though. Like,
good.
they have been hammering every team they play.
I worry about how much they would hit Josh because they get home with blitzes. But their offense, I'm not that worried about Hurts. I just don't think Hurts is going to do anything to this Bills offense, this Bills defense. I don't think he's very good right now, especially.
Like, they haven't allowed a team to score more than 24 points since week 6.
The Eagles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, they are, maybe their pass rush isn't quite as good as Houston, but like I think I'd be interested to see. Like, I'm with you. I don't think their offense would do almost anything. But I think that could be one of those games where Allen is running around and he's looking and there's nobody open and he's getting hit all the time.
Right. The Eagles' offense, of course, would score 21 in the first half and 0 in the second half. That's how this is going to go, right?
Yeah.
All the time. Yeah, Allen, like, we'll see. December Josh does not lose. December Josh Allen does not lose. And the Eagles are going to come in here after the Bills play the Browns. Yeah, I mean, I'll feel good about that game. But we'll see. 803-0550 and 1-888-550. 2-550. The Jaguars run it up on the Jets. Absolutely crazy. Like what they're hitting another level. The trade for Jacoby Myers has really taken their offense to another level.
The Jets' defense, though, is probably bad. Isn't
terrible.
It?
Yes, terrible.
Did I see yesterday they don't have an interception yet this season?
Ooh, that might be right.
I'm pretty sure they have gone all year and don't have an interception. Like the whole team.
It's kind of amazing. 803-0550, our number. The Chiefs, they're saying, is the dynasty over? I don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard to come back.
That's right, by the way. The Jets have zero
interceptions.
0 interceptions on the season.
Mahomes, a torn ACL.
Yeah. I thought Minshew was actually maybe going to do it. He started driving down. Like, he's a gamer, right?
Yeah. One of the bad side effects of Mahomes tearing his ACL is that we kind of – I was ready to come in today and play like Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead.
Yeah.
Because the Chiefs are out. But now you kind of can't because it looks like you might be dancing on Mahomes being hurt, which is which is not the case.
I was writing a tweet actually when he got, because they had just flipped over to it. right? The Bills game had just ended, and CBS goes to that game, and I'm like, crafting to be like, oh, it's perfect. We now take you from the Bills' a dramatic 21-point comeback in Foxborough to the Chiefs being eliminated from the play. And as I'm writing that, he's down and grabbing his knee.
Yeah, from the Bills, 35-31 win to see if the Chiefs can get to 17.
Right.
All right, they're out of it. They're out of it. I like it on ESPN right now. Notable storylines: Mahomes torn ACL, Kelsey UFA, Andy Reid turns 68. That's a storyline. He just turns 68. All right, I guess that's part of the storyline. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. It's a Victory Monday. We're not on to the Browns just yet. We're gonna bask in this one for a little while. The old takes from the Patriots fans out there. There's a lot of them. Nice day for the Bills. Give us a ring, 803-0550. Pop on the chat if you want to on YouTube. We're hanging out on this Victory Monday.
Officially 4th and 5 from the 22. Snap to May. Back to pass. Nobody open. Pressure coming. Rolling out to his right. Fires, and it's batted out of the air by Joey Bosa. Incomplete. It's a turnover on downs for Buffalo.
This script, Sal, has played out multiple times this year where the defense looks like it's got absolutely no answers in the first half, and then they get the answers in the second half, and we just kind of wait to see if the offense can come alive and figure it out. And, of course, they did, like 5 consecutive touchdown drives. What, to your eye, flipped? Let's start with the offense first. How were they able to go from, in their own way, inefficient, not being able to convert, punting, a couple of plus territory punts, to 5 consecutive touchdown drives?
Excuse me. Well, they got to the running game. They got back to the running game the way they needed to, first of all. I just didn't think that they were really in position. It felt like after the first play where Brandon Cooks dropped the ball, they were kind of already behind, 2nd and 10 right there. They couldn't stay on schedule, as you say, right? They got to running the ball. And, Josh said, and he was right, Ray Davis, that kick return in the second half really just kind of gave them, okay, we're in a good position here. They got the ball to start the second half. You knew if you scored, you're down 10 points, and that's a new ball game. And I think really that just settled them down. I really think that kind of flip where they could just stay balanced. They could stay balanced in the second half. They were able to get to the run game. They were able to get to some concepts they wanted to use throughout the game. They never really got it to it in the first half because they didn't have the ball enough. The Patriots dominated. They had the ball, time of possession. They were running on the Bills. They were putting the Bills down. The Bills felt, I think, they were pressing a little bit in the first half. I actually thought the Bills played tight. One of the reasons why that they didn't play well in the first half, I thought they played a little tight. They were making mistakes. They couldn't get to what they wanted to do. I think they just kind of became themselves in the second half. I know it sounds cliche. I do. I just think they settled down. They got more of a balanced attack. That really opened up a little bit of everything. So that was nice for them to be able to do that. And then once they started rolling in the second half and figured, okay, it's a 10-point game. They get that first touchdown. They're leaning on the run game. Now you just feel like you can kind of use your whole playbook, and there's a lot of football to be played.
Yeah. One last thing, Sal, before we go. I'm kind of wondering if, as we've been waiting to say, someone's going to have to step up in the passing game. Who will it be? The re-emergence again of Dawson Knox. Like, Dawson Knox was a good pass catcher for the Bills for a while, and then he kind of took on a lesser role in that department with the introduction of Dalton Kincaid. But the last couple games here, all of a sudden, he's finding his way in the end zone. He's getting lots of targets. Against Cincinnati, he had 6 catches for 93, right? Like, The target numbers, the last 6-7 games, it's 4, 3, 4, 4, 7, 4, after several weeks of 1 and 2 and 0. Like, the re-emergence of Dawson Knox, proud new father, congratulations to him. Like, to me, that is something that the Bills have been leaning on a bit and can maybe change their passing game a little bit.
Yeah, what a week for Dawson Knox, right? Him and his wife, Alex, they have their baby daughter becomes a dad for the first time early in the week. That's why he missed practice on Wednesday. Then he comes back to practice, and suddenly he becomes a big, part of the offense again on Sunday for the second straight week. One of the reasons, Jeremy, though, is he's getting opportunity with snap counts. They're laying off Dalton Kincaid a little bit here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure part of it is he's dealing with the knee injury. But if you look at the snap counts this morning, I tweeted them out, by the way, guys. Really interesting snap counts when it comes to the tight end yesterday. Knox 45. So the Bills had 70 snaps on offense. Knox 45. Jackson Hawes 31. Dalton Kincaid 25. They've kind of just said Dalton Kincaid's going to be on the field. We need to, throw some balls and he's got to make catches. I think they're taking a little bit of the risk out for Dalton Kincaid with the knee to have him on there in a more of a physical role. And then you add in, so Knox and Hawes are on the field, so Knox is getting opportunity. And Dawson Knox has always been a nice dual threat tight end. He's not the elite tight end that you see around the league. These guys put up big numbers, but he can block, he can catch. He has a lot of trust with Josh Allen, and yeah, that was a really nice game for him. And I do think it keeps the defense off balance by knowing that they have a guy like that, and with Jackson Hawes. Jackson Hawes come on the field with Dawson Knox. Hawes is the blocker, and then suddenly Knox can leak out, and you put DBs in a bind. So yeah, good for Dawson Knox.
If they don't catch it every game, I don't know. Like it basically happens every game. If I don't get enough out pregame, it usually happens at halftime. If I don't get enough at halftime, it usually happens in the third or fourth quarter. And that's just, I don't know why I do it. It just happens, and do it in nothing else but other than just like a weird feeling. Just got to get it out.
Josh Allen on the cameras catching him throwing up on the sidelines. So we're learning a little bit more about our guy here. This vomit, this puke, sideline locker room, it's volume based.
I guess
if I don't get enough out, I got to go back to it.
He knows like how much I guess he has emitted. Okay.
All right. Listen, it's funny because I feel like if you're a hardcore Bills fan, you might know Josh throws up before every game. He's not like the only player to have ever done that. Some guys just do that.
Yeah.
Right with it. Like, all right, he throws up every game. That's not that weird. Then you get the elevated level of the knowledge of like, oh yeah, sometimes I don't get enough out. I got to keep going.
Yeah.
Like some happens early. Like
the hardest core Bills fans that will know how much Allen likes to actually throw up. Yeah. So the next time they see, like, oh, no, that's not a normal Josh.
Right, exactly.
He needs more. He needs another go at it.
Sorry for having this conversation during breakfast, but like, are the trainers? Should we get the trainers in there and be like,
yeah,
all right, let's hit. Come on, you got more. I want a little more.
Someone ask McDermott.
What's the
volume? Do you know how much he has?
What's the volume?
Yeah.
All right, 803-0550. Of course, the other $1 million question today, which we will track for you today, the Sabres have a 3-game win streak. There's been plenty of reporting. They're about to make a change at GM. Is that still going to happen this week?
On a 3-game win streak?
Right. They're on a 3-game win streak and in last with their 3-game win streak. So we'll see if there are any changes. Of course, as we hear things, we will pass them along. Their next home game is after this lengthy road trip comes up Thursday against the Flyers. 803-0550. Your calls, Chris Brown at 8:30. It's a Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. Can I tell you my overarching thought I have about, like, the Bills right now. I tried to put this in a tweet, but it's a little too wordy, and I feel like you'll know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this, which is watching Josh do what he does again, which is be the best player in the league and just be incredible. It's not. Sometimes it's not even Superman stuff. Sometimes he's just like very pedestrian, like bink, 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 over here, over here, over here. I don't need to jump over anybody. And that's a credit to Joe Brady. It's a credit to the rest of the offense, what they're able to get done. But he's not throwing linebackers to the ground and then heaving it 60 yards. Just like, a 3rd and 2 pass that's really important. It's going to be on the money where it needs to go. And as we watch him get better, all right, that's in the cards. He's getting better. If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, then the only possible approach they should have is everything possible we have to win it right away. I can't hear another, not that they've been saying this a ton, no more, well, you want to make sure you're in good shape in 2028. No. This man, this player, is so good that if he is to not win one ever, it is a crime against sports. We can't have it. The sports universe cannot have someone this good not getting to the mountaintop. And if it happens this year, which I think it could, great. And if it doesn't happen this year, then it's got to be, you trade your next 10 first-round picks. You super team it. I know you're not allowed to trade that many 10 first-round picks, but you know what I mean, right? Like, No, you can't slow play. You've got to go, no matter what, because he is too special. He's too good. He is, again, just like 5 consecutive touchdown drives on the road against a divisional opponent that has a decent defense, and maybe it's not as good as it was earlier in the year, but, man, it's just when you get those 5 straight touchdown drives, what you get is, okay, I can't make a single mistake. And I don't mean a turnover mistake. I mean take an intentional grounding penalty or take a bad sack or have somebody, whatever, like drop the ball and put us in a 3rd and 17 so I can't get there. Like, it's just – what we're watching, I'm taken back to the San Francisco game last year where in the snow they get 35 and he catches the touchdown from Cooper, and we're just like, all right, let's talk about this absolute alien that we're watching, how much of a privilege it is to watch him, and he must be delivered to the mountaintop one way or the other. That's what I think. This script, Sal, has played out multiple times this year where the defense looks like it's got absolutely no answers in the first half, and then they get the answers in the second half, and we just kind of wait to see if the offense can come alive and figure it out. And, of course, they did, like 5 consecutive touchdown drives. What, to your eye, flipped? Let's start with the offense first. How were they able to go from, in their own way, inefficient, not being able to convert, punting, a couple of plus territory punts, to 5 consecutive touchdown drives?
Excuse me. Well, they got to the running game. They got back to the running game the way they needed to, first of all. I just didn't think that they were really in position. It felt like after the first play where Brandon Cooks dropped the ball, they were kind of already behind, 2nd and 10 right there. They couldn't stay on schedule, as you say, right? They got to running the ball. And, Josh said, and he was right, Ray Davis, that kick return in the second half really just kind of gave them, okay, we're in a good position here. They got the ball to start the second half. You knew if you scored, you're down 10 points, and that's a new ball game. And I think really that just settled them down. I really think that kind of flip where they could just stay balanced. They could stay balanced in the second half. They were able to get to the run game. They were able to get to some concepts they wanted to use throughout the game. They never really got it in the first half because they didn't have the ball enough. The Patriots dominated. They had the ball, time of possession. They were running on the Bills. They were putting the Bills down. The Bills I think they were pressing a little bit in the first half. I actually thought the Bills played tight. One of the reasons why that they didn't play well in the first half, I thought they played a little tight. They were making mistakes. They couldn't get to what they wanted to do. I think they just kind of became themselves in the second half. I know it sounds cliche. I do. I just think they settled down. They got more of a balanced attack. That really opened up a little bit of everything. So that was nice for them to be able to do that. And then once they started rolling in the second half and figured, okay, it's a 10-point game. They get that first touchdown. They're leaning on the run game. Now you just feel like you can kind of use your whole playbook, and there's a lot of football to be played.
Yeah.
Second half team strikes again as the Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31. Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes for 193 yards with 3 touchdowns. James Cook had 22 carries for 107 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, along with a passing touchdown. And Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns on the day with 3 receptions for 37 yards. He became the all-time leader for touchdown receptions in franchise history. They foiled the hat and t-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped their streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple games at home. First up is the Flyers this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. Around the NFL, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game was coming to a close. And the Broncos beat the Packers 34-26. Micah Parsons is believed to have a torn ACL. The Rams beat the Lions 41-34. Devontae Adams left the game with a hamstring injury. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It feels good to win. You know, we came in here to play a football game. You know, we're not really into their goals. We're into our own journey, and we have a lot of respect for them, and their coaches do a great job. So, you know, we just wanted to play as good as we could and get a win, and we did.
Bills win. It's a victory Monday. That's Bills head coach Sean McDermott. And the Bills. Is it weird I kind of just don't know what their record is off the top of my head because it's always good. Oh, they've got another 10-win season. Mm-hmm. That's 7 in a row. Like, what's their record?
Do you know it year to year? You just don't know, like, as it's happening?
As it's happening.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, I'm 8-4, 9-4. I feel like I should know it, but instead it's just like, oh, no, they're just good. They're always just having a good record. Before the game, so one thing that happened on pregame yesterday, we played a clip from Greg Cosell talking about the Bills and how they're just not that good. They're just not that good outside of Josh Allen. He said, you know, there's not a lot of difference makers, just not that good. And he was saying that to kind of defend the idea that Allen has to win or else it's a problem. It would be terrible for him. His whole point was we got a lot of reaction in the pregame show. People, I guess, balking at the idea that they're just not that good. And they're definitely a good team. There's no doubt about that. Allen covers up a lot of their imperfections. And the other part of it is the coaching staff defensively. I mean, how many times are we going to see them have answers? I think most Bills fans might agree the defensive personnel, you know, they're doing the best they can with some shortcomings. And here's another game where it looks like, oh, never mind, this defense is going to be torched all day, no stops, nothing. And you go from giving up 3 touchdowns on 3 drives to just giving up, 15 yards the rest of the day outside of one big run for Trevion Henderson. So credit the coaching staff, credit the defense, what they continue to do. They give the team chances to win. Granted, even though sometimes that involves looking like they don't give their team a chance to win. So a win over New England, and the division is still alive. The 1-seed race, less so because of Denver's win over Green Bay. Their schedule's tough, and Denver... Yep. I mean, Denver got a really nice win by beating Green Bay.
And they did it in a different way than they normally do.
Yes.
That was not, we locked it down and won 17-14. Like, Bo Nix had his best game in the NFL, arguably. He was unstoppable from beginning to end. I think another thing from yesterday is there's another game where, okay, a guy went off against you running the ball, and you won the game.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills have allowed 5 100-yard rushers this season, and they've won 3 of those 5 games. So you don't win them all, but you get a winning record when you're allowing your biggest rushing attacks.
Right.
So,
and I bet the games we would think that they didn't win, you'd say, it's because the defense got run on. It's because the offense scored 17.
Right.
In those games. They lose to Atlanta.
They lost to Devin Achane, who had 174 yards. How many points did they score?
13.
They lost to Bijan, who had 170. How many did they score? 14.
Yep.
Those are their 2 losses to big rushers. And in the other games... Henry goes for 169. Bills scored 41.
Mm-hmm.
Henderson yesterday goes for 148. The Bills scored 35. Sean Tucker goes for 106. The Bills scored 44. Like, that's really what it just comes down to. You can absolutely allow teams to run on you. If you can score and can throw it, you're probably winning.
I'm reminded of Don Granato with the Sabres, outscore your problems. That's what the Bills are. The 2025 Bills are, can we outscore our problems? And most times they can. They've had a couple of games where they have not been able to outscore their problems, and we'll see how the season ultimately goes from here. But yesterday's a great example of outscore your problems, you know? And they do it with tight ends. They do it with running backs. They do it with Allen with his legs. James Cook runs for 3 touchdowns. So quickly on the 1-seed race, Denver is in the driver's seat, and their next game is a big one, by the way. The next game Denver plays is Jacksonville. And the Jaguars...
They have a look at it, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They do have a look at the 1 seed. If they beat Denver, their final 2 games are the Colts and the Titans, and that would put them at like a coin toss to get the 1 seed based on what Denver does. Denver-Jacksonville this week, and after the Denver Broncos play Jacksonville, they close out with the Chiefs, no Mahomes,
right,
and Chargers. We'll see. So, you know, New England, Buffalo, the Bills are still in it for the 1 seed a little bit, but not a lot. They'd have to, of course, get New England to lose the division. That has to happen first. Maybe you like your chances there, maybe not. 803-0550. Let's get some more of your phone calls. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. If I plug in the Bills running the table and New England just losing to the
Bills
Dolphins,
win the division.
Yeah, and the Patriots lose the Dolphins,
yeah,
the Bills are 23% to get the 1 seed. You need Denver to lose a couple games.
All right.
So we'll see. They could. I mean, they'd have to lose Week 18 to the Chargers.
Yesterday would have been one of those days, though, to like, okay, here they go. Here's our little reality check. Because now, like, it's still tough. Like, they're going to go, the only game they have that might be easy down the stretch is maybe a Mahomes-less Chiefs team is an easier matchup. That's a Christmas game, by the way. Otherwise, they could lose 2 of those final 3.
Yep. I'm looking for
Jacksonville and the Chargers are the other 2.
Right. I'm looking for anything to do it. Like you need a couple teams to lose. It's possible. It's possible. Justin in Long Island is up next. Justin, good morning. Welcome to Victory Monday.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
You as well.
I definitely think the Patriots are losing 2 out of 3. Okay, I think it's getting to them already. I think Drake May showed his real true colors in the second half, and I think that's a blueprint for how to go against this guy. I think Baltimore is going to beat them. They never lose night games in Baltimore. My son's a huge Ravens fan.
That is kind of true.
So,
they do very well at home. That's right.
Yes, and I'm hoping, though, listen, if we don't get the division, I do not want to play them in the playoffs because I'm telling you, that team will be dangerous, even though Lamar's compromised. So just keep doing what we're doing. Run the football with Cook. Let Josh Allen be Josh Allen. Dawson Knox has really stepped up, which is huge to me. Just here's my question. Can Greg Rousseau, make a play? I know he had 1 sack yesterday, but I'm really down on this guy because, they were talking about him so much when he was at Miami during the COVID years. And, he's been a big disappointment to me. I really thought this guy was going to be better. And I know hopefully when we get Oliver back, maybe that'll help. But I'm really disappointed in Greg Rousseau. I thought he'd be a big impact player, man.
Thanks, Justin.
He did have a sack yesterday.
Yeah. I feel like Rousseau is exactly the level of player he's supposed to be.
I mostly agree.
Exactly the level. I mean, late first-round pick, guys,
He makes about half of what the top edge rushers make.
Yeah. I'm not that upset by it. I think he's okay.
I think he's kind of just a guy.
A good guy. Good.
Yeah.
He's not
by league standards at that position, he's a guy.
Right. He's not a game wrecker, and he's not paid like a game wrecker. The one thing I'd say, I don't agree, Justin. Drake May showed his true colors in 1 half of football. He's done an awful lot of really good things so far this year, and the biggest mistake the Bills could make would be, which I don't think they will do. Okay, that guy. Never mind. We now have the blueprint. It is his first full season with a competent offensive coordinator. I don't think that guy's going away. Right?
He is staying there.
They did get a 21-point lead on you also, and without Josh Allen leading 5 consecutive touchdown drives, you lose to Drake May, even with a bad second half. So I am certainly not of the belief that they've put the blueprint out on him to stop him. But
what do they do?
What do they do?
The blueprint is what? The blueprint is they blitzed him and threw different looks at him. What was the blueprint? If someone tells me what the blueprint was, then I'll listen to it. To me, what the Bills did yesterday is they covered their wide receivers.
Yeah.
Because you asked earlier, if I'm New England, what am I waking up this morning thinking about? I'm thinking about my next evolution needs to be I have a dude that I can go to play for my top quarterback. Because yesterday, I think that's what they were missing. He was throwing contested balls to Mac Hollins and Hunter Henry. And that feels like a lot of times where the Bills were last year. That's my missing piece. And Diggs is good this year, but if you look at his snap counts, he plays 50% yesterday. That's been him a lot of the season. He's not a guy that's going to play 100% at his age off of the knee injury he had last year. Or at least they're not playing him that way. It's a plan or it's, whatever it is. So Diggs is good, but he's not old Diggs, and that's to me what I would need if I'm New England. I need to go spend all that money I have and get Drake May, a top flight receiver that is going to bail me out in a half like that, where the Bills with Trey White, Max Hairston, Cole Bishop, and Jordan Poyer are covering everybody.
Mm-hmm. Johnny in Buffalo next up. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Happy Victory Monday. Just great game yesterday. Loved watching us come back in the second half there. I think in the first half, though, and I know it was hard on McDermott last week, and it's hard to complain when we win games, and it's hard to complain when the defense does step up in the second half.
But he definitely had a rough first half between the non-challenge, which maybe goes up to the booth above him, but the fourth down calls in the first half were pretty rough.
Yeah, and that's kind of where and that's kind of where I was going with it last week, and I think I miscommunicated a little bit. It's more or less, I just don't want these errors to rear their ugly head come playoff time, because regardless if we have McDermott or not, we have, if we're saying we have arguably one of the worst defenses in football, which I don't think we necessarily do. I think we're kind of middle of the road, and come playoff time, pretty much everybody will be back for, hopefully healthy, ready to go, except with the exception of Oliver maybe in the Super Bowl, and obviously we lost Hoyt, and he played one half this season basically. But I'm just a little worried come playoff time. We're taking the ball by not going for it on these fourth downs over the 50. We're taking the ball out of the MVP's hands. The reigning MVP, probably the MVP this year. It's just you're taking the ball out of your best player's hands, and I never understand that. Yeah. And even near the end of the game, right? It's like
that final third down was tough.
Oh, that final third down, even second down, just get him out of the pocket. They could not stop us in the second half. And if Allen's on the move, he's making the right decision, whether he's going, running with the ball, keeping the clock moving, something. But it just seemed like we were a little cowardly yesterday on fourth downs, and just don't give the ball back to the Patriots. And luckily the defense got another stop. So my whole thing, and this is just my final point on McDermott, and I think more Bean as well, is if we don't think we have the talent on defense or talent on offense either, because our receiving core isn't much better than it was last year, then we know the 5-year rule in the NFL. If coaches and quarterbacks together for the first 5 years don't win a Super Bowl, they don't do it ever. Are we going to be the ones to change that? Maybe. But if you go into this playoff against these quarterbacks who are very unproven, no Mahomes, no Burrow, no Jackson, and we don't get it done this year, not only do we need to make roster changes, but I can't run it back again and see the same thing again if we don't at least, I think, make it to the Super Bowl this year. And there's no excuse.
Thanks, Johnny. We'll see. I opened the show saying this: if they do not make it to the Super Bowl this year, winning is another animal. They'd have to, you have to go on the road and probably beat Denver. And Denver, they look good. They do look good. But if you make it, whoever you play, who do you like? The Rams? Do you like the Eagles for this? Who do you like to make the Super Bowl?
Seattle.
The Lions, Seattle, whatever.
The Rams are number one.
Let me back out a little bit more. What's happening right now in the NFL, I think, is the Chiefs getting eliminated is major. And that's because, sorry for the Chiefs obsession here for people that get mad when we talk about the Chiefs, but I do think that every football fan has been living in a Chiefs stupor for 7 years. Mm-hmm. They're always in the championship game. It always runs through them. And because of that, it's almost felt like there's this superpower. You can't get by them. They are too good. And the Bills have lost to them 4 times. And we've all been told along the way, well, if not for the Chiefs, the Bills would have been in the Super Bowl multiple times. They might even have a couple of wins, and that might be right. So just because that superpower is out, there's this vacuum, and we expect, well, the Bills, if they don't step into that right now, then everybody's got to get fired. I mean, Johnny wants big changes, and you won't be alone in wanting that. And I don't know if that's exactly the right way to approach it. It might or might not be. My main thought on it today and watching that game yesterday is if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, I have no time and no energy for the message from the GM being, well, you want to make sure your 2028 cap is in shape. You want to make sure no. You're never one player away. Fine, blah, 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 blah. This team needs to be burn the boats, everything it takes to get the job done. You have one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game in his prime. It's time to do everything you can. And, at this deadline, the report was they were ready to trade for a receiver, and the pick value was wrong. You got to throw out your value charts. You got to do everything you can to make sure that this guy gets there. You are the two, McDermott and Bean, the two primary people responsible for seeing this thing across the line, in addition to, of course, Allen being the primary role player here. So, just get it done. The vacuum left by the Chiefs has everybody thinking, it's got to be us. Doesn't Denver think the same thing?
Everybody thinks the same thing. I mean, everybody...
Denver made the playoffs last year. Sure, they lost here, but Denver, we're going to win our division. I mean, we're going to have the best record in football. We're going to be the 1 seed.
This conference has been owned by 2 people for 15 years.
Right. So it feels
this will be the first year, this season, will be the first time that an AFC championship game does not feature Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady since 2010.
It's unbelievable.
The Sabres playoff drought. Longer than that. And him out of it, everyone will be thinking that. But it's 2 guys that have owned the conference, and with them both now out of the picture for this season, how can the team with the guy that is the baddest of all of them that are in it, not the team that should be the most confident right now that they're going to go through it?
Right.
Because
that's what we see.
We talked about this the last couple of weeks. That's how this conference has worked for a long time, is who's got all the run games and all the special teams and all the DVOA, everything, whatever. Who's got the best quarterback?
That's who wins the AFC.
That's usually who wins the AFC.
Yep.
And right now, who's got the best quarterback? It's Josh Allen.
Yep.
So to not get it, I think it will sting. I think it might sting more than when they lose to the Chiefs over and over and over.
It would be.
It'll sting in a different way at least.
Sure.
Maybe it's being stung by a wasp instead of a bee. It's gonna be different.
Well, think about 13 seconds. Part of the heartbreak of 13 seconds is you felt like that was the dragon, and the next week, home against Cincinnati, I would have taken care of business. Maybe later on we learned that Cincinnati's a little bit tougher than before. But the point being, this is when the Sabres lost to Carolina. They were about to go play Edmonton, the 8 seed of the West. If we just get through this is the thing. This is the big roadblock, even though there are further steps. So I get it. I get that mentality. It feels like they could win it this year because their quarterback is amazing. Their defensive coaching staff they're coaching above their talent. On defense, what they're getting out of this defense, the occasional plays and full halves to let them get back in games. I think it's more likely I want to give McDermott credit than I want to say he'll never win it. And one last thing, Johnny, you brought up. There is absolutely no 5-year rule. It's not real. It's not a predictive thing. That if a coach and quarterback don't win it together in their first 5 years, they never win it. That is not a rule. Most coaches and quarterbacks don't get 10 years together. That's why. It's rare to even get 10 years together. McDermott and Allen could win it this year, and then next year, and then the next year, or one of these 3. And would the rule immediately be just scrapped because somebody then did? You get a lot of, nobody's ever done this, and then as soon as somebody does it, all right, never mind.
Is there any other team in the league that could be saying that right now? Baltimore, right?
Baltimore, yeah. Baltimore could say that right
Harbaugh, Jackson?
now. Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Right. Are you telling me that if...
Taylor and Burrow.
If let's put it on Drake May and Mike Vrabel. 5 years from now, they don't have a Super Bowl. Maybe because Allen and McDermott are in their way. Should they just fire Vrabel? I guess the 5-year rule, it's not a rule. It's definitely a note that people that want a coach fired like to mention, and that's okay. Like, you can make the case. It's not a rule, though. Thanks for the whole call, Johnny. Good stuff, as always. 803-0550. Chris Brown joins us on the other side. It is a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday. Yeah, we're talking this game. We're talking big picture and a playoffs that will not feature Tom Brady. Wait, is Brady going to come back? He might.
He can't. Did you see that?
He can't because he's owner of the Raiders?
He agreed some rule last year was when you're owner, you can't. Like, he'd have to give up his ownership stake. So he cannot come back.
If the Raiders were in it, he would play, right? Is he allowed to play for the Raiders?
No, I don't think he'd play for the Raiders either. Right. Although that sets up what you bet he would do, which is, guys, if I could come back.
He said it.
Oh, he did say it?
He did say he could still play. Yeah, he said I could definitely still play. He said it last week.
He's the worst.
Of course,
He's the worst.
Of course he said it. He cannot say it. He'll be 60 and he'll say it. All right, Chris Brown next here on Buffalo Bills Victory Monday. Jeremy White here for Whalen Brewing. This one challenged me. I tell you, I always think they're going to win.
Yeah.
I always think they're going to win. And at halftime, I thought, I still think it's not over. I might have gone, I might not be in like the green zone of they're still going to win. I might have gone in like to the caution zone of like, well, it isn't over. I'm not cashing bets here. It's not over. So, anyway.
I thought that it could be over because I don't know whether to trust whether the offense bounces back in second halves because sometimes they don't. The defense seems to every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time the defense plays poorly in the first half, they are going to bounce back in the second half. I counted that if you take out game, but if you take out the 165-yard run by New England in the second half, the Bills held them to 15 yards and 17 plays.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
The other 17 plays went for 15 yards by New England. So the defense does it.
Yep.
They always, no matter how bad it looks, and it looked bad in the first half, right? New England kind of did whatever they wanted. No matter how bad it looks, they are going to bounce back in the second half. Didn't know that we would get that from the offense. I mean, they had to score 5 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
And did anybody think they were ready? They might have bounced back, but 5 straight touchdowns didn't feel in the cards for me when we were watching those first couple of drives.
Yep. Yeah, some self-inflicted issues along the way, whether it's a drop or just like looking like things were out of sync. I mean, whatever. It ends up a Bills win, and the conversation about the division is there. The conversation about the 1 seed is maybe there, but not as much. So I want to ask you something. Like, this might be tough to answer, but watching them come back like this and watching them never quit, and you want to say that it's heart or whatever you want to say, I think Josh Allen would get a lot of credit for that, right? When you're on the sideline as a player and Allen is your quarterback, I can think of this for the opener, Joey Bosa talking about how much fun it is, and Khalil Shakir, and Allen wanted to credit the rest of the team as well, like he often does, like the belief they have in each other. And I wonder, how much of the belief in it's never over until it's over, most of that I think is Allen. But like McDermott, the coaches, like the kind of atmosphere they foster, like who else deserves slices of that pie?
I just think that they have belief in one another, knowing they have Josh Allen, and belief in their coaching staff that they're going to put him in a position to be able to still fix things that are going wrong and correct them and get it right by the end of the game. Yes, that's right. It's not just Josh Allen, but certainly when you have that quarterback on your sideline and you know that you're still down, you can score at any time. He can do a lot of great things that other people just can't do. And I said it last week. I kept using the phrase last week after the Bengals. I'm going to use it again today. I'm going to say it on the Extra Point Show a lot today. Just keep playing.
Yeah.
You just keep playing. It's a long game. This is sports, everybody. Now, it's not ideal. You don't want to do this every week. I'm not saying this is, don't worry about it. The Bills will just win. This is not a great – you can't continue to do this every week, right? And it's going to catch up to you eventually, you would think. But you just keep playing. It's sports. The game is long. You're going to make plays. They're going to make plays. They made a lot of plays. They had a really good game plan. Let's remember, the Patriots had 2 weeks to prepare for the Bills. They had some wrinkles in early in the game. They were keeping the Bills off balance. I thought the Patriots came out. And you know what Shaq Thompson said? I think it was Shaq Thompson in the locker room. He said they had their first 15, like it was tough. Like they were trying to keep up and like they had a really good script. Give the Patriots coaches credit to having a really nice first script of the game and to, do what they wanted to do. Give the Bills coaches credit for saying, okay, we took your punch. We see what you're wanting to do. You showed your hand. What do you have left now? We're going to make some adjustments. And the Bills from there outcoach the Patriots after all of that. So I just think it's all of that mixed in, Jeremy, where there's just a lot of faith and belief over the years that we have the right coaches in place and we have the quarterback that's able to do it. All we got to do on defense is get a few stops and give them the ball a couple of times.
Second half team strikes again as the Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31. Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes for 193 yards and 3 touchdowns. James Cook had 22 carries, for 107 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns, along with a passing touchdown. Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns and 3 receptions for 37 yards. He became the all-time leader for touchdown receptions in franchise history. They foiled the hat and t-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped their streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple of games at home. First up is the Flyers, this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. Around the NFL, the Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game was coming to a close. The Broncos beat the Packers 34-26. Micah Parsons is believed to have a torn ACL. And the Rams beat the Lions 41-34. Devontae Adams left the game early with a hamstring injury. Phillip Rivers and the Colts fall short against the Seahawks as well, 18-16. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Five-man rush, has time, steps up, and he's caught in the pocket and dragged down for the sack. Matt Milano pulls him down, and it's the punt unit time for the Patriots.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of, after the Bills come from behind win to beat the New England Patriots, a 35-31 score. Chris, good morning. Is anybody that surprised? Are you all that surprised from 21-0 to where we are right now?
A little bit. But I did say at halftime, the Bills have been a second-half team all season long. And some of the first halves this season have been downright ugly. And that one was ugly. There's no other way to shape it or frame it. But I knew that the Bills led the league in second-half point difference, plus 95. And they did it last week against the Bengals. They did it again this week against the Patriots. And when you look up, they're plus 21 in the second half. And, they have the ability to come back on teams that think the game is over. And, you got Stephon Diggs and Mac Hollins jaw-jacking people and bouncing around on the sidelines. And there was a little extracurricular activity at the end of the half going into the locker room. Between some Bills linemen and some Patriots players, and some of the players in the locker room after the game said, yeah, we heard it. And I'm just going to say it. Rudy Tomjanovich, the old Houston Rockets head coach, used to say, never underestimate the heart of a champion. And I know the Bills are only division champs, but we knew what was on the line yesterday. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. They challenged them, and they paid for it.
What do you think? Because this is another time we've seen it, Chris. We've seen it a lot this season. Best explains their improvement from the first to the second half, especially on defense, because the defense seems like is doing it even more than the offense is, that they get off to a slow start and then the second half. I mean, I counted, Chris, that other than the 65-yard run from Travion Henderson, it was 17 plays and 15 yards for New England's offense. Like they've shut teams down like that a lot.
Yeah, Patriots had 3 first downs in the second half. So I think what happens is they go into a game with a game plan defensively, and obviously every team's going to have some wrinkles that you're not prepared for. And this was a team with an offensive staff that's coming off a bye week, had an extra week of time to throw some new wrinkles into the game plan. And yeah, they caught the Bills flat-footed, had them crossed up on a lot of stuff in the first half. But I think this coaching staff, on both sides of the ball for the most part, but particularly on defense, as soon as they know what it is that you are doing and how you are hurting them, they come up with corrections that completely neutralize what you're doing, and they gain the upper hand over the final 2 quarters. And with the capabilities of this quarterback and this offense, all they need to do is get 3 or 4 stops, and you can climb back into a game rather quickly, and we've seen it time and time and time again.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. What is it that you think they saw New England doing that they thought they could stop? Like, just as simple as, we think we can cover these receivers and, find our pass rush eventually. They wanted to cage Drake May in. And to me, that was the biggest difference between the first and second half, Chris, was like May did not seem as eager to run, or maybe didn't have the space to run, but that's what stopped in the second half.
Yeah, I think it was a more disciplined pass rush in the second half. They kind of took an approach to May that they have taken to Lamar Jackson in previous matchups with the Ravens. And so the escape lanes weren't there for him to not only take off and run, but to extend plays. They constricted the pocket and did not recklessly try to get to the quarterback. And that put him in moments of indecision. And there have not been many moments for Drake May this season where he has been unsure of what he's looking at and unsure of where to go with the football. And that was as indecisive as I have seen Drake May all season long because of it.
Was there a moment, Chris, in this game where you might have thought the whole time like they have a chance of coming back? Was there ever a point, what was the moment where you're like, okay, they're going to win this game?
As soon as it was 24-14, you could see it going. I mean, you could see it coming from a mile away. I mean, Dawson Knox executes that route where he crashes in like he's going to block and then pivots out along the goal line, and you could just see the Bills sideline. Everything had completely flipped momentum-wise. The crowd got awfully quiet, awfully fast, and that's when you could just see the whole thing turning. You could feel it in the building. A lot of nervous Patriots fans, and it just kind of went from there. And look, I know the 65-yard run by Henderson late might have broken the backs of a lot of teams, but I think you have to really credit the resolve of this football team. Like, I know a lot of teams out there can say it, and some of the Bills players said it yesterday. We don't blink. They really don't blink, guys. Like, okay, yeah, all right, we screwed up on that play. We didn't set the edge. We didn't hold contain. All right, let's just go down and get a touchdown and put this thing to bed. And I mean, to be able to perform that way in those circumstances in a game of those stakes really says something. And I want to throw this in, guys, because as you know, our broadcast booth is very close to the lower bowl of the stands. Literally 10 feet below us are fans. And there's a walkway right beneath us behind the last row in the bowl. And they're filing out as soon as James Cook scores on that 11-yard run, with 6:48 left. They're filing out. And I was just and so I noted that on the broadcast, and I said it very, very loud on purpose. I also, at the end, was very sure to say in a loud voice that there's no division title being handed out today. Let's just say I was laying it on thick.
Yeah.
And I had every intention of doing that on purpose because I'm not going to lie. I try to be as objective as I can. We all try to maintain our credibility as journalists, but that just felt too good. I had to let it out.
Yeah. The thing I've been saying today, and I wonder if you'd agree with this, Chris, like the Patriots still very much could win the division. If they beat the Jets and the Dolphins, they will win it. But that said, it's different. It would have been different for them. It would have been much more crowning to have swept the Bills and do it with 3 games left. Now, if they got to go to Week 18 and win it there, like it's just. I know it's the same accomplishment on. They can put a banner up there if they want to for division champs, but for the general conversation, and if there's another game, the Bills are going to be favored in New England again. Like it just feels like they had a moment and it got away from them, and they're not going to get it back maybe until they beat the Bills in a playoff game.
Right. And look, we all know that this Bills team is flawed, maybe as flawed as any team in the last handful of years. The Patriots have flaws too. And I think that was revealed on Sunday. They don't have anybody to rush the passer with any great authority. I mean, Harold Landry's a nice player, but he's not elite. They have good cover corners on the outside, but their linebackers and safeties are nothing special in coverage. And you take one defensive tackle out of their run front, and they're giving up almost 1.5 yards more per run play since Milton Williams left the lineup and went on IR. Like one guy completely changes the scope of your defense. Think of all the people the Bills have been without in their lineup this season. The Patriots are flawed. They're not perfect either, and there's a lot of flawed teams across the AFC. So this thing is as wide open as I can remember. So, yes, the Bills have some issues. We all know what they are, but they got they got the best quarterback in the game, and perhaps the best quarterback on the AFC side of the ledger. If Lamar doesn't make it in, we already know Mahomes is out. So just enjoy the ride, people, because nothing's perfect. And I don't think this AFC playoff race is going to be anything perfect either.
That's right. Chris Brown joining us here after Bills-Patriots. They split the season series. Next up are the Bills, the Browns. Chris, thanks very much, and we'll talk Friday.
All right, take care, guys.
Chris Brown. His appearance is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. We should go back and get the clip of him saying, just like trolling the fans, and they're leaving. They're leaving. Let's pull that up. Hey, if they can hear you.
It's a nice fan base to have that situation with, I would say, only 10 feet away.
Listen, I have a lot of respect for what the Patriots have done. Drake May, Mike Vrabel. Again, it is like year 1 for them, and they're off to a good start. I do, however, think it went a little far, like the Chris Sims clip of all. Oh, that's the most complete team in the AFC.
Oh, man.
Like, I had not heard a single person say that until he said that yesterday. Like, please. They're definitely not complete. They need a lot of the same things the Bills need. All right,
I had been looking for to regain my Patriots loathing, basically. Like, how do I get back to that? Because I think May, Vrabel, very likable. Yep. I don't have a problem with Diggs personally. I don't have a problem with Matt Collins personally. Like, there's nothing about that team that is hateable to me.
The shoeless walk in the stadium.
You know what did it for me? Who was the play-by-play in color yesterday again? Who was on color for Bills and Patriots?
Wasn't J.J. Watt? Was J.J. Watt?
I think it was J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt might have got me there. J.J. Watt screaming at the top of his lungs about Drake May running to block for Travion Henderson like it was the greatest play he's ever seen in NFL history. That might have got me there a little bit. Like,
He was
right,
running. He was running pretty
settle
fast.
down a little.
He was going pretty fast.
He didn't even block Trey White.
He got in the way.
Trey White wasn't getting there anyway.
No, listen, if you've not yet seen Phillip Rivers stand up from one knee, to me, it's the NFL highlight of the year. It's the highlight of the year.
It was so slow, too.
Listen, I know it because that's how I stand up on one knee. You got to hunch forward to make sure you get that over the front leg.
Yep.
When he stood up on one knee, I laughed out loud. I gasped.
I don't think they can. They can't put him out there again. They can't put him out there again.
Yeah, why not? They had a 16-15 lead on the road.
I gotta give you the play-by-play at the end of that game. They also settled for a 60-yard field goal on purpose because they were so afraid to keep running plays with him. They had the ball. Here, what was their situation? Okay, they have the ball. Rivers made one great pass on that final drive. They're down 16-15 with at the 2-minute warning. They go run, Rivers incomplete. Rivers then hits Alec Pierce for the first down. Best throw of the game. So now they have the ball at midfield. The Colts are down a point. There's a minute 12 on the clock. They have the ball at midfield. Here's what they did. Jonathan Taylor up the middle for no gain. Phillip Rivers pass short. Tylan Warren, 3 yards. They have 3rd and 7 at the Seattle 46 with a minute to go, and they ran the ball up the middle for 3 yards and settled for a 60-yard field goal with 50 seconds left. They couldn't run a real offense because they were so afraid of him getting hit, or I don't know. It is a good defense they played, though.
Yes. 803-0550, our number. Wide open phone lines for you. You can jump in if you want. We're on like Sabres News Watch too.
They are they heading home? They're probably heading home today, right?
All right.
I doubt they headed home last night.
Right. Spend the night,
Seattle.
get up, fly back today. So maybe that news comes tomorrow. If that news comes,
or later today, and if it even does, they're on a win streak.
3 in a row.
Not sure it matters, but
they are in last. 803-0550.
They've been in last a lot this year.
Yes. Their projected pace is 82 points.
I mean, that's better than some of these drought seasons.
Yes, it is.
Zach Benson's scoring, by the way.
Congratulations to him.
He's really ruining what would have been the funniest thing ever, which was 0 goals and 70 assists season. That's what I was really
You were rooting for that?
I was rooting for that. They
beat Vancouver. They beat Seattle, home for Philly, who is in a playoff spot right now. They're calling it a...
No. Shut it off.
I'll wait till Thursday. One way or another, we're calling that thing a must-win.
We're going
to do it.
We can't allow him to do it again.
Listen.
We can't allow him to do it again.
I'll lay it out very quickly. If they have not made the managerial change, I'm calling it a must-win to get a loss to get this thing moving. And if they have made the managerial change, then it's a new era, baby, and it's time to win.
But you're admitting to your own jinx power by admitting.
I would be using the jinx power for good in one scenario, and in the other scenario, it's a new regime. It's wide open. There's no jinx.
You think that cancels out your jinx power?
Yeah, new regime. Yep. Totally.
All right, Thursday will be the test.
That's right. One way or another.
If they do it and you call it a must-win on Thursday and they lose, you have to agree to never do it again.
I'm definitely not agreeing to that. No way. 803-0550. It's Buffalo Bills Victory Monday here on WGR.
We stayed the course, stayed together, didn't ride the highs, didn't ride the lows, just told ourselves at halftime, we really felt like we were hurting ourselves in the first half, going out there and just trying to execute each and every given play.
This script, Sal, has played out multiple times this year where the defense looks like it's got absolutely no answers in the first half, and then they get the answers in the second half, and we just kind of wait to see if the offense can come alive and figure it out. And, of course, they did, 5 consecutive touchdown drives. What, to your eye, flipped? Let's start with the offense first. How were they able to go from, in their own way, inefficient, not being able to convert, punting, a couple of plus territory punts, to 5 consecutive touchdown drives?
Excuse me. Well, they got to the running game. They got back to the running game the way they needed to, first of all. I just didn't think that they were really in position. It felt like after the first play where Brandon Cooks dropped the ball, they were kind of already behind, 2nd and 10 right there. They couldn't stay on schedule, as you say, right? They got to running the ball. And, Josh said, and he was right, Ray Davis, that kick return in the second half really just kind of gave them, okay, we're in a good position here. They got the ball to start the second half. You knew if you scored, you're down 10 points, and that's a new ball game. And I think really that just settled them down. I really think that kind of flip where they could just stay balanced. They could stay balanced in the second half. They were able to get to the run game. They were able to get to some concepts they wanted to use throughout the game. They never really got to it in the first half because they didn't have the ball enough. The Patriots dominated. They had the ball, time of possession. They were running on the Bills. They were putting the Bills down. The Bills felt, I think, they were pressing a little bit in the first half. I actually thought the Bills played tight. One of the reasons why that they didn't play well in the first half, I thought they played a little tight. They were making mistakes. They couldn't get to what they wanted to do. I think they just kind of became themselves in the second half. I know it sounds cliche. I do. I just think they settled down. They got more of a balanced attack. That really opened up a little bit of everything. So that was nice for them to be able to do that. And then once they started rolling in the second half and figured, okay, it's a 10-point game. They get that first touchdown. They're leaning on the run game. Now you just feel like you can kind of use your whole playbook, and there's a lot of football to be played.
Yeah. So I want to ask you something like this might be tough to answer, but, watching them come back like this and watching them never quit, and you want to say that it's heart or whatever you want to say, I think Josh Allen would get a lot of credit for that, right? When you're on the sideline as a player and Allen is your quarterback, I can think of this for the opener, Joey Bosa talking about how much fun it is and Khalil Shakir. And, Allen wanted to credit the rest of the team as well, like he often does, like the belief they have in each other. And I wonder, how much of the belief in it's never over until it's over, most of that I think is Allen. But like McDermott, the coaches, like the kind of atmosphere they foster, like who else deserves slices of that pie?
I just think that they have belief in one another, knowing they have Josh Allen, and belief in their coaching staff that they're going to put him in a position to be able to still fix things that are going wrong and correct them and get it right by the end of the game. Yes, that's right. It's not just Josh Allen, but certainly when you have that quarterback on your sideline and you know that you're still down, you can score at any time. He can do a lot of great things that other people just can't do. And I said it last week. I kept using the phrase last week after the Bengals. I'm going to use it again today. I'm going to say it on the Extra Point Show a lot today. Just keep playing.
Yeah.
You just keep playing. It's a long game. This is sports, everybody. Now, it's not ideal. You don't want to do this every week. I'm not saying this is, don't worry about it. The Bills will just win. This is not a great – you can't continue to do this every week, right? And it's going to catch up to you eventually, you would think. But you just keep playing. It's sports. The game is long. You're going to make plays. They're going to make plays. They made a lot of plays. They had a really good game plan. Let's remember, the Patriots had 2 weeks to prepare for the Bills. They had some wrinkles in early in the game. They were keeping the Bills off balance. I thought the Patriots came out. And you know what Shaq Thompson said? I think it was Shaq Thompson in the locker room. He said they had their first 15, like it was tough. Like they were trying to keep up and like they had a really good script. Give the Patriots coaches credit to having a really nice first script of the game and to, do what they wanted to do. Give the Bills coaches credit for saying, okay, we took your punch. We see what you're wanting to do. You showed your hand. What do you have left now? We're going to make some adjustments. And the Bills from there outcoach the Patriots after all of that. So I just think it's all of that mixed in, Jeremy, where there's just a lot of faith and belief over the years that we have the right coaches in place, and we have the quarterback that's able to do it. All we got to do on defense is get a few stops and give them the ball a couple of times.
I mean, it's been a while since we lost, but I wouldn't say we forgot it all. But it's definitely something you never know. We probably needed it. Going on a little streak is I'm not gonna say it's a lot of pressure, but you expect to win it as you should each and every week. But you play good teams every week, and it's a new week every week. I'm trying to go 1-0. You just can't ever draw it or kind of say how it's going to be. So it's good for us. It's kind of said in the beginning of the year, lessons. If you don't learn nothing from it, then obviously you're lost. But it's a lesson for sure.
Steph Diggs, after the Patriots' loss to the Bills, 35-31 the final score. Bills win, rallying from down 21-0 in this game to win. Jeremy and Joe, happy Victory Monday. Victory Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We're late. We can get your calls in, and we'll do that on the other side. Also get you our fantastic four-way parlay, Dolphins and Steelers tonight. Who to root for, I don't think you really have to care. Do what you want. Like, the Bills are going to be where the Bills are. Mm-hmm. Maybe the 4 spot.
I'm rooting for Pittsburgh.
If you're actually still a little bit afraid of Baltimore, then root for Pittsburgh. Go for that. Those two teams still play. But, yeah, it does swing it more towards Pittsburgh hosting and in hilarious fashion. Like, the Steelers make the playoffs and think they're going to be okay and then just get, stomped by the Bills. Who's ready for that? That spread should be 12 when the Bills go to Pittsburgh in the playoffs. 803-0550. All right, wide open, your phone calls. We'll break things down on the division race, the conference race, and no Chiefs. So you don't have to hate watch. Meanwhile, have you seen the Christmas schedule? Rough.
I know the Chiefs are on it.
Yeah, it's Broncos-Chiefs now with Gardner Minshew. That's tough.
And nothing to play for.
Yep. And the other 2 games, there are 3 games, and all 3 are just kind of not nearly what you thought.
Commanders-Cowboys.
Right.
And Vikings-Lions.
Tough.
Yeah, you got
one good game, and that's good with one team. If one,
what's the good game?
I guess Vikings-Lions, maybe. I don't know. It's not a great slate.
It's Minnesota trusting. Yeah, that's the bad slate.
803-0550, Devontae Adams, hamstring injury. He aggravated that. Rams could be without him for a little bit of time. They play on Thursday against Seattle. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. It is the holidays.
This script, Sal, has played out multiple times this year where the defense looks like it's got absolutely no answers in the first half, and then they get the answers in the second half, and we just kind of wait to see if the offense can come alive and figure it out. And, of course, they did, 5 consecutive touchdown drives. What, to your eye, flipped? Let's start with the offense first. How were they able to go from, in their own way, inefficient, not being able to convert, punting, a couple of plus territory punts, to 5 consecutive touchdown drives?
Excuse me. Well, they got to the running game. They got back to the running game the way they needed to, first of all. I just didn't think that they were really in position. It felt like after the first play where Brandon Cooks dropped the ball, they were kind of already behind, 2nd and 10 right there. They couldn't stay on schedule, as you say, right? They got to running the ball. And, Josh said, and he was right, Ray Davis, that kick return in the second half really just kind of gave them, okay, we're in a good position here. They got the ball to start the second half. You knew if you scored, you're down 10 points, and that's a new ball game. And I think really that just settled them down. I really think that kind of flip where they could just stay balanced. They could stay balanced in the second half. They were able to get to the run game. They were able to get to some concepts they wanted to use throughout the game. They never really got it to it in the first half because they didn't have the ball enough. The Patriots dominated. They had the ball, time of possession. They were running on the Bills. They were putting the Bills down. The Bills felt, I think, they were pressing a little bit in the first half. I actually thought the Bills played tight. One of the reasons why that they didn't play well in the first half, I thought they played a little tight. They were making mistakes. They couldn't get to what they wanted to do. I think they just kind of became themselves in the second half. I know it sounds cliche. I do. I just think they settled down. They got more of a balanced attack. That really opened up a little bit of everything. So that was nice for them to be able to do that. And then once they started rolling in the second half and figured, okay, it's a 10-point game. They get that first touchdown. They're leaning on the run game. Now you just feel like you can kind of use your whole playbook, and there's a lot of football to be played.
Yeah.
The Bills rally to beat the Patriots 35-31. Josh Allen completed 19 of 23 passes for 193 yards with 3 touchdowns. James Cook had 22 carries for 107 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, along with a passing touchdown. And Dawson Knox had 2 touchdowns, 3 receptions for 37 yards. He became the all-time leader for touchdown receptions by a tight end in franchise history. They foiled the hat and t-shirt game for the Patriots, and up next, they head to Cleveland to take on the Browns next Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. The Sabres able to get a win in Seattle last night, 3-1. Over the weekend, they snapped their streak of not having a regulation road win since April of last season. Up next, they have a couple games at home. First up is the Flyers this Thursday with puck drop set for 7:30. The Bandits dropped their first of the season to the Thunderbirds in overtime by a score of 9-8. They're on the road for the first time this season for their next matchup against Calgary on December 28th. Around the NFL, Chargers beat the Chiefs 16-13, eliminating them from playoff contention. Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as the game is coming to a close. The Broncos beat the Packers 34-26. Micah Parsons is believed to have a torn ACL. And the Rams beat the Lions 41-34. Devontae Adams left the game early with a hamstring injury. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Fakes the handoff. May going to keep it. Coming around the left side. Looking for the end zone, and he is in for an 8-yard touchdown run. Back to pass. Now going to tuck it and run. And he's wide open as there is no spy on Drake May. And he runs it in. Look out. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Travion Henderson.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
Fakes the handoff, play action. Rolling out, it's complete to Dawson Knox, who is into the end zone. 4-man rush. Allen steps up, fires, and he's got Knox in the end zone for a touchdown. Here's the snap, handoff to Cook, lowers the shoulder, looking for the end zone, and he's in. James Cook with a trifecta.
Whether we're playing really good, whether we're playing really bad, this team, we're going to stick together and continue to fight and continue to try to find ways to win football games, and I think we saw that tonight.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Bills win, and along the way, other contenders suffer some losses. I mean, the Chiefs, of course, are no longer contending for a playoff spot. They are out. Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL. The Packers lose Micah Parsons. He'd been covering up a lot of their defensive problems. He's, of course, a game wrecker. He tears his ACL. That's tough for them. They lost in Denver. And in the AFC, looks about the same as it did going into the week, where I don't know who's the most impressive. The Jaguars rolled up the Jets. A lot of teams do that right about now, right? Joe Flacco. The Bears put up 39 on the Jets. The Bengals did too. Anyway, the question I wanted to ask you to start this hour, Joe, I'll ask you and everyone out there, how much of they play for each other, they believe, there's belief on that sideline, what percentage of that is simply, well, Josh Allen's the quarterback? Because let's think back to some of the great comebacks in history, right? 28-3. Patriots themselves down 28-3, beat the Falcons, and it's like no one on that sideline was giving up. No one was giving up. Mm-hmm. I mean, would you give up if your quarterback was Chad Pennington?
Oh man, I mean,
like how much of it?
Like when yesterday the Jets have Brady Cook at quarterback, it's probably pretty easy to give up at some point.
Right. We have a lot of belief in each other. Like everybody. It's a nice story. The winners tell the stories. What I would ask is how much of all that is, and I asked this to Sal, like the defense believing in itself, special teams, like they coach it up where players are definitely not giving up. You've got their focus, you've got their best as best you can. How much of that is just directly to like, I'm a special teamer. I'm Sam Franklin. I'm going to make this tackle because Josh Allen's important. Because we're never out of it with 17. Like Shakir said that in the Baltimore comeback. When do we start this thing going? It's like, usually second half. Wait till Josh gets going. So you want to give a lot of credit.
Yeah.
You want to talk. Really, the quarterback is just like Is he 90% of it? Is that too much?
I'd say over 50.
Okay, over 50.
I'd say a lot of it has to be that.
Is he 83% of all of that belief?
I mean, their defense is coming together this year, there are a couple examples that I would point to if I were trying to make the counter to that of, well, no, they are like that in general anyway. Like, Allen never got rolling against Houston. He never really got rolling against Atlanta. And their defense did pull together and perform amazing in the second half.
Right, but how much of that is because let's keep giving him chances.
Because they thought, right.
Keep giving him chances.
Even if he's not performing, they know who he is.
Right. There are teams, it's 21-0 at halftime. That game is over. You know that game is over, and everybody in the building knows that game is over. And with this guy, the game's not over. With a couple quarterbacks, it's not over.
Yeah.
You know what?
And you can make it about McDermott if you want to, but I would point to Tomlin in the Steelers because they've never had that quarterback,
right?
And that team quits all the time.
That's a good point.
That team always
quits. Fair. You know what this game also kind of reminded me of? It reminded me. It's not a perfect comparison, but it reminds me of the Bills' playoff loss in Houston, where a team goes up big, and it's like, look at this, they're ready for their moment, and then along the way, wait a minute. Something goofy happened. All of a sudden, the Texans steal the win. And, we walk out of that game thinking, I thought it was their moment. And it wasn't. But they weren't about to go away.
Yeah.
If you're over here dunking on New England, I would say dunk. Dunk while you can. And maybe the rest of this year you can dunk by beating them again in the playoffs. But I don't think that team is going away. We had a caller earlier say, Drake May showed his true colors. I don't know about that. I don't think so. I think these two teams are going to be in battles like this a lot going forward.
And the last one, he did the thing.
Right, he got the game-winning field goal.
He stiff-armed Daquan Jones, and he kept leading them down the field, and he pulled the drive together that he needed to. So I don't think they're going away either. I think this is probably the weakest form of New England for years. They're going to add. They have money to do it. They have, I think, a smart coaching staff and a great quarterback. I would expect them to get even better. You might expect the Bills to get better too, and fix their problems.
Yes, definitely.
Over time, maybe they'll try. They have less to do it with, but at this point in time, there's no long-term takeaway I have from New England yesterday. None.
No, me either. I mean, they're kind of good, right? I mean, does a team?
They're a good team.
If you think,
I think they're a good team. That I think their similar problems to the Bills is I don't think their defense is probably that talented. The difference is right now the Bills are, I think, their defense is getting coached up.
Yeah.
In New England, I don't know how good it is or how bad it even is because I just haven't seen it tested.
They also don't.
DVOA would tell you they're the 27th best defense in the league.
Right.
But that's very opponent based. Is that they're ranked that low? So are they going to get lit up in the playoffs by whoever they play?
Maybe.
If the Jaguars played the Patriots in the playoffs, should I expect New England to get lit up? I might start beginning there.
Yeah, you might.
They are. That's why when we heard earlier, whoever was making the point, Chris Sims are the most complete team in the conference. I almost feel like they're the least complete team. They're the least balanced. I think New England is fueled by an amazing quarterback. That's their season. Everything else is either pretty good or maybe in the defense's case, it's bad, especially at the front seven. Whereas Denver and even the Bills, I feel like they might be the most unbalanced team that you would see going into the playoffs.
I asked the question on pregame. I'll ask it again. How different are the Bills and Patriots? Not that different. If they played 10 times, what's the series? 6-4?
6-4 Bills.
7-3 if you want to get – put it this way. If it's 10 games in December, it goes 10-0 Bills because Allen doesn't lose in December, right? But I don't think they're that different. And I think if they played again, the Bills would be slight favorites. I would think the Bills are going to win. I thought they would win this time. And unless Josh McDaniels has a better game plan against whatever the Bills are able to do, I'm surprised. The first that would be one element of it that was a bit of a surprise to me. I thought May would at least have one counterpunch, and he really didn't. They had the 68-yard touchdown run from Henderson, and that was it. He didn't have any answers. Anthony in Angola. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. A couple things. One, Josh Allen's MVP chances. I know a lot, 3 weeks left. Just wanted to see your thoughts on that. And secondly, I follow a couple things on Twitter where in the first half there was the cowardly punt scale where we had a couple.
Two bad ones, two very bad ones. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just checking if you guys thought those were two bad ones. And the third one was the challenge that, McDermott, didn't even throw the red flag for. I know it could have come up from up top, but, I think that was a big momentum shift in the game, even though it was early. I just think, too, you guys do a great job assessing everything. I think lately you guys have been pro McBean, and that's fine. But I still think, too, hoping that we only get 3 or 4 stops a game is a really non-rational way to look at playing football just because we have Josh Allen. I think the roster's flawed, and I think part of that reason, you guys talk about, our defense not having, the right pieces and everything else, but doesn't that come from McBean?
For sure. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Like, when you say we're pro McBean, I mean, that's a very broad statement.
I just think lately you guys, which is fine, we're winning, but I think lately you guys have hammered them, which but I think we talk about the defensive problems not being McDermott's fault. I think they are.
Yeah, I think he's done a great.
I'm sure he has a say in the roster, and we say the depth and this and that, and Rousseau's playing perfectly for what the money he makes. I think you got to expect more out of Rousseau. I mean, and
what would tell you that?
Yeah.
Why? Why should I expect more out of Rousseau?
Why?
Yeah.
He's not very involved in 6'7". How many passes?
He plays more snaps than any defensive end they've ever had.
What's that?
He plays as many snaps as any defensive end under this head coach ever.
So shouldn't he have more of an impact in a game?
He's not. He was a low first-round pick that had one good year of college, and he's paid about half what the top guys are.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I'm not criticizing. I'm just wondering why we think he's playing fine for the money he's making. That's all. I think he hasn't knocked down a pass all year. He's 6'7". He's got 4 sacks, and he sets the edge on the defense. I mean, I think you can expect more out of a guy for $20 million a year. But
are you saying the reason they don't have like blue chipper, all pro Micah Parsons or who are the Patrick Surtain level players on that side of the ball is more about McDermott?
I think he has a style, a guy that he likes. Yeah, that fits his. No.
Well, whatever. Like I don't know. Was Matt Milano his style of guy when he was the best linebacker in football?
Yeah, undersized. Yeah, absolutely. He likes the undersized guy.
That's true. They do like they. Well, thanks, Anthony. There's a lot to this conversation. I think McDermott's doing a heck of a job with a roster that is not great. I will say it 100,000 times. I think too many people think that the head coach has more of a role in the roster than he does. The GM is the GM. The coach is the coach. The GM picks the players. Does the coach tell him, I like this guy, I like that guy? Sure. But the GM works with scouts. Does the McDermott overrule scouts? Like, let's just, how does a team work? I've got a room full of people, and we're talking about that next defensive end. Maybe it's Greg Rousseau. Does McDermott tell you, I like this about this guy and this about that guy? And then it comes to the Bills pick on 30th on the board, and what do?
Right.
They talk to their scouts. McDermott does not just walk in and pick players. And if you want to go the concept of how they play defense, penetrating defensive line, sure, undersized linebackers, like there are points to be made there. But, when you say like we defend McBean, to points, I think the Bills' roster building has been questionable. Like there's some warts there.
Yeah, like it's funny too.
And McDermott on the 4th down calls. Sorry, Joe. As McDermott on the 4th down calls, like those were terrible. One of the big mysteries to me, and the reason it's a mystery is because it's inconsistent. I came in last week and said, okay, right, in the big games, McDermott's going to go for the 4th downs. And then this week he didn't, which means it's all just gut-alytics right now. I used to have what I thought was a book. I had the McDermott book on when he goes for 4th downs, and he has thrown the book out. I don't know what it is now. Maybe we'll find our way to what it is.
Right.
But it's unpredictable now.
And in terms of like there's one period of time where I would safely say that was McDermott pulling the strings and bringing in his own guys. It was the 6 months or 7 months between January of 2017 and May of 2017 when Brandon Beane arrived as the general manager while McDermott was the head coach. There was a draft and there was a free agency in that period. And in that time, McDermott brought in Tre'Davious White, Jordan Poyer, Matt Milano, and Micah Hyde. And I would say to this day, those are the four most talented players, at least that have performed at the highest level that they've had on defense this entire time. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
That's not a good look. You've had 8 years to draft and develop this coach's players on that side of the ball, and in 4 months, he brought in more of those level of players than you have. So, like, I don't know, like, how would I get to blaming McDermott that, I guess, would you want to blame him for? That Kyrie Elam wasn't any better and that you didn't develop him properly? Is that something that he deserves more criticism for? Because that's something that usually goes to Beane. Like,
Right.
Who is the player, who is the position group that I should stare at and say, you don't get results out of this position? Maybe it's defensive end.
Yep.
Is that it? Like, you're too rotational. Why are you always bringing guys in and out? Why is Von Miller, even at his best, only playing 45% of the snaps? Like, is that the place to look? I would want to know the specific players or position group that McDermott is failing them at. Because to me, I'm with you. I look at their defense and say, it's not that talented. They don't have high-level performing players at those positions, so you're scraping it together with whatever you got. Christian Benford is a pretty good corner. He's maybe a low-end tier 1 corner in the league, and he's probably your best player on that side of the ball.
He might be like a top 15, top 10 corner.
A top 15 player in his position is the most talented player.
Let's go top 10, sure.
Right, I don't know. It's hard for me to ever get to their defensive problems right now are McDermott's fault.
Yeah, they've got a million practice squad elevations. They've got injuries. They are imperfect. I mean, they're getting it done. Joe Brady, we're mad at Joe Brady a lot. He is also getting it done. It's an offense built kind of without receivers, and they get it done. Right. And to me, the lesson in that is not, you don't need them. It's you're managing to get through it without them, and sometimes it's really impressive. A game like yesterday, Josh Allen makes a lot of plays. Like, listen, these last couple games, they've needed fourth down conversions to make the game a game. That's every one of these comebacks, you got to money down. Baltimore, 4th and 2, pass deflected, goes to Keon Coleman. That game stays alive because of that one play. Cincinnati, multiple fourth downs. They got 3 out of 4. Without them, they don't win that game. This game, the touchdown pass to Dawson Knox that's 3rd and 15. There's one on 4th and 2. The other one to Knox. It's a 4th and 2.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get that. It's a different game. Like, you're getting money down plays from your freak show quarterback to change the outcome of games. And I don't even think it's really a controversial take. It seems like everybody seems to think the Bills roster is probably not as good as it has been in years past. It doesn't mean it has to stay there. And again, like they're getting it done. I think McDermott's the job McDermott is doing coaching, getting results from the defense is good for the most part. And from the game management standpoint, well, he's been. To me, this year it's been a rougher year for him.
Part of why my confidence has grown in this is the year they could go to the Super Bowl is there is one area of McDermott that I will not defend him, and that is his defense against the Chiefs in the playoffs.
It's terrible.
There is no defense for how much worse McDermott's defenses are against that team in the postseason than everybody else's are. Like, even the other teams that Mahomes sees in the playoffs, they perform way better than McDermott's do. So that appears to be the fatal flaw of this head coach at this point in time. And guess what? That fatal flaw is not getting tested this January.
That's true. The one thing I always say to that is, why do the Chiefs get more against the Bills than other teams? Is because they always need more against the Bills than other teams. And the Chiefs always ultimately get what they need. This year, of course, they're not going to get that. But you're right. If we get to the playoffs and Trevor Lawrence drops 41 on them,
that'll be different.
Conversation.
Yeah.
You know? Like, Trevor Lawrence having a really good year, especially lately. If they go to Denver and Bo Nix drops 32, conversation. The question is, does Allen drop 35? Because, he covers up a lot of their warts offensively, defensively, everything. He's incredible. We are honored to watch. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Thanks, Anthony, for the phone call. It's a good call. Feels like a lot of those questions like through the weeks we'll continue to dig into. This just a bit like a victory Monday. Bills win. We're happy.
Against the Patriots.
Yes. Good. Dolphins tonight. Dolphins and Steelers tonight. 803-0550 to join us here on Victory Monday on WGR. This one challenged me. I tell you, I always think they're going to win.
Yeah.
I always think they're going to win. Jeremy went here for FanDuel Sportsbook official. I still think it's not over. I might have gone. I might not be in like the green zone of they're still going to win. I might have gone in like to the caution zone of like, well, it isn't over. I'm not cashing bets here. It's not over. So anyway,
I thought that it could be over because I don't know whether to trust whether the offense bounces back in second halves because sometimes they don't. The defense seems to every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time the defense plays poorly in the first half, they are going to bounce back in the second half. I counted that if you take out game, but if you take out the 165-yard run by New England in the second half, the Bills held them to 15 yards and 17 plays.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
The other 17 plays went for 15 yards by New England. So the defense does it.
Yep.
They always, no matter how bad it looks, and it looked bad in the first half, right? New England kind of did whatever they wanted. No matter how bad it looks, they are going to bounce back in the second half. Didn't know that we would get that from the offense. I mean, they had to score 5 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
And did anybody think they were ready? They might have bounced back, but 5 straight touchdowns didn't feel in the cards for me when we were watching those first couple of drives.
Yep. Yeah, some self-inflicted issues along the way, whether it's a drop or just like looking like things were out of sync. I mean, whatever. It ends up a Bills win, and the conversation about the division is there. The conversation about the 1 seed is maybe there, but not as much. One last thing, Sal, before we go. I'm kind of wondering if, as we've been waiting to say, someone's going to have to step up in the passing game. Who will it be? The re-emergence again of Dawson Knox. Like, Dawson Knox was a good pass catcher for the Bills for a while, and then he kind of took on a lesser role in that department with the introduction of Dalton Kincaid. But the last couple games here, all of a sudden, he's finding his way in the end zone. He's getting lots of targets. Against Cincinnati, he had 6 catches for 93, right? Like, The target numbers, the last 6-7 games, it's 4, 3, 4, 4, 7, 4. After several weeks of 1 and 2 and 0, like the re-emergence of Dawson Knox, proud new father, congratulations to him. Like, to me, that is something that the Bills have been leaning on a bit and can maybe change their passing game a little bit.
Yeah, what a week for Dawson Knox, right? Him and his wife, Alex, they have their baby daughter becomes a dad for the first time early in the week. That's why he missed practice on Wednesday. Then he comes back to practice, and suddenly he becomes a big, part of the offense again on Sunday for the second straight week. One of the reasons, Jeremy, though, is he's getting opportunity with snap counts. They're laying off Dalton Kincaid a little bit here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure part of it is he's dealing with the knee injury. But if you look at the snap counts this morning, I tweeted them out, by the way, guys. Really interesting snap counts when it comes to the tight end yesterday. Knox 45. So the Bills had 70 snaps on offense. Knox 45, Jackson Hawes 31, Dalton Kincaid 25. They've kind of just said Dalton Kincaid's going to be on the field when we need to, throw some balls, and he's got to make catches. I think they're taking a little bit of the risk out for Dalton Kincaid with the knee to have him on there in a more of a physical role. And then you add in, so Knox and Hawes are on the field, so Knox is getting opportunity. And Dawson Knox has always been a nice dual threat tight end. He's not the elite tight end that you see around the league. These guys put up big numbers, but he can block, he can catch. He has a lot of trust with Josh Allen, and yeah, that was a really nice game for him. And I do think it keeps the defense off balance by knowing that they have a guy like that, and with Jackson Hawes. Jackson Hawes come on the field with Dawson Knox. Hawes is the blocker, and then suddenly Knox can leak out, and you put DBs in a bind. So, yeah, good for Dawson Knox.
tonight. Your window is closed. There's a new AFC East champ, and they wear all blue here today.
Scott Zolak. Love to hear it.
It's not quite as good as the old white dog turd clip from the Hurricane game, but it's pretty good.
Yep.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
It was a quicker turnaround to be mocked for that one than the last one. We needed like a 3-week period in between.
803-0550. Happy Football Monday, Victory Monday, crazy week in the NFL. How crazy? J.J. McCarthy looked good. That's how crazy it was. He made some passes. He ran a touchdown in.
Yeah.
You know?
He still misses a lot of throws.
Yep.
They were showing a side-by-side, the old Collinsworth Josh Allen comparison yesterday to the throwing motion for when they came into the league. And, like, Allen, how he was, like, way off to the side when he used to throw, and how McCarthy does, like, the exact same thing. Like, his body is weirdly tilted to the left when he releases the football. Like, whatever, he's got to redo his mechanics completely at some point.
Every once in a while, I like to play a game like, what happened if, what do we say if that happens the other way, right? If flip something that happened in the game the other way. Let's play that with one play in this game. The 4th and 2 pass to Shakir that's intercepted / caught / defensive interference. If that happens to the Bills, how do we feel about that moment?
I would have thrown my TV through a window. That was, I said earlier,
that was
like,
a tough
there were a
one.
lot of calls. I think most of them were good. That was the one that I can't believe they didn't call it an interception. And really, the flag, that one was closer. Because he did you watch the replay right after?
Yep.
He turned.
Yep.
Like Marcus Jones, you're supposed to turn your head around, and then you're good. He did. And I think he came away with the football. I don't know how they ruled it a Shakir catch, but I guess you take it.
Take it. Absolutely take it. Take it all.
There were a couple of those this week. I don't understand. This was the Thursday night game. The fumble rules? What are the rules? Is it just who comes away with the ball? Or they're going to try to decide who had it when they were both wrestling for it? Because that's kind of what the Shakir play was yesterday. Was they're both fighting for it. So that at some point they decide, okay, play's over, but then Jones is the one that comes away with it, but oh no, we don't care about that. There was a different point in time where you didn't have it and it was a tie, so that and other times it'll just be whoever comes out of it has the ball and that's who gets it. That's a very inconsistent part of officiating, I think.
Yep. You could drive yourself crazy.
Oh yeah.
Trying to figure out officiating. Ian in Pittsford. Hey Ian, good morning.
Good morning, boys. A couple things. One, I apologize if it's been talked about or if you guys have seen it, but full transparency, I'm the first guy to yell at the TV with the defense. I will yell explicits. I get it, but a little tip of the cap here. Dan Orlovsky this morning pointed out Patriots' last 4 drives in the second half, 2nd and 3rd downs, Drake May saw 8 different defensive schemes. He never saw the same one. I know you had Chris Brown on, about an hour ago, and he kind of mentioned that Drake seemed to be out of sorts in that second half. Again, I'm the first one to yell at the TV with the defense this year, but I think they need a little love for that. And then real quick, secondly, Joe just kind of hit it on the what is a catch, what's the interception, that whole thing. I agree with that. Was sitting with somebody watching the game that has some higher officiating level in the NFL, retired. He said that the 50-50 now goes to the offensive player.
Yep.
And as soon as Shakir hit the turf, he would have been deemed down by contact.
Right.
Okay.
We'll take it. I mean, it was.
Yeah, take it.
Either, but I saw the
that's kind of
eyes
like
back at
that's
ball.
the Cole Bishop. Thanks, Ian, for the phone call. Cole Bishop worthy in the AFC Championship game.
Ooh,
right?
Yes.
We thought Bishop came out with that ball that gave the catch to Worthy.
Yep.
So picking up on an earlier point about the defense, like I think it's important to say this. We had a caller earlier saying, like, you think 4 to 5 stops a game is good. Like, that's not that good. Here's some numbers for you. What team leads the league in punts forced per game? What team leads the league?
Houston?
It's Denver. Houston's 3rd. You know how many punts they force a game?
How many?
5. That's the best defense in football. 5 stops. If you have Josh Allen and the Bills, what do you need from your defense? You really need like 4. How many punts per game?
Do they stop? Do they get a turnover a game too?
You can add turnovers too. If you get a turnover, now you're at 6. But that's the best defense in football.
Is it 6?
6, and you can't ever count on 6. This is where we get to when I'm in the playoffs. If you're Denver, all right, should Denver think they're going to turn over Josh Allen in the postseason? Nobody ever does. Should Denver think they're going to turn over Drake May, Patrick Mahomes?
Well, should they think against Josh Allen they're going to get 6 stops?
Great question.
Last year in the playoffs, they had a similar level of defense, and I don't believe they did. How many stops did they have last year against the Bills? Was it 3 in the playoffs?
It was a close game until the Bills opened it up.
Right.
But in just punts forced per game, here's the list. Denver, Cleveland, Houston, the Jets.
Yep.
Seattle, Minnesota, New England, Tennessee, Buffalo. Right there. You force punts, you have a chance. You don't need a perfect defense. Oh, you gave up 100 and blah, blah, blah on the ground. That's right. How many stops did you get? Did you get 4 stops?
Last year it was 1.
Denver got 1 stop?
1 stop. They forced 1 punt. Every other drive for the Bills was a field goal or touchdown. Or the end of the game where they kneeled it. And that defense last year was top 5.
Yeah.
Top 5 defense, Denver, played the Bills, and they forced 1 stop. No turnovers, 1 punt.
I know it's like really hard to kind of square with, and maybe my vision of it is just warped. But you just can't really live in the same, where does the defense rank in this and this and this? When you get to the postseason, it's match play. Match play is, I've got Josh Allen. If I have Josh Allen, if I stop you 4 times, I should win every game. Period. If I stop you 4 times, I should win every game. And sometimes it takes the Bills into the second half to get that 4th stop. But I think they could win. Get 4 stops. You give me 4 stops. They can be turnovers. They can be punts. Give me 4 stops. 803-0550 is our phone number. Adam in Virginia is up next. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning to you. I wanted to tie together 2 topics you've been talking about all day. One is that, I think we agree Sean McDermott is a good defensive coach. Jeremy, you just pointed out, we don't need an elite defense for match play in the playoffs. What we all want, I think, is an elite wide receiver. So I'm curious, what are you willing to give up to go after Brandon Ayuk? Draft picks, players,
he might.
What salary cap?
I think he might be
Who's
free.
got to get cut to make room,
Won't he be free? He's just going to get released by the Niners. He's not coming back. They're just going to – I think they're looking to a parting of ways. If we get to that conversation, Adam, I don't know. Ayuk is going to be tough because there's going to be baggage with whatever happened there. He got his contract and it all went south.
Injury too.
Sure. There's a lot going on.
Yep.
Don't even make this about the Bills. You know who else should really want Ayuk is New England. Of course.
Yeah.
They need somebody on the outside. Right now, Drake May is pretty good. He just has not yet ascended to mastery of the game level that Allen is on.
Yep.
Allen can make it work literally without anybody out there. Brandon Cooks is going to drop a ball. Fine. All right, we'll overcome that. Gabe Davis scratched for Josh Palmer.
Yeah, how many times did he throw it to a receiver after that Cooks play?
It is
Twice?
It is truly amazing. Imagine being this good without even having receivers.
Yeah, he had 28 attempts yesterday, and he threw it. I guess Shakir had 5.
Sure.
So
screens don't count. Take those out.
He had the one down the field.
Sure, he had one down the field. There's one
that we just talked about was almost maybe not a catch.
It probably was, but there. Take the screens out, and how many throws were there to wide receivers that were completed? Is it 4? I think it's. And it's okay.
It's tight ends.
Listen, that's how good. That's how good he is. You might need one somewhere, and if we get to that's to your hypothetical, what kind of all in would you do if they don't win the Super Bowl this year? I got it. Brandon Beane's messaging, provided he has the job, which I don't think he will not have the job for any reason, has to be all the way in, all the way. Do not talk to me about 2028. Don't want to ever hear it until 2028. Has to be all the way. More in than any team's ever gone in. Accusations of super team status is all I will accept if they don't win the Super Bowl this year. You better be accused of being a super team. 2 firsts for 2 players. Whatever.
As many firsts as they allow you to
Yes.
trade, which I think is 3. By the way.
Okay, then trade 3 firsts.
Three for 3
and get Myles Garrett and somebody else. You can do a lot of things, but it just especially like with what's happened in these other teams and maybe a new AFC picture with the Chiefs no longer this inevitable force. It must be all forward at all costs. And then if they win it this year, then do it anyway.
You might need 3 firsts just to get Garrett. By the way, if you want to do that.
803-0550. Have a good fun Buffalo Bills Victory Monday. We owe you the fantastic 4-way parlay. We're going to hit it tonight. It's going to be a big hit. We're due. Right? We're due.
We are due.
Jeremy, Joe, Owen the Parlay Killer, and Alt Joe. Steelers and Dolphins tonight. It's going to be cold.
It's going to be like 9 degrees.
Does that mean the Dolphins will not be able to function?
They will freeze.
They did practice in the snow last night at a high school field.
Oh, wow.
So they did. They were out practicing.
Do you know who famously also practiced outside? The Patriots before they got perfect gamed at Highmark.
Oh.
They practiced outside.
Right.
All right. Who's leading us off? I'll go first. I'm going to keep this nice and simple, nice and easy. I'm just taking an Achane anytime touchdown. The Steelers' run defense, we saw it. The Dolphins are running the ball very well. Achane.
Yes, he got to like 80 yards last year, and he only played the first quarter, or last week.
And I'll piggyback right off that. I'm just taking Achane's over on rushing and receiving combined. It's 109.5.
Yep.
I think they're just going to tear this defense apart
All
on
right.
the ground because they are just bulldozing everybody.
He's their whole offense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, last week he got hurt in the first quarter. He left the game, did not come back. He had 7 carries for 92 yards and then a 13-yard reception.
He's okay.
He had over 100 last week.
He's okay?
Oh, yeah. It was like a rib injury. He practiced all week.
Right, good. Making sure.
Yeah.
Should have had that information before I picked the touchdown. But I had the vibes. All right.
McDaniel said he could have come back.
Okay, good.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. Alt receptions, DK Metcalf, 6+.
This guy.
Woof.
What are we going to do with this guy? I guess he's not the one that's getting us
He's Alt
eliminated.
Joe. He has to pick an Alt. He's picking Alt receptions. DK 6.
How about alted down to like a nice like 1+ catch and like minus 700?
I wouldn't mind that.
We'll go up 3 cents on the total there.
All right. Metcalf +6.
All right, give me Kenneth Gainwell over 22.5 receiving yards. Here's some numbers about Kenneth Gainwell. He is 7th amongst all running backs in the NFL in targets this year. Only guys ahead of him are like star backs, Achane, Gibbs, Chase Brown, Bijan, McCaffrey. And he's averaging 6 targets a game in his last 4 games. Right. And his number is 22.5 yards.
All right.
So Kenny Gainwell.
Put it on the board.
Yards.
1160, 1170, plus 1170. All right, we'll have it. That's our fantastic 4-way parlay. We're due. Before the break, Bill in Buffalo quickly. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Morning. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, you had a caller that said something about Brandon Ayuk.
Yes.
And I just want to chime in on that. I think that's a terrible choice. I mean, a couple years ago he was available, and I understand that, but you guys also had said that there are some possibilities, albeit, the cost, but Justin Jefferson, when you start weighing out the 2 players that you have within them, and again, not considering cost, why would you choose a guy who plays in Candlestick Park in fair weather, who may come with baggage, than having an elite receiver that plays in weather that's colder than ours?
Well, Jefferson plays inside.
He plays in a dome.
He plays in a dome.
But I will say, if you think that in a vacuum, I think I could speak for you on this too, that you would take Ayuk over Jefferson, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah.
Sure, it will cost more. No, if you told me Justin Jefferson is asked for a trade and the Vikings are willing to listen this offseason, I don't want to listen to Brandon Ayuk.
Well,
that's all in, right? All in is
sure.
I'm going and getting Justin Jefferson.
I would say this, minus the injury question and the baggage question, which are both legitimate questions, I would take Ayuk. I'm not necessarily over Jefferson, but if the price is half the price, Ayuk is, again, he's an elite receiver. He is excellent.
He's excellent.
But I don't know if he's healthy, and I don't know where his head's at, and I feel like, right, Bill, to your point, when he was maybe available and the Steelers and the Patriots were trying to make that trade, I wanted the Bills to make that trade for sure.
But the difference even there, like Ayuk is elite and excellent. Justin Jefferson is a Hall of Famer.
Well,
Like he's one of the greatest receivers of all time.
This is where I tell you, if Brandon Ayuk played in an offense that,
He'd be Jefferson?
that featured him as much as Jefferson was featured, yes, he would be thought of on a similar level.
He'd have double his career production.
Yes, probably.
I think he's better than he's been. I don't know if he's twice as good.
I'm telling you, there is a Hall of Fame talent in there that probably never makes it out. But the Ayuk thing is probably too
damaged.
Well, right. It's just who's going to take that risk?
Jefferson would just be he's just mad that he's on a team without a quarterback.
If he's even that mad
if he
about
got
it.
there. Yeah.
Yep. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 to join us. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday. Yeah, I'm not here to tell you the Bills should take the Ayuk gamble, maybe New England, maybe who knows who. But if you got him pre-ACL where he's just, okay, he's a top 5 receiver in the league. All right. Anyway, Candlestick Park. They're not playing at Candlestick.
Candlestick. I missed that. Candlestick.
And Jefferson plays inside.
Right. I guess when he plays in his division.
Yeah, they go to Green Bay.
When they go to Green Bay and when they go to Chicago.
All right.
Well, the Detroit's inside too. Never mind.
Kansas City's thinking about a dome.
Yeah, no, they're fine.
You see that? Kansas City's thinking about a dome or renovations that would put a roof on their stadium. Soft.
Wait, on the current Arrowhead?
Yeah. Yep, soft. All right, 803-0550 Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR.
Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buffalo. Listen during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSC Buffalo. Join WGR and Bud Light for a Buffalo Football Friday happy hour. Chopin Bulldog will be broadcasting live on Friday, December 19th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Draft Room downtown. You'll have your chance to enter to win a Josh Allen jersey. No purchase necessary. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus.
All righty, we're back tomorrow with a, Football Tuesday, I guess. Dolphins and Steelers tonight. Sabres next in action on Thursday. If there's any news regarding front office changes, which has been reported a bit, of course, you'll hear it here on WGR. Don't know if that's going to happen, when it's going to happen. They're back from Seattle, and we'll see. Other NHL news? Was there anything else? I saw something.
The biggest trade in years happened over the weekend.
Quinn Hughes.
Like, out of the blue.
Yeah.
Not quite out of the blue. Like, Vancouver was rumored to be, like, close to blowing it up because it's gone so poorly.
Right. And is this
but
always...
man, to trade him.
Yeah. As is always the case, the team that won the trade is the trade that got the best player.
Oh, that's
like,
what... I saw that.
times.
Everyone's like, well, look how well the Canucks did in this trade. Like, the Canucks can never win that trade.
No. That's right.
They can never... And also, I thought, you know, if that's the price for Quinn Hughes, I never want to trade Rasmus Dahlin for anything, even if he wants to be traded, because that's what I'm going to get, a late first-round pick and a couple of prospects where I'm crossing my fingers.
Headline, NHL.com, because Quinn Hughes scored in his Wild debut.
Of course he did. He's great.
Quinn Cities.
Quinn Cities.
Gotta like it. It's pretty good.
The Sabres were in on it.
Yeah, right.
I did see a fake banner.
Yeah.
Mock-up, which was one of the funny parts of the weekend.
They were in on it to some degree.
To some degree, right. Thank you, yeah.
Yep.
To some degree.
All right. That's it for us. We're back tomorrow. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Coming up next.
Listen to Chopin Bulldog all week for your chance to win a $100 Woodhouse Spa gift card, courtesy of Woodhouse Spa on Main Street in Williamsville. Woodhouse makes it simple to give the perfect gift with their curated holiday packages. Everything from deep tissue massages to hot stone treatments and incredible facials. Visit woodhousespa.com.
Fakes the handoff, play action. Rolling out, it's complete to Dawson Knox, who is into the end zone for a 4-yard touchdown reception.
That's a fantastic team. You don't win 10 straight by not being a really, really fantastic football team. So, again, it just kind of sometimes comes down to who makes more plays, and tonight that was us.
Heaves it down the right sideline. He's looking for Mac Hollins. Tre'Davious White is there, and he made the catch. Was he in bounds for the interception? Yes, he was. Tre'Davious White, takeaway Trey. And off to Cook, lowers the shoulder, looking for the end zone, and he's in. James Cook with a trifecta of touchdowns, punches it in on an 11-yard touchdown run, and the Bills are back in front.
Just some of the sounds from yesterday's 35-31 win by the Buffalo Bills over the New England Patriots in Foxborough, Massachusetts. And we are off and rolling on a Buffalo football victory Monday here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR Sports Radio 550. Sal Capaccio with you. Glad to be with you here today. Let's tell you right away that our Victory Monday show on Buffalo Bills Football Victory Monday here on WGR is presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. You know the drill, folks. The next 2 hours pretty much devoted to you, your phone calls on what you liked, what you didn't like, the wild swing of emotions, concerns, questions, comments, confusion. I mean, we got all the C's today. We got concerns, we got comments, we got confusion on this Buffalo Bills team this year. Jekyll and Hyde, who are they? I mean, a lot to get to on yesterday's game. Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills radio network on the calls you just heard a moment ago. Of course, Josh Allen, post-game sound from the locker room and the podium as well. Thanks a lot for joining me here today. And, of course, not only are you listening on WGR, but you can watch on the Twitter and Twitch streams. Thanks a lot. WGR 550, thank you very much. Just go check that out. I tweeted out at Sal Sports the YouTube stream. I said Twitter, sorry, the YouTube and Twitch streams. And yes, hello everybody. AC Man always won the first ones in, along with Hot Dirt and Go Buffalo Bills. JT from USA, Steve Moore, T-Train. Thank you very much, Yeti. We got Charles in there. I love to say hi to everybody in the chat box. JP Jaybird. Okay, JP Jaybird. We got Jake. We got Cake. Jake and Cake. All right. Sabbath. Rarbo. Hi. I just like to say hi to everybody there. Hello. What's going on? Custis. Thank you so much. And a lot of you are coming in now and saying hi. I can't chat with you, as I always say, but you can chat with each other, and I can pop in once in a while to say hello or during a break. So chat box, keep it respectful. We got Owen on that a little bit. We got Owen Parker here on the video side. We got Dan Dale on the audio side, along with Joe Cali as well. Your calls, 803-0550. And as we go along today, there's going to be a lot that we're going to get to, the good, the bad, and holy cow. Steve. Hi. Yeah, I said hi to Sabbath too, I know. All the people that come in that have the same takes every week, that they just can't wait to fire off about the Bills and their coaches and their players, and everybody had all of those chambers loaded, and we're firing them off on Sunday, yesterday, in the first half, right? As bad of a first half as you can imagine. As bad of a first half as you can imagine. It did not go well for the Bills. It was, if you want to call it a bad game plan, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Let me, again, do what I normally do here, which is at least kind of bring it back to reason a little bit and say, what went wrong? Why did it go wrong? Or what went right? Why did it go right? To me, it's just uneducated to say, oh, my God, coaches suck, bad game plan. You went into the game and you didn't have the right game plan and they were, no energy or whatever. That's a blanket generalization that, sure, if you want to go there and have the low-hanging fruit, that's fine. Not excusing it at all. It was terrible first half. The Bills have to be better. But I would tell you, give credit to the Patriots. 2 weeks. They had 2 weeks to prepare. And they came up with some things that kept the Bills off balance early in the game. And then the Bills hurt themselves immediately with a touchdown drive they allowed. And then first play, they don't connect on the deep ball. Bam, things start to snowball against them. And they just couldn't recover. Eric Wood, I was just on his Centered in Buffalo podcast this morning. That's going to be out later today. And he made a great point. And I'm going to reiterate this point for you today. Sorry, Eric, to steal your thunder before people hear it. But I'm going to say this because he said something that resonated with me. The Bills are so kind of short-handed on defense with all the injuries they have that they kind of have to figure out what other teams are doing first before they can make their adjustments personnel-wise and scheme-wise. And unfortunately, that's hurting them early in the games. And I agree with that. It is hurting them early in the games. They should be better. You'd love to see them better. They have to execute better. You'd love to see a, quote-unquote, better game plan. But I think what the Bills are doing here is they're trying to figure out what the other team is doing and then countering. Unfortunately, what the other team is doing is getting the better of them too early and putting them behind a little bit too early in the game. You need a stop earlier in the game. On defense, this is. You need to be able to score a little bit early in the game on offense. And that's been a little, here and there this year. And then as the game goes on, what the Bills do is they see what you're trying to do to them and say, okay, now how do we adjust? How do we make these adjustments? And we talk about halftime adjustments all the time in football. Adjustments happen throughout the game. One of the biggest adjustments is after the first series. But in this case, it didn't matter. First series, second series, Patriots scored in their first 3 drives. The Bills couldn't figure out how to really stop them, slow them down until really kind of later in the second quarter. And by then, it's already like, is this too late? How are you going to stop them? Then they go and they regroup a little bit at halftime. They come out. And really, the kick return by Ray Davis, we'll get to him in a little while, kind of changed the flow of this game from a standpoint of settling it down for the Bills. Settling it down. Listen to Josh Allen after the game. Listen to him talk about how that particular kick return got them over midfield. They need a touchdown. If they can score a touchdown, they're only down 10 points. Once they knew they could, if they got a touchdown, they're down 10. And once they got that touchdown, this game changed. This game changed when it got to 24-14. Okay? Once the Bills got it to that point, it's a 10-point game. They feel like they did a good job at the end of the half and at the beginning of the second half. They just need to get a stop or two, and then right away they get a stop. Now the game is completely flipped. Give the coaches credit for making adjustments. Give the coaches credit for figuring out the right personnel and the right way to attack in the second half. If you want to say they didn't have the right game plan to start, that's fine. I think what's happening here on the defensive side, I'm just talking defense right now, is, okay, what have we seen a theme of the last 2 weeks? The last 2 weeks, we've seen a theme of the Bills getting more aggressive in the second half on defense. Why is that?
because the Bills ultimately want to rush they want to start every game by coming at you with 4. They want to go with 4. They want to have a 4-man pass rush to get to the quarterback and to disrupt and not have to use extra blitzers. So they go into each game now, it seems like, we're going to do that. And if it works, great, let's go. We're ready to rock and roll. Unfortunately, it's not working, and now they have to adjust. And now they have to start adding more to the pass rush, adding a spy, getting more aggressive on the outside. You just hope it doesn't get too late. And in this game, it almost got too late. It would fix everything if they could just get to the front 4 a little bit earlier. You wouldn't have to get to these adjustments later. But that's what they did in this game. They get a little bit more aggressive. 3 sacks in the second half. 0 in the first, 3 in the second. And folks, the Bills are playing well in the secondary right now. They are playing well in the secondary. Every Tuesday, I tweet out the Bills' stats. Run yards per game, pass yards per game, against, all that kind of stuff. And the Bills this year, we know, have been terrible against the run statistically. One of, if not the worst team in the league against the run. Good against the pass. The numbers are really good. And I'll get a lot of people to say to me, well, the numbers against the pass are so good because teams are just running on them. Okay, there's a little bit of truth to that, right? Because teams are running on them and they don't have to throw as much because they can gain yards on the ground. But volume-wise, that may be true. But listen, the Bills are still very good metrically against the pass. It's not like teams are only running the ball. And I think it's time to recognize that it's not just because teams are running the ball. It's because the Bills are actually doing a good job in the secondary. And that actually kind of changed about midway through the year when a hobbled Taylor Rapp comes out of the lineup. An older Jordan Poyer comes into the lineup. They move Cole Bishop out of the box back to more of a free safety type of role to allow Jordan Poyer to fit down in the box more to help against the run. Shaq Thompson, of course, has helped against the run, but I'm talking pass here. And I think the corners are playing well. And even without Christian Benford yesterday, now this isn't the world-beating wide receiver group they played. There's no doubt about that. But even against the Bengals, they did a good job, and that was Benford playing. This time he didn't. I think Trey White deserves a lot of credit. He's been playing well. And Max Hairston, other than the pass and the first drive of the game against Hairston that should have been probably challenged, it wasn't. It was a call to catch. Other than that play where he got beat, I didn't hear Max Harrison's name called and Chris Brown in my ear pretty much all game. Why? Because I think he played a good game. The Bills' secondary is playing well. And because of that, they're now in games adjusting to bringing more pressure because the front 4 is not doing enough to get home and allowing those guys to just cover and trusting them. And they've done a nice job. There's so much nuance to the defense. Let's talk about the offense. If you hit that play in the first play of the game, I mean, it probably isn't 21-0 at halftime. I mean, 21-0 and 24-7 at halftime, right? It's probably not. You hit that first play of the game, and suddenly this is a new game right away. They didn't, though. And then, of course, they wind up punting the ball away, and things start snowballing on defense, and now you feel like you're pressing, and now you're making mistakes. I thought the Bills played tight. I'm not going to use the word that they weren't ready, they didn't have energy. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they played tight. I think they went into a game thinking, okay, the only way this team's going to beat us is if we make mistakes again like we did last time in Week 5. It was the same thing I said against the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Bills went in the Steelers game and said, just don't make mistakes. But when you play like that, you make mistakes. You know when this game changed for the offense? When they started to be a little more loose, when they started to be a little more free, when they started to open up and say, okay, if we make a mistake, hey, we just got to go out there and play. And they started playing. That's what happened against the Bengals last week. Same thing. And then finally and then they leaned into the run game, and finally it was there, right? You get into a situation in the second half where you have good field position, and you could start to lean into a run game that's been working, and they had Milton Williams out, and you wanted to get to it earlier, you didn't. You start leaning on it, and then you're like, okay, now we can settle the game down. The game just settled down. And what do I always say? I said this last week, I'm going to say it again today. It's sports. The game is longer than 30 minutes. It's 60 minutes. It's like 10 series. You just keep playing. You just keep swinging. I said it last week. I'll say it again. Maybe one of these times your punches run out. The bell rings. You're down and you can't get up in time. Maybe that happens. You never want to put yourself in that situation. They're coming dangerously close to that situation. But you just keep playing. You just keep swinging. You just keep making adjustments to do what you need to do to win. This is sports. I mean, I am really glad that I am on the sidelines during a game for a lot of reasons, but one of them is during the game. I mean, I don't get on Twitter during the game. I can't. I got a job to do, right? I'm checking out stats during the game, and I'm doing reads and paying attention to what's going on the sidelines. So I can't get on social media during the game. It's not what I do. I don't want to read it. Holy cow. I can't imagine what the social media verse was like during the first half and the craziness. And that's okay. I always say, and it was not unwarranted. The Bills deserved to get crushed during the first half about it. But I'm talking more about the fight, the people from Boston and what they were probably saying, and the back and forth between Bills fans themselves and the fighting going on. It's okay, man. I always say that fans' job, your job, a fan's job, it's okay to be, you're going to be reactionary. You're going to be over-emotional, over-reactionary. Because that's what happens. It's not my job here. My job here is to bring it down, to tell you why things weren't as great as they appear sometimes, and to bring it up where they're not as terrible as they appear, to keep you in this space that we like to live in. Just like Josh Allen said, don't get too high, don't get too low. He said it after the game. And the end result is the Bills erase a 21-point deficit and then a 24-7 halftime deficit. They walk away with a victory. They're still in second place in the division. They're probably not going to win the division. It's still most likely going to New England, but you make them serve it out. You make them keep playing because you keep swinging. And you put yourself in the best position possible to do what you have to do towards the end of the year to A, be there in case they do falter, or B, just be ready to play in the playoffs. Your phone calls, 803-0550, the number here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show today on WGR Sports Radio 550. Hi, everybody. Sal Capaccio with you. Thanks a lot for joining me here in the YouTube stream. Got a lot more people who came in, so I appreciate you there. And, of course, listening, whether that is on the radio or online. Let's get to Cody in Rochester starting us off. Hi, Cody.
Good morning, Sal. Happy Victory Monday, brother.
You got it.
I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong because my memory's a little foggy here, the Bills are kind of playing in a way that I feel like Kansas City played back in 2019. I don't know if you remember so many of their games, especially in the postseason, they were coming from behind. They were never leading until towards the end here. I don't know if you see any parallels there, but it just kind of feels eerily similar to that scenario. To go off of your social media mention there, so many of my friends were just absolutely losing their minds.
Of course.
And I'll admit I was a little bit until we got that touchdown before the half. And I'm like, okay, we're in it. And the one thing that I recognize, my own little superstition as of late, is I have a blue Milano jersey, and I wasn't wearing it until right before we scored. I said, oh, shoot, I forgot to put this on. Threw it on, and what do you know? I know it sounds silly, but it's just kind of something that's fun in our house. And anyway, happy to be celebrating a Victory Monday, and go Bills.
Yeah, you got it, Cody. Thank you. I can't remember specifically the 2019. I think it was Chiefs, but I mean, every game has its own DNA. Say it with me. You just have to keep playing each game separately. You can't play the Browns when you're playing the Patriots. You can't play the Chiefs when you're playing the Patriots. Play the Patriots when they're playing the Patriots. And you play that game, and you play it out. And things went the Bills' way in the second half for sure. Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, I think forget about 3 years ago. Kansas City wins every game like that, coming from behind. I mean, listen, Sal, I don't know whether to say I hate the way the Bills are winning or I love the way they're winning. I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted, but
yeah.
We got a bunch of Bills fans up here, and I'm in a pool. A pick six pool, and the Bills were one of our plays, and I was getting texted like crazy. We're not coming back from this one. We're not coming back. And I just said, hold on, guys. Just hold on. We seem to be a second half team, and that's where I'm going to go with this, Sal. I mean, I just don't think that we're given enough credit of how we adjust. This never used to be the way. It was always fire McDermott. We can't adjust. We can't do anything. And it just looked like New England was unstoppable. But we figured something out, completely shut them down in the second half. And I'm not conceding the division to New England. Miami's playing really well. If we can get Miami to knock them off, I still think we can win this division. And, here we go. I mean, it's right there for us this year. If we don't do it this year with New England with Kansas City now out of the picture, Baltimore does not look good. This is our year, Sal. We've got to get it done. And one thing, I want to know what the over and under is going to be if we ever play the Rams in the Super Bowl. It looks like both offenses are unstoppable. So, hopefully we can get there and have that problem. But I'm happy with the win and on to next week.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. I agree with you on the confusion of the Bills. They they twist you up a little bit, right? You hate the way they're winning. You love the way they're winning. I mean, it's not fun during the game. But it's a fun result at the end, which is all that truly matters at the end of the day. But, man, that gets you twisted up. You'd love a game where it's just like Carolina, right? Just go there and put your foot down. Like at the Jets week 2, just go there and put your foot down. Doesn't matter anymore. You'd love that. It's funny. You say all these people like fire McDermott, can't make adjustments. The Bills have always been pretty good at adjustments. It's low-hanging fruit. It's a very big generalization, a default setting fans go to when their team loses that say, the coordinator calls bad plays and the coach can't make adjustments. It's just what people say because they don't really know what's happening. It's just kind of their way of trying to figure out his best and say what they can without actually diving into the details. You want to criticize this coaching staff for not having this team prepared properly for what the other teams are doing early in the game and making adjustments quick enough? Fine. That happened yesterday. I'm not going to fight you on that. But when you want to come out and talk about coaching, you know what coaching really is? You know what coaching is? Coaching's getting the most out of your talent. It's getting the most. Look at this Bills defense. Look at who they are playing. Look at the personnel they have to use. They are not a bunch of all-pros. In fact, the criticism that came from Greg Cosell this week is right. They don't have enough stars. They got Christian Benford. Christian Benford's arguably their best player. He didn't even play yesterday. You got older, coming off an injury, Joey Bosa, who's been okay this year, not bad. Made a nice play yesterday. You got a bunch of guys that you're just trying to piece it together with. That's coaching. Coaching is getting the most out of the personnel you have. The Bills are surveying what the other team is doing, kind of letting them show their hand a bit and saying, okay, now we have to adjust with what we have at our disposal. And sometimes you don't have the right tools at your disposal, but you do the best with what you have. And they deserve credit for that. And if you're not going to give them credit, then I think you just have a complete agenda that you have a blind spot to or just refuse to. And that to me is ignorant and uneducated. Let's go to Steve in Virginia. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call today.
Yep.
Hey, the first half was brutal for me, especially since we lost the first matchup against the Patriots. Because here we are down 24-7 at the half. It just reminded me of, Brady being 30-3 against us, that 15-game losing streak. And I'm like, oh, great. Here we go again, getting swept by the Patriots. But I do have to give credit to Vrabel as he was 6-0 previously. Coming off the bye, so he had a great game plan going against us. But I'm glad we turned it around. But as you were saying in your monologue, I got to give credit to Brandon Beane for bringing back some of the players, because normally I don't like that. And like the way Trey White started off the season, I was just cringing, like, here we go again. But he's really stepped it up the last few weeks with his play. He's been a solidifying force out there, and I was worried with Benford being out, but him and Harrison look great out there. And same thing, Jordan Poyer, what he's done for the safety position, and Colt, and Bishop. It's been great.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks a lot, Steve. I appreciate it. Somebody in the chat box said, I just happened to notice this comment. Jumbo says, please address the coach's decision to not elevate Gabe Davis. First of all, Gabe Davis doesn't need to be elevated. He's not on the practice squad. He's on the 53-man roster. But he was inactive yesterday, and I was surprised. I didn't love the decision at the time. They went with Keon Coleman. Keon actually had the second most amount of snaps. He had one target, but that wasn't even official because there was a pass interference on the call, so it wiped away the play. I would have loved to see Gabe Davis. So, yeah, I think that they should go with Gabe Davis. So you want to criticize that? Totally cool. But we'll see where they do going forward. I would say, though, and I know this is not why you have Keon Coleman on the field. He did a nice job blocking yesterday at times where you see down the field. And that's not why you have him. I get it. So I do want to give him a little credit there. But not being involved in the pass game. I'd love to see Gabe Davis there. I think the Bills wide receivers, again, not productive yesterday. Outside of Khalil Shakir, 5 targets, 1 catch. That's it. That was Josh Palmer for 16 yards. So, to answer your question, yes. I think Gabe Davis should have been active over Keon Coleman based on what we saw. I don't know the decision went into it. Maybe they're trying to still keep Gabe as healthy as possible because he had been dealing with the injury and he came back and he's played some games here. But yeah, that could be something that you could look at and be upset about. The non-challenge on the play. Like, if you want to pick apart some coaching decisions, they are certainly there for you. If that's what you want to do today, they're certainly there for you. I would also tell you to also recognize the good coaching and the decisions that went on during the game. But if you want to do that, it's certainly up there for you. Jordan in Williamsville. Hi, Jordan.
Hey, Sal. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Good, bud. Hey, I guess I mean, obviously happy that we pulled it off. I guess I'm just wondering what the big difference is between the first half and the second half, right? And why we're a completely different team. Like, it's almost like, should we not watch the first half? Should we just watch the second half? Like, it's awesome that we're doing what we're doing, but is it a Babbage thing? Is it a Sean thing that he takes the reins at the second half, or what? Just curious on your thoughts on that, man. Like I said, it's frustrating to watch from a fan's point in the beginning.
I mean, I think you should watch the whole game. Yes, you don't know. I mean, yes, this has happened a lot this year, but I don't know. Why would you not watch the whole game, right, if you're a fan of the team?
Well, we're going to watch it, but it's been the same thing for like 4 weeks here, right? Am I wrong?
A few times, yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot this year, sure. I don't know the answer to it, Jordan. Again, I mean, that's what we're talking through. They've also had games where they, it was kind of back and forth against Houston. There was a game against the Jets where they just kind of stomped them early. Carolina, not a bad team. They stomped them early. So you're right. It's happened a lot. It feels like it's every week. It's not. It happened week 1. But I don't know. I don't know the answer there. I wish if I had it, I'd be making a lot of money. I don't know the answer. It's frustrating. It's confusing. I don't know the answer. It gets you twisted up. Is it sustainable in the playoffs? Probably not. You got to be better when the game starts. You got to be ready you got to be better when the game starts. You got to be better early in the game against better teams. But that was a good team they played yesterday. Maybe punching above their weight most of the season, but they got a good young quarterback, and they confused him, and they kept him in the pocket, and they forced the New England Patriots really out of their game in the second half, and that was a very, very big key in this game. The Bills win 35-31. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Good start to the show. We'll take more of your phone calls after this timeout here on WGR.
single way. That's where I'm shocked. I mean, the Patriots are the most complete team in the AFC. We got the best record in football, and we got a team that just has one guy, basically, and they're going to pick that team to win.
All right, well, that's Chris Sims, and that was, I think, before the game, right? So he was, it's funny, I was thinking about today, folks. I was thinking about this today. I did a lot of Boston area media last week, and I brought this up. It was like this huge, like, oh my God, how are the Bills favored in this game? Like, it's a huge affront to them. They couldn't believe it. I go on WEEI, our sister station in Boston, did a spot with them. First thing out of their mouth, Sal, why are the Bills favored in this game? Why do you think that? I'm like, okay. My best explanation was, well, they've been really good in December. They are the defending division champs. They still have Josh Allen. The Patriots have played a softer schedule. Give credit to them, but it's also a 1.5-point game. It's about even, right? This day and age, you don't give 3 points for a home team. It's like 1.5 to 2. So saying it's an even game. Like, seriously, is it that much of a huge offense to you? I wonder if today they realize why the Bills were favored, by the way. Think so? Even game. Could have gone either way. I mean, I just didn't think it was like that big of a deal. And, of course, the Patriots were playing up as some disrespect, and that's okay. That's cool. That's what teams do. Bills win 35-31. Welcome back. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo Football Monday here on WGR. We'll get to sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, a little bit later in the show. A lot of you calling up right now. Let's get to Nikki in Connecticut. Hi, Nikki.
Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking my call, man.
You got it.
So I got to say, this was a great game in terms of, being the comeback kids that we've been since basically week one, right? But I think the one thing I'm still struggling with is just it's pretty clear at this point we're probably going to the playoffs. You can't have halves like that. Like, that was a horrendous half to the point that I wouldn't be surprised if it was Buffalo Stadium, half the stadium starts walking out at the end of that half because of how it was. And I think it just comes down to the one person that I keep coming to mind every single time I'm watching these games and I'm watching these halves is Brandon Beane. It's like I something you said earlier about coaching, which I completely agree with you, which is why I give Sean McDermott all the credit in the world, because you have to coach up to what you have in front of you. But it's about what's in front of you. And the only person that can control that is Brandon Beane. And I'm starting to truly question Brandon Beane's capabilities in our locker rooms, in our buildings. And hopefully things pan out this year. Hopefully I'll be eating my words. But I still see the writing on the wall as Brandon Beane got to go.
Okay. Well, I think that there's been some free agents that have not hit. There's been some draft picks that haven't hit. I think there's also guys that are playing and stepping up and playing better than people thought, like a Shaq Thompson signing, a Trey Davis-White signing. That being said, of course, the Bills know they can't play a half like that. I mean, of course, Nikki. I mean, you're not saying anything they don't know. They know they can't play halves like that and continue to sustain that and win games. But they won it yesterday, and all you can do is win the game in front of you. Let's go to John in Lakeview. Hi, John.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so disheartened sometimes by Buffalo, the city, and our fans, the mafia. It's like the hand-wringing over Beane and McDermott and this team and this roster is all I hear. And as soon as something starts to not go our way, that's all you hear. The game script, listen, everyone's talking about this terrible first half. Even the first half, if that call is called incorrectly in the first third down, we had a 3-and-out on the first drive, and it's a different game.
It's amazing these little tiny details that can go one way or the other, isn't it?
100%. If we hit that pass, and then it's like everyone wants to talk about the misses by Beane, but then no one wants to talk, like, even – last year, as late as last year, everyone's, riled up about how bad of a pick Kincaid was. You look at this year, our offense almost doesn't function without that guy. And you could go down countless, Dawes. I was like, why are they picking Jackson Hawes? Like, why are they picking another tight end? Now I understand. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like, okay, you can look at teams, look at everyone's roster is flawed. It's because there's a limited amount of cap space. You got this unstoppable offense in the Bengals. You could go that route, and then you don't have everyone who's clamoring for a number one wide receiver and blah blah blah. you get that, but then you don't have a defense. You know what I mean? And it's like the top defenses in the league are getting 4 or 5 stops a game. The best number one defense gets, 5 stops a game. You know, the Bills do that, and somehow it's never – so to me, it's like – and at the core of it is this. You heard Josh Allen last week at his podium speech after the game. He said, hey, thanks for sticking around. And he said it kind of tongue-in-cheek. Like, at least the fans stuck around this time.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of weird. It stuck with him what happened in Baltimore because people were leaving at the end of a Sunday night game.
Sees the first half comments from everyone in Baltimore. So to me, it's like, hey, let's give these guys have a belief in themselves. Let's believe in them until they show us that wrong. They're 10-4, Sal.
Yeah, let me go, John. I got a lot of people on hold. I want to address a couple of things. Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the call. Yeah, you got it. There have certainly been misses in draft picks. Keon Coleman is a big whiff at this point. Like, that is something that the Bills, now you look back and go, it has not worked. I don't even know if the guy's going to be on the roster in 2026. He could maybe be a healthy scratch again next week outside of disciplinary issues. That certainly has not been a big hit. Dalton Kincaid, his availability has been an issue. When he's been on the field, he's been really good, looking like a better pick than it was maybe beginning of the season. But you certainly have picks where you can pick apart and say no. Cole Bishop's looking like a nice pick right now. He drafted James Cook. I think that's a really good draft pick right now. Osiris Torrance is on this list. I'm going to give you a comparison to another team I've brought up many times before. Folks, the Kansas City Chiefs are not going to make the playoffs this year. You know what part of the reason is? Because they actually haven't drafted as well as everybody seems to think they do. They have a great quarterback who this year isn't having a great year, and he's not covering up for all their imperfections. All those great wide receivers that they were supposed to have and draft, and Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice, what's that gotten them right now? And I'm just making a comparison to say it this way. Every team has flaws. Every team misses on draft picks. The Kansas City Chiefs have hit some really great picks like Trent McDuffie, no doubt. Karlaftis looks like a really nice player, right? Obviously, Chris Jones, he's been there a long time. Go and look at the ones they've missed on. It's a long list. And I think you can do this with any team, even highly successful teams. No doubt. Brandon Beane has to wear they missed on Keon Coleman and other players along the way. They've also hit on players that are helping on this team right now. 803-0550. Denny in Niagara Falls. Hi, Denny.
Hey, how's it going? A couple things. I know you were talking about draft picks. I want to talk about coaching and stuff, but just real brief. Poyer and White are helping Bishop and Hairston beyond belief. That's probably the most impressive thing I've seen this year besides having one of the most incredible offensive lines in the game and obviously the best quarterback on the planet.
He has. Jordan Poyer's done a really nice job to stabilize that secondary. You're right about that.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, I don't want to see him leading the team in tackles because that's a bad thing. But
Sure.
Helping the rest of those guys, I mean, that's something to build off of. The thing on defense, if they have any chance at all, Epinesa and Rousseau got to step up their game. I mean, Rousseau's getting paid. Epinesa, I watched him play even at Iowa. He'll make the occasional play, but he's not. I mean, Bosa's been their best player, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised with him. But if they can take it to that next level. But coaching is what I'm most concerned about. This team has everything written on the wall talent-wise to beat any one of these teams that will probably be in the playoffs. Even if Baltimore makes it, I still think that they're just as good, if not better. But I don't see McDermott, beating Sean Payton or Jim Harbaugh when it matters most. I just hope he doesn't clench up and get conservative. That first half was an epitome of, or like a microcosm of his entire fallacies as a coach, all built up in one, and the team bailed him out. And I'll say this: I tell this.
Can I ask you a question, Denny? I do want to ask you though. Seriously, I don't mean to. I have to ask you. So then, what was the second half when the coaching made adjustments? No. You said the players bailed him out. You want to blame it on the coaching in the first half, but not give any credit in the second half to it.
No, well, here's the thing. I'll say this much, and this is what I mean by it. If I tell everybody, because there's the people that, like the guy mentioned the hand wrenching earlier. You got the people that are like, they got to go, they got to be fired, etc. There's a shelf life that only lasts so long in the league with certain coaches and GMs, and then there's also the fact of if you think of like the people that are homers that are like, oh, you got to root for them and never criticize them. I'm objectively speaking here. You know, I was a transplant 30 years ago, and I root for this team. I came up here when they lost 4 in a row, and I never rooted for the Jets or the Giants. I grew up down there.
Okay, yeah. What is it? Okay, go ahead.
But here's my point. My point is if you look at what's going on in the second half of the thing, if you close your eyes and they didn't draft Josh Allen, these guys, both Bean and McDermott, probably would have been canned a long time ago.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with what you said, though. I asked you a question. I don't know what that has to do with what you said, though. Why? Hold on. Why are you not willing to give the coaching credit in the second half and say it's only the players, but criticize the coaching in the first half? I don't get that.
He had several. I mean, for not even challenging that call in the first half or his coaching staff.
Okay, agreed. They agreed that should have been challenged. That's right. And his explanation was they didn't get. Denny, you got to let me talk for 1 second. Hold on. His explanation was they didn't get the replay in time, and I don't know. And I was on the field, and they were hurrying it up, and we didn't have it in our booth because Chris and Eric kept saying we wanted to see a replay, and we didn't. So I don't know if they saw a replay in time. He should have challenged it. Okay, that's a blemish there. Again, what about the adjustments in the second half? And by the way, they did beat Sean Payton last year in the playoffs by 4 scores.
Understood. It's not going to happen this year, though.
Okay. Well, your default setting is then that it's just all coaching, and that's cool. That's cool. You just want to wait to say how coaching is bad no matter what happens. I'm sorry. I think you need to at least broaden your intellectual horizons to get a little bit farther than that, to be quite honest with you. And I'm not telling you that the guy is perfect at all. That was a bad first half. You could put it all on coaching, but you can't tell me everything was on coaching in the first half, and when it went well, it was all with the players because you have Josh Allen, who, by the way, threw for less than 200 yards yesterday. All right, we'll take a timeout. 803-0550 is the number to call here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hey, Sal Capaccio here for Ryan. Oh, my goodness. I'm reading and listening to a clip. Speaking of WEEI. Oh, my goodness. I'm reading. Oh, sorry. That was a little echo there. I'm reading a clip, watching a clip from WEEI. Mike Vrabel. Here is his quote. Okay? I don't know. You might want to pull this clip for audio later. It's from My Sports Update. Ari Meiroff has it. Ari Meiroff, I think is how you say his name. Here's what he said, though. He was on EEI this morning. Quote, about the officials. Quote, they do have a difficult job. The consistency, sometimes I struggle with it. I'll say this. This is Mike Vrabel talking. The Bills lead the NFL in offensive holds, and I'll leave it at that. That would be hard for me to understand how a team coming into the game leading, and that's how they play, didn't have one yesterday. That's hard for me to understand. What a crybaby. Holy cow. A head coach in the NFL, after his team blew a 21-0 lead, who, by the way, was benefited from a hold call that negated a touchdown on the Bills, which was a good call, Osiris Torrance, goes on the radio the next day to say, I can't believe they didn't call holding more on that team. Holy cow, go find this clip, folks. It's amazing. Rich in Buffalo, you're up next. Hi, Rich.
Hey, Sal, how are you?
I'm good.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I had a couple of questions. One is, a statement first. I don't know if there's a better second half adjustment team in football than the Buffalo Bills. Having said that, it seems like, and you've coached and I haven't, it seems like you look for a team's weakness, you scout them, you have a game plan to exploit it. It seems like we're going to run, it seems like the Bills offense and defense says we're going to run these plays or be in this, defensive formation, and we're going to see what they're going to do. It almost seems like they're not attacking in the first half. They're waiting to be attacked. And then one other question, and it's more like an opinion from you question, is we have the best offensive player in the league. Why do we always defer? Why not try to start the game off leading 7-0?
Well, the answer is because exactly what happened yesterday. You're not trying to go down 7-0. Of course, you'd love to stop them, and you can still be up 7-0 if you stop them on defense, right? But the answer is because you want what they call double dip. You want to score at the end. You want to score at the end of the half if you can, and you know you're getting the ball, because then at the end of the half you can manage the game where you can try to dictate the terms. It didn't happen yesterday, but that's why. You don't have to agree with it, but that's why they do it.
No, I know. I understand that. You got the best offensive player in the league. Why not let him be first up to bat?
Well, I don't know. Well, I just told you why, but I get it. Like coming out of halftime, if you can get an extra possession by doing it the other way. And I think that's generally the thought. Now, it doesn't always work out that way, but if you can try to understand you're getting the ball back, let's say with a minute left, there's a minute left in the half, the other team has it, you have 3 timeouts. You can call a few timeouts and know we're getting the ball back. We can steal 3 and get the ball back. That's a 10-point swing. That's why they do it. I get it. You want to see them. Here's a thought for you, Rich. How about stop the other team when you give them the ball first?
You got that. You got that right. And the other thing is, to your point, though, or to counter it, is you may not have the ball with 3 minutes left. They may have it.
That's right. And the Patriots did yesterday, and the Patriots scored at the end of the half. But I'm just telling you the reasons why, and I totally understand it. I mean, I get it. Like, you want to do it the other way, and the Bengals, they took the ball last week. They scored on the Bills, but I prefer to defer. I think deferring is the better option. I think you have more options at your disposal towards the end of the half when you know you're going to get it in the second half and how you can play it out. But there's no one right way or wrong way, I guess. You could try to do stats on it. All right, let's get really quick to Scott in Rochester. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. So listening to people, I want to kind of stick to my original point of calling because we can all go on a tangent. Me and you are at the same age, and so we've been Bills fans for a long time. We've seen this team go to a lot of different things and seen a lot of different things. We've seen the Bills go to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row. Yes, they did not win. But you know what? We hold that record of going 4 straight years in a row. And yesterday, a lot of weight and a lot of stress for the rest of the season has come off because our fear Chiefs are not even in the playoffs, and we can hold this another 4 years and not even worry about it.
Well, at least another 3 because the Eagles could get back this year for a second year in a row, right? So they could do that.
You are right.
That's
You are
right.
right.
No. I get you, though. I get you. So a lot of stress from you, the fan. I don't think Bills players were worried about it, but you're right, Scott. That is something very cool. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday here on WGR. Give a call. We'll take your call, your comments, your questions, your opinions on the Bills' 35-31 victory yesterday over the New England Patriots.
They do have a difficult job. The consistency, sometimes I struggle with it, whether the Bills lead the NFL in offensive holding. And I'll leave it at that. And that would be hard for me to understand how the team that is coming into the game leading, and that's how they play, didn't have one yesterday. It's hard for me to understand. If they're there, call them. And I'm sure ours are penalties, and we can debate Marcus Jones. I don't think it was a catch. You know what I mean? Whether we think it's a PI, that's their call.
I'm stunned. I really am. I am really stunned sitting here that an NFL head coach with the, I would say, respect that Mike Vrabel gets around the league from colleagues, from fans, from media, would go on a radio station the day after his team blew a 21-point lead and a 24-7 halftime lead to whine about the officiating. The most, it's one part, the clip itself, all right? The clip itself, when he says it's hard for me to understand how the Bills, they come into the game leading and holding, then he says that's the way they play. Like that part got me.
Right.
That's the way they play.
What? It's also mind-blowing to me. There's so many things that I can't even believe about the comments. The first thing I thought of was, imagine McDermott saying that after
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What would happen to us? We'd all be dead in the floor in the studio. It would be a disaster if McDermott said something like that after blowing a 21-point
Oh my,
lead to
you're
the division
100%.
rival.
We got people calling today. He can't win in the playoffs against Sean Payton, who, by the way, he beat by 3-4 scores last year because he didn't challenge a play in the first quarter. He can't do it. And now I got Mike Vrabel coming out, who, oh my God, year one past the Bills. And this guy's saying how the Bills hold on. They're the most offensive holding team, and I can't believe how it wasn't called. And oh yeah, it was Marcus Jones was a terrible call. Wow, Mike Vrabel.
By the way, they had
that is a terrible look.
They had a holding call take back a touchdown. Osiris Torrance took off a Josh Allen rushing touchdown off the board.
This tells me, I'm not kidding. This tells me they went into the game with a strategy of don't worry, the Bills will hold and we'll be okay, guys, okay? Right. They're going to get called for holding.
They were banking on it.
Yes!
I can't stop thinking about what the calls would sound like if that happened here.
Patriots fans, come get your coach, man, because that is not a good look.
That's terrible.
Wow. But we'll focus on the Bills today. 803-0550. The number to call here. All right, let's go to JD in Hamburg, and we'll reset after this phone call. But go ahead, JD. What's up, man? I'm sorry. I was just beside myself, JD. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little stunned and amazed. Sal, here's what I've concluded after 60 years of watching the Bills. I've seen a lot of great Bills teams that could have won Super Bowls, failed to do it when it counted. And I'm just going to say, this would cut down about 12 hours of programming on your station every day. But, at some point, it's not about the coach and it's not about the GM. The guys on the field have to make the plays. And I say that not because we're the Titans or the Raiders, but because we've been good enough to win the Super Bowl for like 5 straight years now. We just never did it. We never played our best game when it counted. And every team has deficiencies. The champions themselves don't look that great right now. And nothing is perfect. And a lot of people forget something about football. This is single elimination playoffs. They don't play 7-game series. So by definition, the best team doesn't always win. The team that wins is the team that shows up. And when you're in the pool, a very small pool of true contenders like the Bills are, I'm going to lay this at the feet of Milano and Bosa and Allen and Cook and everybody who is actually on the field. McDermott has a lot of wins. I could criticize him all day. I could criticize Bean all day. But when it comes down to it, someone's got to make the play at the right time. And I know that sounds corny to a lot of people because they want to talk about fantasy football all day and statistical analysis all day. And what is the puppeteer coach going to do? He's not a puppeteer. Make the plays. And yesterday, I think this stood out in stark relief. You came out and you dogged it for the first half, and then in the second half, you showed who you really were. And the Bills have every opportunity, and I'll finish with this. They have every opportunity. Every guy on that roster has the opportunity to follow Josh Allen's lead and play as well as he possibly can. We need to do it on the day that it counts. And this team is good enough to beat anybody on the day that it counts. And it's just got to come down to the guys on the field. When you're as good as the Bills have been, I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
Thanks, JD. Good call. I mean, they could also be lose on any team on any day. I think we've seen that. They lost to the Dolphins. They lost to the Falcons, right? Just games they shouldn't lose. But you're right. They're good enough to win. But, man, they are underhanded with the players. You say it comes down to players. I agree. Players matter, though. Look at the group that they're playing with, and you could say then that goes to the GM. That's no doubt. They also have injuries they're dealing with, and on the defensive side, that's really hurt them this year. And it's a chicken and egg. I think what this ultimately comes down to, folks, is this, all right? It's the whole what do you call the it's not just a bias, it's a confirmed bias. It's a confirmed bias, right? Got a guy who calls earlier and he just doesn't want to give any credit to the coaching adjustments or the coaching in the second half, but he wants to blame everything on the coaching in the first half. But it was all players in the second half. That to me is your priors, confirming your priors, all right? If you want to, you can pick apart every single thing. All you got to do is look for it. This is conspiracy theories, what they do. What conspiracy theorists do is there's an event that happens, all right? I love conspiracy theories. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I love reading about and diving into conspiracy theories. So what conspiracy theories and theorists do oftentimes is there's an event that happens. Then after the event, they go and trace things back to things they believe to show you how it happened without actually knowing, right? You're like, well, did you? And they find things they want to find to tie it, even though it might not tie it together. That's what a conspiracy theorist does. It's the same thing with confirming your biases about a coach, whether you like him, you don't like him, a GM, a player. It doesn't matter, right? If you don't like Sean McDermott, then every single time something happens in a game, you're going to find a reason to pick apart and say that's why he's terrible. That's what you do. I think it's intellectually dishonest to be one way or the other. It's also intellectually dishonest to say everything that he does or anybody does is great. We do this with Josh Allen sometimes. It's intellectually dishonest to say everything Josh Allen does is great because sometimes he does have poorer games and has a game that he wasn't really at his best. And you have to say that. I think it's intellectually dishonest to not recognize what happened yesterday in the second half with coaching if you're just going to blame everything in the first half in coaching. But the same is true the other way. I'll be the first to tell you, they had to get to adjustments better, quicker, faster than they did yesterday, coaching-wise. They did not. And it could hurt them in the playoffs if they don't do that. And they didn't start the game playing well, but I think because they came in the game thinking they could, it was like the Houston game. The Houston game, Joe Brady said, I'm going to trust my guys on the outside. They're going to handle the pass rush. I'm fine with that. But once it started to become clear it wasn't the case, he had to get to an adjustment quicker, and he didn't do it. That's on coaching early on. That's Joe Brady. That's his fault. Same thing happened yesterday on the defensive side. They trusted their front four and said, we're going to get home. And they didn't. They didn't have a spy. Drake May started hurting him with his legs. They said, we got to make an adjustment. It almost was too late. You got to do it a little bit quicker. And that's on coaching. They had to do that better. As the game went on, they did a great job as a coaching staff. We sit here, I think, all the time, and this all goes back to, we all know the reality here. And the elephant in the room and saying it out loud is, this all goes back to 13 seconds. It all goes back to 13 seconds because people are, it's so ingrained and they're so mad about it. They just want to find every little detail wrong and say, this is why this coach isn't good. This is what he did wrong. It's okay to point out those flaws. It's okay to point out and say he should have challenged. I thought he should have challenged the play down the sideline. But I also understand, because I was on the radio broadcast and we did not see a replay. And in that moment, like, are they going to overturn it? He didn't know. He didn't see. Didn't get the information. Maybe that process has to be examined. Maybe he needs to see something quicker somehow. I'm not really sure about that. You want to ding him for that? 100%. And that's one moment in the game. Not every game's going to be perfect. Not every decision's going to be perfect. But you need to also recognize when the good things happen, too. All right, we are here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, coming your way in about a half hour from now. In the meantime, want to thank everybody for coming along in the YouTube stream, the Twitch stream. All right, follow us along. Watch WGR 550. I got my Victory Monday shirt on. It's a Buffalo Football Victory Monday on the Catholic Health Extra Point Show, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Let's go to Linda in Rochester. Hi, Linda.
Hi, Sal. Good to hear you. So I was making Christmas cookies and listening to you on a Victory Monday, and I think that's a good way to spend time.
I have this visual of you making Christmas cookies with a smile on your face after a Victory Monday, and now I'm hungry for Christmas cookies.
Oh, my goodness. So I think we are just an agonized fan base, and can you imagine what fans in Boston are saying right now? And they should be. They should be saying, how did our team that we were all cocky about blow this lead in a matter of like minutes or so? And my other point is, can you imagine the conversations happening in Kansas City right now? I mean, holy smokes. Not only are they out of the playoffs, but their, razzmatazz quarterback has a serious injury. I cringe. Just oh my gosh,
it's terrible. You hate seeing it. And here's the thing, Linda, that they have a lot of challenges going forward. They do not have much salary cap space, just like the Bills. They have some key free agents, just like the Bills. And now they have a star quarterback, who his entire offseason will be gone. He has to rehab. And we don't know when he's going to be able to play. And it's terrible to see that. It's terrible for football to see that for Patrick Mahomes. But you're right. Right now in Kansas City, they're having some serious, interesting conversations on the radio and beyond.
And my last point, Sal, is we have called in after many a game saying, how did they blow that lead? How did they let that get past them? I would much rather have phone calls saying, gosh, we played horrible in the first half, but we came back to win. I would rather have those phone calls, actually, especially if we come back and win a Super Bowl. We suck the first half, and then we play well the second. I would rather have that conversation. I'll take that.
I get it. Look, it's a Buffalo Football Monday, and we've had many conversations over the years where it didn't go so well, and I sat here and had to, maybe it's field the calls and people really feeling it and wanting people gone, and I totally get it. I say it all the time. Your job as a fan, nothing wrong with it. Be reactionary, be emotional. That's not my job. My job is to try and explain both sides. Why things happen the way they happen, good or bad. Let's go to Amanda in Amherst. Hi, Amanda.
Hey, Sal. How's it going?
I'm good. Thank you.
Question about the holding call in the third quarter. It was when New England had the ball, third down, and there's a holding call, and they also wouldn't have gotten the first down anyway. They didn't complete it. Can the Bills decline that penalty? Because I just don't understand why you would take a 3rd and 25 over a 4th and 15. Is there the option to decline that penalty?
Yes, but I think I'm going to go back to, if you give me 1 second here, you're saying it was the third quarter, right? I just want to make sure I get this right here, because I think I know the play you're taking, and I think the reason was because the holding call took them out of field goal range, and they wanted to make a stop and not allow them to kick a field goal, if that would make sense.
Okay, so they wouldn't have punted. They would have kicked a field goal.
I think, and in fact, if I remember right, I think they actually gained some yards. All right, let me look at this real quick. I'm looking at the Patriots here. Okay, I got it now. 3rd and 15 from the Bills' 48. May actually threw and completed a pass for 11 yards. If they decline the penalty, it's 4th and 4 from the Bills' 37.
Okay.
So you don't want that. 4th and 4 from the Bills' 37 is either a field goal or they're going for it, and they might get it. You know what I mean? So the Bills elected to take the penalty to make it 3rd and 25 and push them out of field goal range.
Okay. All right. But that penalty can be declined if they so chose.
Of course, yes. They could totally choose to decline the penalty. And in the moment, I thought maybe they would to make it 4th down. But because it would have been 4th and 4 and in field goal range, that's why Sean McDermott elected not to do that.
Okay. Also, Sal, thank you, and loved you in the Bills movie, hoping for a sequel.
I'd love it. Thank you. I would love that. I'll get in touch with the Hallmark people right away. Thank you so much for the phone call. Hope I explained that well. Dominic and Clarence. Hi, Dominic. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, I'm a Steelers fan in Buffalo, and thank God we don't have the Bills fans. Thank God we don't have Tomlin. here in Buffalo because the Bills fans would have fired them years ago.
I mean, Steelers fans want him fired all the time too. I listen. I know.
Oh yeah. And they were talking about this morning on their radio station how big this game for you guys was, and I finally got a chance to sit down and watch the whole thing since they weren't playing. They played tonight, but you guys played with grit, and Josh Allen, man, he is Superman. You guys are so lucky. But what I was going to call to say is does John Perry travel to away games with you guys? Because I know you guys have a officiating liaison, and if he does travel and if he's there, is he looped in on a coach's headset, or is that something that maybe you're not aware of?
I don't know the exact communication, but I know John Perry is a part of every game for Sean McDermott. He's on his staff, right? So I would say from that aspect, yeah. But again, and you could point to this, and I agree with you that maybe like that comes from him or he should see it. But again, I want to go back to I don't think there was a replay available until it was too late. And then McDermott's got to make a decision based on something on the far sideline that he doesn't know for sure. And I didn't see any players saying it was incomplete. So I understand this is a tough spot to be in. We'd all love to see the challenge. But at the same time, I think that now you're kind of just going on a leap of faith on something you don't know.
Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you there. And I always thought on a visiting team, like when you're on the road, like maybe you don't have access to the same, like video replay stuff.
That's right, Dominic. Dominic, have you ever gone to any Bills away games?
I have. I actually went to I did go to the Pittsburgh game.
Okay, so you might, I don't know if you would notice this during a game if anything like this happened, but one thing that's very clear sometimes is when you're on the road and there's a questionable call, they do not show the replay on the big board. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, no, they don't do that. But
yeah.
I was saying, like, in terms of, like, even the coaches, because I don't know, do coaches and staff have separate video, or is it it's just the same stadium feed as everybody else?
It's pretty much the same stadium feed. I don't know. It's a good question. I've never had it clarified. I think they only have the same feed that we get when they're in the coaching box. You know what I mean? They don't have separate video like a closed circuit or something like that.
Gotcha. Well, Sal, again, thank you. You guys, man, if it's not us, I hope it's you guys. You guys look, like I said, you guys have a grit team. Well,
speaking of the Steelers, by the way,
right now.
I just read that Jalen Warren is now added to the injury report as questionable tonight with an illness. How about that?
Oh, that and T.J. Watt with the hospitalization.
That's a terrible situation right there. I know, terrible situation. Thanks, Dominic. And big game tonight for the Steelers and even the Dolphins to try and at least keep their slim chances alive. Josh in Charlotte. Hi, Josh.
Hey, Sal. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. Hey, I don't know if you were watching the game, but if you on CBS they showed a clip of Josh Allen throwing up with about like 10 minutes left in the game, and as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, here we go. It's over now for the Pats. All that.
He said after the game that he usually throws up earlier, and he had a little bit more left that had to come out.
Yeah, he throws up in the pregame. He's like, So I didn't know if you saw that or not, but it was crazy because Ian Eagle was like, oh, gosh, look at Josh over there. And he was barfing on the sidelines. If you haven't seen the clip, go watch it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
Just great Bills win all around. How do you think going forward? I mean, what are you thinking about playoffs and stuff now after this game?
I still think it's very, very minimal chance that they're going to catch the Patriots because you still need the Patriots to lose to either the Jets or the Dolphins. But, I mean, that's still a puncher's chance for the Dolphins, the way that they can beat teams. We saw them beat the Bills. So I don't think that is pretty much I think it's not out of the window. They can do it, of course. It's about a 65-35 prop, I think, right now when you look at the odds. That being said, the Bills are in a really good position in the playoffs. Question is, you're going to be the 5 seed and go to the 4. You're going to be the 6 seed and go to the 3. And is that going to be Jacksonville? Is it going to be Pittsburgh? Is it going to be Baltimore? A lot to be played for here. But I like the Bills where they are right now playoff-wise. But it's a tough lift, Josh, to go on the road 3 straight weeks, and they might have to do that.
No, it is, man. And then also, too, before I let you go, what are your thoughts on Myles Garrett getting a sack record against us, man? We better block him.
1.5 away. If he gets 1, I'm okay with it. You know what? If Myles Garrett gets a sack and a half next week against the Bills, you clap for him and you say, great job. It sucks he's going to be like doing it against Bills for highlights forever. I don't know. I thought about, is Josh Allen going to do a Brett Favre and kind of dive and I don't think he'll do that. But Deion Dawkins has always said that Myles Garrett's the toughest guy for him to block. He's kind of made that known. And Myles Garrett next week needs a sack and a half to break the all-time single-season sack record against the Bills. Michael in Orchard Park. Hi, Michael. You're on WGR.
Hi, Sal. I have 2 things. Number one, the long touchdown run by Stevenson yesterday. If you look at that close, you'll see that our player 96, I always forget his name, was held.
Yep.
And he was held hard, and that's why he was able to bounce off those guys and then take it all the way. My other thing is
Deion Walker, by the way.
okay, and my other thing is something that you're going to have to. If you're going to help me with this, you're probably going to have to do some research. And I listen to you every day, so I'll hear it. Why doesn't the NFL make it a priority for offense and defensive linemen to wear knee braces? There's way too many MCLs and ACLs nowadays. The other thing is they don't even put their knee pads over their knees. They wear those outfits like shorts. And I always played football, and I always had the knee pad over my knee.
Well, here's the answer to your question. Without like going in and asking people at the NFL offices, I would just tell you the answer. It's not a part of the normal equipment. They're not going to force players to wear extra equipment they don't want to wear.
Well, my question is it because the reason they don't wear it is it because it limits their speed?
I think it would limit their speed and movement. Now, I remember there was a Bills coach, and it might have been Doug Marrone, actually, and I'm not positive, who he actually did have his linemen all wear knee braces at one point or something like that. If there was something that happened years ago. But the answer to your question, Michael, is some guys just don't want to do that. They want to be able to move. You want to be more athletic. You want to get out in space. And if that restricts you, you don't want to wear that. So why would the league tell you to have to wear something that's not part of your normal equipment?
Oh, I think it's there's just too many ACL and MCL injuries.
I think there's more. I think there's more of those on skill position players than there are in linemen. By the way, I mean we saw it yesterday. Patrick Mahomes had it. Micah Parsons had it. The guys away from the ball have more of these ACLs and PCLs and MCLs. You had a Bills cornerback, first-round corner, get non-contact. He did it in preseason. You going to start making all the defensive ends wear knee braces? I mean, guys choose if they want to wear stuff like that. Guys choose if they want to wear the Guardian caps, and there's an argument to be made that everybody should. I get it. But, yeah, I can't see that. That's the answer to your question, though. Let's go to Chris in East Aurora.
Hey, Sal. How's it going?
I'm good, thanks.
I don't envy you. I know it's sometimes a tough job here on Monday for you. But one thing I just want to say, simultaneously, I think you can be ecstatic about the team winning, which I am, of course, big division win, but also questioning, hey, is this a team that can get to the Super Bowl? I mean, I'm 55. This needs to happen soon for me, right? So I think you can do both things, be ecstatic and, hey, can the team make it? But going back to the coaches' adjustments, I'm willing to give them credit for making the adjustments. Let's give them credit. But there's a whole body of work here now that says we're one of the worst teams in the NFL in the first half and one of the best in the second half. And the second half, offensively especially, it just always looks different than the first half. And I'm just wondering, do you have an explanation for that? Is the game plan bad? Are they, maybe, like you said, not abandoning the game plan soon enough? Something's not right there.
Well, I think going back to what I said earlier, first of all, offensively, if you hit that first play of the game, this isn't even a conversation, right? So obviously you have to make plays. That's number one. You just have to make plays offensively. I think defensively where this more comes in, Chris. We haven't seen it as much offensively. We've seen it more defensively where they've just been really, really bad out of the gate defensively, and then they've made adjustments. And I think the answer is the Bills are kind of strapped personnel-wise right now. They don't have these elite players at all these positions. They have some injuries. And they have to go into a game plan and say, all right, let's see what we have here and what we can do with what we have. And as the game goes on, they have to mix and match personnel because they don't have these studs everywhere that then you just go out and play, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And it gets a little away from them, but it's like you have to.
Why are they strapped in the first half every time, but not strapped in the second half? I mean, and maybe
because I just said they have to figure out what personnel to use during the second half and how to use it. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of letting the other team. You're okay. What does the other team have? What are they doing to us? And then you hope that it doesn't work, right? You hope you have a good enough game plan. Right. It doesn't work. But once it starts working, you have to say, okay, now what do we have where we can adjust because we don't have the right people out there because we just don't have the right personnel right now because of injuries or whatever else it is. And I just think that's kind of where it comes from the from the defensive side. Okay. When we come back, real quick, we'll touch on some players that really stood out yesterday. I got my arrow up, arrow down column at WGR550.com. I mean, this was a game for the OGs. This was a game for the OGs. And Ray Davis is not really an OG. This was a Matt Milano game. This was a Tre'Davious White game. This was a Dawson Knox game. These are the guys. They've been here a while. They made plays. They made plays for the Bills, and they needed to. Joey Bosa at the end. 803-0550, the number to call here on WGR. Stick with me. Hey, folks, Sal Capaccio here for my friends at U.
I thought him up in the box. I mean, 2 sacks. Bobby made those 2 calls, and Matt cashed in. So it was good to see. He's been working his tail off to get himself back to where he was today. So I credit him and all the training staff and everything.
That is Sean McDermott after the game, asked about Matt Milano. He was vibing, he said. How about the hit he had to force the fumble on the sidelines? He drilled Mac Hollins. Forced the fumble. I was looking at the stat sheet after the game like, wait, when did Matt Milano force a fumble? Did the ball come out on one of the sacks? No, because he drilled Mac Hollins, and it came out. I gave Matt Milano an arrow up. If you go to my arrow up, arrow down column, he actually was the Bills' leading tackler with 10 tackles. He was credited with 2 quarterback hurries, a forced fumble, that one, and, of course, he had the 2 huge sacks. One of them was one arm taking Drake May down. The Bills did a great job of being creative to send Matt Milano some blitz. He's a good blitzer. They don't love to blitz him. He's good sideline to sideline, and you want him available there, but did a nice job. The Bills mixed and matched their linebackers with spies. Folks, the game within the game yesterday, the Bills defensive coaches did a great job once the game was 21-0 to mix and match, get spies, linebackers, the way they use their personnel. They just did a really good job right there. Matt Milano, been with the team since 2017. So has Tre'Davious White, and of course he took a hiatus and came back. Got his first interception since 2023, September of 2023. Great play on a deep ball down the sidelines. Gave the ball back to the Bills. They were down 3 points near the end of the third quarter when it happened. Then they marched 91 yards to take their first lead of the game. Finished with 2 tackles, including one for a loss and a pass breakup. And folks, how about this? Not the OG, because he hasn't been here very long. Second year. Ray Davis. I've gone this whole time. We've talked about offense and defense and coaching and challenges, and the special teams for the Bills were special yesterday. They dominated what is very, very highly regarded, a very highly regarded New England Patriots special teams unit. The Bills dominated them yesterday. Let me give you the ways why. How about the new kickoff formation? Going with 1 kick returner, Ray Davis, an up man and a fullback, Reggie Gilliam. Not 2 returners with Ty Johnson back there. This allows and helps Ray Davis average 41 yards a kick return, helps set the Bills up for great field position, including at the Patriots' 42-yard line to start the second half, which led, or 42-yard line in the first half when they were down 21-0, led to a score, which was huge. Needed that. So Chris Tabor doing a great job there with that wrinkle. Then you have Mitch Wishnowsky, punted 4 times. 3 of them landed, get this, and wound up Patriots starting drives, own 12, own 6, own 17-yard lines, 3 inside the 20. Beautiful. Maybe most impressively was containing Marcus Jones on punt returns. Marcus Jones came into the game as one of the league's leading, I think he was number 2, because he's still with number 2 today, in punt returns average. 17.3 yards a return he's averaging coming into the game, or at least after, I guess, but 17.3 he's averaging. The Bills held him to 5 yards on 2 returns, 2.5 yards of total returns. Average. So the Bills won the field position battle big time in this game. Their own 39, Patriots own 25. Matt Prater, 5 for 5 on Hicks kicks, all extra points in the snow. Big time game from the special teams yesterday. And now, after that, Ray Davis leads the NFL in kick return average. Ray Davis, by a wide margin. He's the only player in the league right now averaging over 30 yards a kick return, and he's averaging 32. Pretty crazy. They've found a great role for him. Sorry, Tom, if I stole your thunder. You wanted to talk about Ray Davis. I see it on my screen. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I know, Sal. You just stole that away from me. You know, I was going to say a lot of what you said there is that it was, you know, a nice little role for him, and he really, you know, the only thing I'll add is you know, they did get that touchdown in the first half, and he was a very large part of it, of giving them great field position with his nice little return. And I don't think he was the type of back any of us ever thought would be. You know, we think of pure speed guys being kick returners, and obviously he's fast, but you know, in terms of NFL running backs, he's not this crazy speed guy. And you know, like you said, it looks like he's really, you know, he hit the touchdown, and I thought he was going to actually break one of them yesterday, but, you know, still, you know, he popped off a couple 30, 40, I think one even the 50-yard return, so that's great. Yeah,
you got it.
Also joining some of what you were saying about the coaches, and you know, it just sometimes gets kind of frustrating and maddening because, as you said, there's there's things you can criticize about everybody, including the coaches, and obviously the way they've started the team started the last few weeks isn't good. But also by the same token is, you have things that happen, and I don't want to just single out Brandon Cooks, but he had that drop, and I really, I tend not to think that McDermott or Brady called the Brandon Cooks drop the deep pass play on that, and there's things the coaches could do better for sure, but let's just not leave the players out of this too. And also at the end of the day, they made their adjustments, came out and won, so. Yeah, we can always point out things they should do better and can do better, and that's fine. It just seems like with some people, it's their entire focus right now. And I know what was the last week? You're calling it the agony of victory or the misery of victory or whatever. And it's really right back. And you think, you just beat the Patriots, great comeback, kept alive, slim chances, but chances to win the AFC East. And it just seems like some of these people just would rather be angry and miserable and instead of just saying, well, that was great. I wish they did this, and this better. But overall, they also did these 10 things that were great, and I'm happy. And I don't know. Maybe it's just as I'm getting older, I just don't want to be miserable all the time.
I love it. I love it. Don't be miserable. You know that, buddy. You know that. Thanks for the call.
So, now I'm heading out to Cleveland next week.
Yeah. Say, you going to Cleveland, man? I know you like to take these road trips when they're a little closer, too.
Yeah, I'm very much leaning towards it, working on that right now, seeing, for some reason the ticket prices in Cleveland are going down. So it's,
Well, hey, it's the Browns aren't having the best year, but you will get a chance to maybe see Myles Garrett break the sack record. You hope it's not at the expense of the Bills. We'll see about the weather as well, Tom. Have a great week, buddy.
All right, you too, bye.
All right, you got it. Let's go to Mark in West Seneca. Hi, Mark. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
See if you can follow my logic on this here with the standings, because I think that we could have maybe an interesting situation coming up here. If the Bills beat Cleveland, as they should, if Baltimore beats New England, which certainly is very possible, and I'm even going to tack on if Denver beats Jacksonville at home this week. I think that could set up kind of an interesting situation because the Bills would win the division if they beat the Jets and New England loses one of the last two games, regardless of what the Bills do against Philadelphia. The Bills would have a wild card clinched, regardless of what happens with Philadelphia. And I tacked on Denver winning because that would really take the one seed out of play. I wonder if those three games fall the way that I said this coming week. I wonder if the Bills would treat the Philadelphia game as a borderline bye week, rest a lot of guys, because there literally would be nothing to play for. It would really.
I don't know if that's true. I have to think about this because if New England loses to. Are you saying, say if Baltimore beats New England, you're saying, or Baltimore?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If Baltimore beats New England, I mean, I don't know. I'm a little confused and everything. Here's the bottom line. I don't think the Bills would treat anything like a bye week right now. They want to be playing their best football. Maybe week 18, they back off on some guys if they don't have a chance to win the division, but they're going to keep playing until they're mathematically eliminated from the division. I think that would still matter to them from this standpoint. If I'm right on this, it just gives the Bills a little more wiggle room to actually lose to the Jets if that happens, to be honest with you. No, I guess it wouldn't because they'd have another division loss, right? Yeah, another division loss. You're right. I don't know. I'm sorry, Mark. It's too much math for me right now. I'm sorry. I don't think they would do that. I just think the mentality of it, I hear what you're saying mathematically. I just don't think the mentality of it that they would do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the Bills had such an early bye week this year.
Yeah, I know.
I also think I'm right that the two times the Bills made the AFC Championship game were the two times they were able to treat the last game of the season, like last year, as a borderline bye week. I think there's value. I mean, look at all the injuries the Bills have had.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's value. You know, it can spin it and maybe it's something to think about, but I think that Philly game would really become irrelevant and maybe an opportunity to rest guys that there can be value in that.
Yeah, you never know. I guess I understand where you're coming from. I can't necessarily see it right now, but I'm open to thinking about it a little bit more, Mark. Thanks a lot for the phone call. Let's get to our the Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Only thing that I saw yesterday on the sidelines we had officially was Jordan Phillips' ankle injury. He was questionable to return. Then seemed like he might have been able to go back in the game. I'm not sure if he actually took a snap after that, but he was questionable. That was it. And then after the game, my colleague Elena Getzenberg of ESPN.com reported that she saw Brandon Cooks going into the X-ray room Nothing has come from that so far we know of. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later. I'll say this. It's not uncommon for guys to get x-rays after a game. Something could be wrong or maybe not. But sometimes it's just let's just check to make sure something's bothering you. But never got an injury report in the sidelines for Brandon Cook. Speaking of the sidelines, let's get to our extra point from the sidelines, brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. I said yesterday, or all week, you're not going to get as many Bills fans in Foxborough. You usually don't. Hot ticket is a tougher stadium with as far as prices are concerned, and when the Patriots are pretty good, it's even tougher. There was not as many Bills fans, but there were quite a few of them yesterday, and boy, they were really feeling it and hearing it from the Patriots fans, and then, man, did everything swing. It was really interesting watching that happen and unfold behind me, around me, and in the stadium with Bills fans and the emotional swing of them rising and Patriots fans getting so sad and upset as the game went on. It was really interesting and a very, wow, such a dichotomy of just emotions and juxtaposition. I guess I'm using way too big of words here. So let's take a time out here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. All right, got to get out of here in a moment. Let's get to our sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy, let's sit up. This might be you, Owen. This might be you, Dan. It's me. Sit up on everybody who has a chance to win in their fantasy playoffs tonight. You got a chance? You got a chance? What are you doing? Are you in the playoffs?
I'm already done.
Oh, man.
I crushed it. I'm playing 4-0 in playoffs this week. So.
Oh, you're done for bad or done for good?
Good.
You're good.
Already, I've dominated.
Listen, I was the last seed in the playoffs in both my big leagues, and I already won over the top seed in one league. Bam, out. Nice. Good. In the other one, here's my situation. I'm up by 24. He has Jalen Warren tonight. I think I'm okay.
And Warren's sick.
But let's not over it. Let's hope no Jordan game, okay? Right. For Jalen Warren tonight. All right. What about you?
I'm 2-0 so far. 2 out of 4. Okay. One guy, I'm up by 30 with Waddle left.
All right.
And then the other one, I need Boswell to do 12 tonight.
Oh, Chris. Oh, and tough conditions, but he's a good kicker. You never know. You get more points for longer field goals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. That could happen. All right. Good luck to everybody in their fantasy playoffs tonight. Yeah, and I'm still alive in Jeremy's Guillotine League. There's only 4 teams left, and I'm in a good position. Could be 3 after this week, and I could be one of them. That's really good. I just want to revisit this Vrabel stuff and stand down on the Titans, the Patriots head coach. Folks, I could do a whole show on just reading the quote tweets from the Vrabel interview on EEI this morning. Go find it. I tweeted it out. Mike Vrabel whining about the officials, no holding calls on the Bills. Yes, there was one. Nullified a penalty, by the way. And the play, Marcus Jones, I'm telling you, I had to actually listen. I thought it was AI at first. I'm not kidding you. I thought someone made it up. I couldn't believe Mike Vrabel, head coach of an NFL team, went on a radio station this morning to cry about the officiating the way he did after his team blew a 21-point lead. You have to go listen to this. You have to go watch it. We had the clip. We played it for you. I'm going to let you do it. I tweeted it out at Sal Sports. Then go look at the quote tweets. Then go look at the replies. It's insane. It's unbelievable. All right, let's get to Hey Buddy.
WGR Sports Radio 550 presents. Hey buddy. Dudes, you know this dude? What's up, dude? Hey buddy. Buddy, sit down. Who's my buddy this week? I'm your buddy, guy. He's got that word. I'm your word, buddy. On WGR. Blue, you're my boy. Sports Radio 550.
My buddies this week are all of the young men who were nominated and finalists and now in the Trench Trophy Hall of Fame. What is the Trench Trophy? Trench Trophy is given annually to the best high school lineman in all of Western New York. And last Thursday night had a great banquet, had a great time meeting families, and these kids, they're special kids doing great on the field and off the field in their community. And I'm always proud to be a part of it. My old high school coach at Cleveland Hill High School, Carl Curris, he's our athletic director. He founded the Trench Trophy over 2 decades ago, and he said, look, we already honor the Connolly Cup and skill position. It's quarterbacks and running backs. Let's give something to the guys that are in the trenches doing the work. And it's become a really big deal here in Buffalo and Western New York, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I miss Coach Curris. He passed away a couple years ago. Big father figure in my life, was a great man. I love being a part of it to go every year and celebrate these young men and their journeys and their accomplishments. And the entire, I tweeted out, go find it, but the young man who won, his name is Caius Mattoon of Clarence. Clarence had a couple of nominees, actually, but Caius Mattoon of Clarence, he won the Trench Trophy, but had so many great young men who were nominated this year, who came into, to the banquet last week that I got to meet. Really cool. So great. So good luck, Caius. I know he's going to St. John Fisher. Talk to his mom and him about it. Really cool stuff. So you guys are all my buddies this week. Glad to be a part of it. Glad to be with you. One Bills Live up next here on WGR. All right, we got Steelers and Dolphins.